Hello.
There might be a little problem in posting the whatsamahoozy thingamabobbies in the blue sky, because I didn't do a thing for the blah 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 blah. I didn't do a thing for. Also, why is there an Xbox? Oh, it's just telling me like the thingamadoogie grabbed it from there the most. All right, but yeah, for whatever reason, Blue Sky is not like properly uploading. Unable to connect. What do you mean unable to connect? Like, all right, now comes the fun thing of can I get to Blue Sky on my phone? Because if I can't, what's on the docket that morning? Oblivion? Maybe. Look, there's a lot of games on the Xbox Game Pass that get me interested, let me tell you. I'm trying to do the thing. I'm trying to do the thing of posting in all the appropriate places and what have you of, oh hey, I'm online and I'm streaming and such like that. And I was trying to get my Blue Sky to do it, but it ain't doing it. So for whatever reason, ding dong bam. So yeah, ding ding habam. I'm posting in all the various places that I'm allowed to of, hey, I'm online and I'm streaming. And yeah, for whatever reason, Blue Sky seems to. Maybe Blue Sky is down? Hang on a sec. Let me turn off my Wi Fi so I'm using my mobile hotspot. Because it might be a. It might be a network thing, or it might actually be Blue Sky is down. Hang on a second. Blue Sky service status. Let's have a look at the status. There are some systems that are down. So the API events is having some issue. The AT Proto was having issue like back on the 15th, but it's up right now. Konaki in the west is down. In the east, it's down. GIFs on Blue Sky is fine. Link cap in the US is down. So there's a few places. So some systems are down, is what they're saying. Oh, API is not available. So yeah, if API is not available, I imagine there's going to be a few more places because API is the like application protocol. API. Hang on a sec. No, let me. What does API stand for again? API stands for Application Programming Interface. Oh, okay, so I did get that correct. Yeah, if the Application Programming Interface is down, that normally means that anything that's interfacing with that fucking system is going to, like, for instance, front pages, they're probably gonna have a problem as well. Thank goodness I have the thingy-majiggy set up on my Twitters to post a thingy-majiggy when it gets to 9 a.m. I'm not gonna post it immediately. Twitter/X does not get that benefit. So yeah, fuck Twitter and Blue Sky. They get to have a delayed response. They'll know that I'm online in about like 6 minutes from now. Well, 5.5. So ding dong, ha bing, ha bong, ha bam, boom, bim, bim bom, ding dong, ding dong, fiddly dee. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Boom, 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 boom. Ding. I think I have done it nearly everywhere.
Come on, you motherfucker! Ah, shit! God damn it, Shane!
Sorry, someone just shared a meme, and I had to take a look at that meme, and it is basically the Oblivion system like lockpicking, and the guy's just ready to just be like, you motherfucker, and it's still breaking and breaking the locks, and he's just like, God damn it, same shit, different day. So, but yeah, hi everyone. Oh, that you're not supposed to see. I think I'm 177 centimeters. I am going to need to double check my height. Another person is gonna have to measure me and what have you, because otherwise, who knows if I've got that shit down correctly or not. I don't know. So, ding, dong. But yeah, you make me smile so, babe, just by being your silly self. I appreciate that, thank you. God damn it, this can is empty. I was sipping some Coke no sugar in the morning, and I drank that earlier than intended. Normally, I try and reserve it for when I start my streams, like, 9 a.m. kind of nonsense, but that wasn't the case here, so... But yeah, hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Great to have everyone. Once again, I have dropped frames that have decided to go off. Let me just hit the refresh on that one and see if it's still happening. Doesn't look like it is. Ah, delicious. There we go. Alrighty. But yeah, happy Friday for the Australians and the people that are, like, ahead of the Americans and what have you. Today is a public holiday. Today is Anzac Day, the Australia-New Zealand Army Corps Day. So think of it like Labor Day or something like that. So we have a Memorial Day that goes off on November the 11th because during that day, on the 11th minute of the 11th hour, we take a minute of silence. That's not what happens on Anzac Day. At Anzac Day, you might hear a trumpet service during dawn. So during dawn, so for me, I heard it at like 6:05 or something like that. I normally wake up at 6 anyway. I hit the snooze alarm, and the next thing you know, like a few minutes later, I'm just hearing burr, 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 and I was just like, oh, hang on, it's the morning service. Got a shirt on real quick, and it was just like, got out on the balcony. I was just like looking around. I'm like, where's the trumpet? I wanted to know where it was coming from, because it sounded like a legitimate trumpet to me. It didn't sound like an audio recording. And by the time I was on there, they were already like nearing the end, and I was just like, where's the trumpet? Some people brought a 24-pack of Sprite in a can, and every can was filled with Coke. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely hilarious. Wait, Sprite is owned by Coca-Cola, right? Like, I'm not, being fooled there. Coca-Cola owns Sprite. Because Coca-Cola is a company. Hang on a second. Let me find the whatsamacoozy thing. Sprite. It's a lemon drink created by the Coca-Cola. Yeah, it's from the Coca-Cola company. So it's legitimately from the same corporation. So, yeah, not a problem. Not like a crazy difference. Like, oh, there's Coca-Cola in this Pepsi drink or something weird like that. So yeah, blah 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 blah. So yeah, so Anzac Day is a public holiday. So which means that this last week, if you're wondering, like, you know, how was it that I was able to stream basically every day for the last week? It's because I took time off between Tuesday and Thursday. So this week of work, most Australians only had to work 3 days of the week. And I said, fuck that noise. I'm going to take those 3 days off. And despite the fact I had to work the Saturday shift, I still am ending up with basically 10 days off because I didn't have to work the Sunday. So didn't have to work the Sunday, didn't have to work the Monday, and then I took Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off. So I'm up to 5 days. Friday makes 6, and then we've got Saturday, Sunday, which makes 8, and then Monday. Monday, I don't work because I took that Saturday shift, and I'm using that Monday as my toil day. So yeah. So that's how I was able to get, like, basically a week's worth of free time just by taking 3 days off in the week. It's fantastic. You can trust Australians to do the extra work, to be like, yes, let me have a look at the week in the future and see what would be the, you know, appropriate days to take off to maximize days off. Because there's a lot of public holidays that go off in Australia, and most of them go off at, like, the first half of the year. So, yeah, some people are just, you know, fucking tired when it gets to the second half, but here we are. Alright, cool. What's that? Hi. Hi there, Stas. Also, Zach, thank you for being here first. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. You didn't sound too great yesterday, and, you know, you had to take a little bit of me time. And I'm hoping that me time has helped you out. Hope it's been good for you. No, I'm not gonna plug in my phone. It's already at, like, max charge and what have you. I'm gonna leave it there for now. Yeah, cool, awesome. But yeah, there is more games that have been, like, released on the Xbox Game Pass and all that kind of nonsense. For instance, fucking Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is a turn-based RPG. And it looks fucking awesome. That is on my to-do list now. So, there's, like, a lot of games. And nearly every single day, I've been playing a new game. It's like, oh, I haven't played Blueprints. Let me go play Blueprints. Oh, I haven't played South of Midnight. Let me play South of Midnight. Hey, what's this? The Oblivion Remastered has been released? I'm gonna play the Oblivion Remaster. Like, I am not making this easy for myself, am I? Of like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna use this week to, like, you know, play the games I want to play. And it's like, have I picked up any games from my backlog? No. I've just been picking up new games, full stop. I've just been picking up the same fucking games. Sorry, I've just been picking up entirely new games. I've just been doing the same shit, different day. And I can't stop myself. I just want to play these new games. This is what happens when I have been given free time. Is there's all these new games that are, like, you know, maybe a week or two old, or maybe a month old, and it's like, absolutely, I am going to go and, you know, play these video games. I'm loving the comparison pics between the remaster and the original because, woof, those old graphics were rough. Yes! Yes, they are. Hang on a second. Let me get... So, because I've shared one of them in the, blah, 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 blah. Because I've shared one of them in the whatsamahoozies, in the Discord. Hang on a second. Let me go get it. I did a copy and paste into it. Like, and I'm gonna be real with you. I still was not ready for this kind of an edit. Or like, for this kind of an update. So, give me a moment. So, you've already seen the gift art, so here we go. Bam! This here is... Oh, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me just get the full fucking image. Ding. Dong. Copy that. There we go. Let me just throw this over here. That there is... Like, this is the opening bit. The top one is the original Skyrim, where we got, Patrick Stewart, voicing the Emperor Ural Septum. And then, the bottom is the remaster that I mentioned. And I remember mentioning this when I was playing the Oblivion on stream, but fucking look at it! The man is old! The man has detail! The chains are like, you know, doing little light, you know, thingy-madiggies. There's way more detail going off with his cloak. There is just so much difference going off here. This is what people think is a graphical difference after 10 years or so. This shit here is like more like 20 years, I'm gonna be real with you. But fucking look at it! That's the kind of graphical improvement we want from video games. That's the benefit of remasters of games that are over 10 years. Now, the way that Ripper and some people in a Discord that I've been following have seen this edit be done, and the reason why the game is like 120 gigabytes is because they're still using the same gameplay engine. They're still using GameByte or something that Oblivion was using previously, but they took out all of the graphical nonsense from it, and they slapped on Unreal 5 to run all the graphical nonsense on top of it. So that's why, you know, FFX, or FSR, and all these other, like, graphical things are happening on top of it, and they just need to do some edits such as the tech... So, and they're using texture packs and, you know, audio files, new things, but it's using the same, logic. The AI is the same, much of the combat is the same, and they're only adding, like, small things such as, like, a sprint button. So, yeah. Just look at him. Look at the Emperor. The Emperor, like, huge difference. Good for them. You also shared the Khajiit one in the Discord? Oh, yeah, the Khajiit one is a good one. They've made them, like, the mouths are different, and, yeah, like, way better quality for the furries and what have you. So, yeah. Alright. This has been sitting in... I've been sitting on this screen for a whiles, and what we're going to do... ding, 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 ding. Zeebs picked up another new game to play. So, we're gonna go and play Expedition 33. I want to know what this game is like, okay? I know some of you might be hoping for more, what's-a-mahoozy? More, blah, 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 blah. They were hoping for, like, more... Let me just move into my Discord chat just in case one of my moderators is gonna, like, jump in here and tell me, oh, hey, you're gonna need to... There we go. Hopefully this is... Also, yeah, I've updated the corkboard, by the way. So, yay! I don't know what the warning said, and I missed it. So yeah, so we're gonna be going through Claire Obscura. I know we were talking about Oblivion earlier, but fuck it. Claire Obscura is best played with a controller. Ah, once again, we're whipping out the controller. Alrighty. First and foremost, I know you were... Yep, fucking called it. Oh my god, you're not letting us... They forced the scaling. Are you kidding me? still... Alright, they put me on, like, high and epic, so fine by me. We will put it, like, way lower, though. Oh my god, it's not applying the... Sorry, I just need to, like, lower some of this nonsense. 75. Cause yeah, like, fuck up, that music is loud. Yeah, exactly. Like, I put the master to 50 and it's like, you know what? Actually, music, let's go fucking 25. That way we can get this one just a little bit higher. There we go. That should be better. User interface. Let's go 80. Voices, I will always keep at 100%. Camera shake. No. Camera movement, sure. Toggle this option to enable automatic quick time events during combat. When enabled during, or automatically, this does not affect during enemy attacks. Dodge and parries, for example. Noted. Hello, Bookie! Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. Large. Personal color. Yep. I like the idea. I like the idea that when they do... Ooh, Expeditioner. Intended difficulty with challenging combat. Enemies deal normal damage and mastering dodges and parries encouraged but not mandatory. Recommended for players who enjoy turn-based. Yep, absolutely. Allow playing or skipping of tutorial sections. This option has no effect in New Game Plus as tutorials are automatically skipped. Character customization in cutscenes. Interesting! Allow the customizations of characters to appear during in-game cutscenes. Interesting that they do that. I've got a busy day ahead of me today. On Anzac Day of all things? On Anzac Day, a public holiday, Bookie? What are you doing? You can change the difficulty mode at any time in settings. Good. Good to know. Alright. Is Blue Sky up and running again? Let's have a look. Let's see if Blue Sky is still having an... It's my brother's birthday today. Ah, yep, that would do it. That would do it. You are absolutely correct on that regard. Nah, looks like Blue Sky is still down. Very European looking. And then, like, besides the crazy nonsense going off there. Yep, API is down, which means that there is a number of things that are going to be, like, problematic. We're investigating a major outage with Blue Sky hosting PDS instances. Yep, so... You're gonna need to throw it a little bit harder than that, but okay.
If you're gonna give someone flowers, you should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve. Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
Marvelous.
Oh, he has a, robotic arm.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow. And soon, we'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
Why does he sound like Matt Murdock?
That's what all the other expeditions.
He sounds like
You
what's a
know-
Moosey
You know
from
they gave
Daredevil.
their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
You
His
still
voice
have
does ring a
flowers,
bell.
Gif?
Yeah.
No?
Yes. Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her gamage?
You're asking me.
Gomage.
Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
Lumiere. We're gonna be given French, aren't we? We're gonna have like all kinds of French words. So far, very fucking beautiful. Alright, so a flower for Sophie. We'll take it.
Alright, let's go.
Okay,
Accompany,
I thought the only place that was
are
gonna
you
have like
ready to
crazy
see her
structures
again?
and such was over in
Yeah.
there. Not
Been ready.
back here. What the fuck is going on with that crazy thing? Also, sludge? Lots of crazy stuff. Wait, what is all this? Let's go, Ola de Ville. Comtesse de la Serene. I cannot read if that's gonna be something else. But yeah. Elle vous regarde la paintress. Alright. I can barely read all that nonsense. I am not a native French speaker. I'm gonna need a native French speaker to, like, tell me what some of those signs will say. Okay, cool. Right trigger is to sprint.
I set up these grapple shortcuts. Nice, huh?
Ooh.
Don't tell your sister, though. I sort of borrowed the hooks from the Expedition Academy. Wish I had them when I was working as a courier.
Okay. Interesting that, like, he's
Come on, good
right-handed
stuff. Speed up a
from the
bit.
looks of it.
Sophie will have already gamaged by the
Sure,
time you've arrived.
He's got, like, this mechanical thing on the left. It looks mechanical to me. But yeah, watch this. He's gonna use his right arm. There. He used his right arm for that magic.
Can't believe Sophie already turned 33. She looks so much younger than you.
Thanks.
She's popular. I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers.
I can imagine.
Hello there. Hi there, Joe. Welcome to the stream. Once again, picking up an entirely new game. We're going for Expedition 33. It's a turn-based game. It looked fucking beautiful, and there's, like, a little bit of intrigue and what have you. Granted, there's a little bit of French influence going on here and there.
What?
You look tense.
Yeah, yeah.
And this guy sounds like the person who plays as Matt Murdock in the Daredevil series.
I know what you need. A little jewel.
No.
Come on, it'll loosen you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense. And if you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
All right, you're on.
Yes!
Do you wish to go through the battle tutorial during the battle tutorial during the duel? Yes, please. I will need explanation. Ah, I love the look of this menu. During your turn, your character can attack, aim, use a skill, or use an item. Skills consume AP to use. You gain AP by performing a base attack or parrying. The timeline is over on the left. Yep, that's cool. Try attacking to gain AP. So, 0 out of 10. You deal more damage with overcharge. Charge Gustav's arm by dealing damage, dodging, and parrying. Nice. Enemies usually perform one action per turn. You can defend during their attack. Melee will attack. During an enemy attack, dodge at the right time to avoid damage. Dodging at the last moment will trigger a perfect dodge. Okay, so it's all... Yeah, there's going to be a lot of fucking timing. Each can use up to 6 skills equipped. Try using a skill. A low physical damage, 5 hits. Critical hits generate 1 additional charge. High lightning damage based on the amount of charges. 1 hit can break something or other. Okay. Press A at the right time will improve your effect's skill. Achieve perfect timing to unleash even stronger effects. Okay. During it, you can also parry. Parry same timing is perfect dodge, but is more difficult than regular dodge. Parrying recovers once. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Parrying every hit triggers a powerful counter. Oh, this is going to take a lot of concentration. All right, we can do overcharge.
For those who come after.
That looks fucking beautiful. And it looks like we get additional experience for not taking damage, so...
Now, don't you feel better? I see your smile. All right, now, let's go find Sophie.
Color of Lumina.
I saw her near the red and white tree.
Yeah.
Oh, the plaza is lively. Why people like to celebrate the gommage is still a mystery to me, but... oh well.
I keep thinking there's gonna be, like,
The red and white
stuff to
tree.
find.
I've always found it beautiful. I don't really understand.
I don't
When Sophie
see the
broke
red
up
and
so
white
long ago.
tree right now, so I have no idea what it's
Clearly,
gonna actually
you never
look like.
got over her. Why'd you wait until today to say something? Sophie's down there.
Yeah.
Good luck. I'll be here for you if things don't go as planned.
Thanks.
It's a bit late, isn't it?
And then that's a rope, but I'm using my arm? So I'm using, like, the mechanical arm for the rope, weirdly enough. But yeah, this looks really fucking beautiful. Look at this. I just had this cursed thought. He remind. Actually, I'll tell you after the advertisement.
Can we talk?
Gustav. I love you all.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
You know,
I
I'm
missed you.
sorry that... I
You
miss
don't need
too.
to... Okay.
You go.
No, you.
You know how I feel? I wish things had been... You know, I often think... Another path, you know, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting. To change things. I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world. And you are the most stubborn person I know. Thank you. Walk me to the harbor?
Yes.
Oh, now we're controlling, what's-a-mahoozies now. Okay. Press the left thingy-majiggy. This doesn't change battles. Nice. Also, welcome back, chat. Alright, so, I don't know if you guys see this, but that's just Eddie Burbank, isn't it? He just looks like Eddie fucking Burbank to me. No? A normal trash can. A normal trash can.
Oh, hi, Sophie. So Gustav really did come, huh? I knew he would. Yeah. Everybody's heading to the harbor. Sophie.
Looks like you still...
Well, there are less and less people to buy them. I just wish you didn't have to wear one.
Tiffany.
I should finish cleaning up here and...
See you. See you.
I can't imagine what you're going through.
I think he just needs...
I'm fine.
I think he needs just the stash. Yeah, he almost has just the stash. He just needs a,
Years. Look around.
like...
We've had our whole lives to prepare.
He just needs, like, a, what's-a-mahoozy.
Fine.
Like, it's just a 5 o'clock shadow is what it is.
I'm not fine.
You will be.
What the fuck is all this? Because that's the thing, is, like, I don't know what all this, like, you know... It just looks like some sort of cyan nonsense. Eddie's like 90% mustache. No, he's got some shadow on him. He's got some 5 o'clock shadow. It's not all mustache. Oop. Okay, thank goodness there is a climbing thing. There we go. Alright, we got ourselves some chroma. Oops. Also, what's with all the paintings here? Like, oh, hello.
Sophie,
Marie.
your flowers. I didn't know about. I thought you were younger, and yet you didn't have children.
I'm not having this conversation with you again. Not.
Do you care so little about the future of Lumia?
I'm not selfish enough to bring others into our doomed world. I know we are not many to think like this now. And it destroyed my relationship. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to spend... And you should cherish...
Sorry. See you at the
Good luck.
Okay. Oh, piano. Can I do something on the piano? Oh, that's cool. So different characters play different tunes. And it looks like this Eddie Burbank guy, or Gustav, I should say, he does like chords and what have you, and she just does like... That's cool. I like that's a fun, silly little detail I like. The characters having different like piano interactions. I imagine we're probably gonna see pianos. We're either gonna see instruments or pianos more often as we get further into the game. I imagine.
You seem like a woman with exquisite taste. I just finished my sculpture of the legendary Esquier. This may
Esquier?
be my life's finest work, yet how could I make it better?
Maybe you should add some color.
Perhaps you could paint it. Paint it? Brilliant. I knew you were the right person. You're most welcome. I shall get to work. I see you're wearing flowers. What's your name? Sophie. Sophie. Oh, you don't have... But I will.
So, people wearing flowers will need to be at the harbor, and there's something tragic that's gonna happen. And she has, like, flowers all around her for whatever reason. Doesn't really give me an opportunity to talk to them. Oh, hello, kids.
My gestural costume is the best.
Who the fuck is Gestural?
Hey, madame. Do you think the gesturals really exist? Of course they do. That's what I think too. The others laugh, but I know they're real. One day, I will meet one, even if it means joining an expedition. I'll raise a gestural army and we'll crush the paintress. And me and my little brother will live with the gesturals, and they'll be our new family. We're tired of the orphanage.
Oh.
They really like to fight. And that's why I'm training every day by beating up my little brother.
Good for you. That's what you do as siblings. You just fight each other. Fun fact, didn't do that with my sister, who is older than me, and my sister Esther never fought with me. Instead, I fought with my best friend back in Dubai. We pretended we were Power Rangers, and for whatever reason, like, this was like proper punching as well. So we'd end up with like bruises on our chest and our arms. And yeah, both our parents, whenever they took us to doctors, they always had this worry of like, oh no, like the pediatric is gonna look at him and it's just gonna be like an absolute, like, you know, terrible thing. One time, my mom was sending me to I think it's the pediatrician. The pediatrician, I think, is for the child doctor. The doctor, like, has me have to take off my shirt or something like that for injections. And he sees the bruises on me, and he asks my mom if he knows, like, you know, this particular person. And turns out that is my best friend. And she goes, yeah, no, they're best friends. And he goes, ah, that makes sense. 'Cause guess what? He comes into the hospital for his, like, vaccines and what have you, and he has bruises as well. It is so fucking funny.
Yeah, you would make a great gestural.
Thanks.
So, yeah. Sometimes people punch.
Oh, Sophie. What a
Thank you, Richard.
I could recognize it from miles away.
Ew.
It's good you're here, Sophie. I have a favor to ask of you.
Anything for my beloved sewing teacher?
We are of the same cohort. Today is my gommage, and my son and I had a fight last night. He said he wants to join the expedition. He wants to waste the last year of his life. I didn't want that for him. I used to think it was a bad choice. Today, I no longer do. I know I made a mistake. I tried to impose my views on him when he is much braver than I will ever be. So I sewed a special uniform for him. That's my last gift. Could you bring it to him?
Of course. I'll bring it to Jules.
I have
You
no
won't
idea
join
who
the
Jules
ceremony.
is.
But he will be at the Expedition Festival tonight for sure. Oh, but you...
Don't worry. I'll ask Gustav.
Gustav, are you back together?
For this moment. Maybe.
I'm glad. He's a good person.
Yes. He is.
Thanks to both of you. And see you.
See you.
Okay. Oh, that looks like someone we can talk to as well.
Is something wrong?
The expeditions. What a joke. All they do is leave us here to die. They're just escaping.
You know their goal is to save us all, right?
Yes, that's what my father told me last year, before he left for Expedition 34. And here we are again this year. We could have spent one more year together instead of wasting it away.
Your father fought to offer you a better future.
I have no future. I know it, and I've accepted it. We're doomed.
You never know. This expedition might be different. There are some special people in this one.
Yeah, right.
Gustav, why don't you show her some of your fighting skills to prove her wrong?
Oh, okay. Alright, so... Alright, so we need to do... I need to do it in like one hit, so I'm gonna need some... Alright, let's go... Overcharge.
Ah, this was weak.
Nah. I'm gonna need to get... Stop attacks. I'm gonna need way more overcharge. Alright, let me do one more overcharge. That should... Or actually, no. Let's get it up to 6. That should be enough. Oh, okay. Overcharge. Let's have a look.
I guess this'll do.
And I did not do the what's-a-mahoosie thing.
That's...
They all train their picto skills very hard to save us all. And so did your father.
Then, Madame, why didn't you join?
Me? I'm content with my life. Or maybe...
Do you think...
My friend Ciel always says, do your best. Either it works, or...
I don't want to have regrets.
But yeah,
don't
I'm
have
gonna
that much
need
time.
I'm gonna need practice with the QTE stuff. It
when the
seems.
time comes, you'll make the right decision. I'm sure.
Thank you. Now I think I know. Give this to your boyfriend. My father gave it to me, but it might be more useful for him.
Color of Lumiere, applying additional point to characters. Excelente. So there is a benefit to talking to everyone. And then they're trying to recruit for future expeditions. The number of people volunteering is going down every year. I imagine so. But why? The flower market. People are buying flowers for their loved ones before their gromage.
Hi, Gustav. You're back.
No, the one you suggested earlier was perfect.
Oh, I'm glad. These garlands are our last farewell. I want them all to feel special. I have a garland saved for you, too. But it's not a farewell garland. It will be a welcome home garland. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Ophelie.
I feel like Ophelie has feelings for Gustav. I have no evidence to base that other than the fact that she's like, I have a welcome home, corsage thingy, and I was just like, that doesn't sound like something you'd have for a lot of people.
Oh, Luna's playing. You two would make a cute couple.
If you say so.
Or maybe something already happened, huh?
Oh my god, her feet are showing. What are you doing, lady? What are you doing showing off your feet?
Please.
Also, let me just pick this up. So, exploring helps. Oh, hello. I thought I saw a little indicator. Or maybe I just saw it. I thought I saw one because of like the falling yellow, sorry, white and red flowers. Maybe that was wrong. A normal trash can. Oh, hello.
This lady truly is exquisite.
In love?
Not quite. I am only in love with her art. My inspiration has been quite lacking recently. Nobody buys paintings anymore. Just because she is called the paintress doesn't mean painting is evil.
Your canvas seems quite...
I need inspiration. But you, I can see you're in love. With this fine gentleman, I suppose.
We broke up.
That is of no consequence in the matters of love. But it is this passion I so fiercely desire in my painting. I know. How about showing me a dance of love and sorrow? I am also the official painter of the opera. Will you help me? If you inspire me, you may become the main painting of Lumiere's opera.
Sure.
Fantastic. You may start.
Okay, I guess.
Come on, dodge your beautiful moves. Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves. That was splendid. One more time.
Okay, so
Sublime. One last time.
are all of them gonna be slow? I don't think all of them are gonna be slow. I don't know if all of them are gonna be slow, but if they are slowed down, I will greatly appreciate it.
That was splendid. Splendid. I was so enthralled that I completed the painting in an instant.
It's nice to know something of us will remain in the world after today. Thank you.
It is I who should thank you. It was a moving dance. I will propose it for the new opera painting we have to do this year.
I feel it wasn't that impressive, but okay.
Love will always be impressive. Also, take
Aw,
this
look at you, Nicholas.
as a gesture of appreciation. I see your not boyfriend is an expeditioner. It may prove useful.
You can consume to reallocate a player's attributes or skill points. Nice, okay. So we got a means to do something like that. What's
You
your
really
deal?
think you're doing something, eh?
Maxime.
None of you ever come back. You go and you take our resources and you waste it all on a fucked up hero adrenaline fantasy. And still, she kills us.
You should go home. Where's your daughter?
Where do you think? Mourning her mother on the anniversary of her death. Of all their deaths.
Stretching. There we go.
Then maybe you should be with her.
I can't look at her. She's just another reminder that nothing we do matters. Nothing. We hope and we persevere, and still they die. They all die and we can't stop it. We can't save them. We bring another generation into this world just so they can watch us die before they're even old enough to understand why.
That's why we're going. We can save them. With our Lumina tech. The Paintress...
The Paintress? What? What's a scrawny shit like you gonna do to the Paintress, eh? We're already dead. You're just catching up.
Maxime.
Forget it. Bon voyage.
Asshole. Such morbid fucking people. Alright, so... Perfectly normal trash can, again. But yeah, it seems people die from this expedition.
Sometimes
and their loved
I
ones
feel
who aren't on
sorry
the
for her.
expedition die.
The Paintress?
Look at her. She looks sad. Maybe she's a prisoner too. Stuck in the same cycle with us. Silly, huh?
Only you could choose empathy at a moment like this.
It's one of the few choices I can make.
I couldn't do it.
It's okay. You don't have to.
The gommage is starting soon. Like every year, everyone is gathered at the harbor, waiting for her to paint a new number.
You'd have to be crazy to use pictos on your own body.
Why? Aren't you enjoying the show?
Nah, the show's great, but etching chroma onto your skin, oh, that's brutal. And just for a dance. I'll stick to painting pictos on my machines. I'm not cuckoo enough to put them on my body.
Could be useful, though. The expeditions rely on them quite heavily.
The fuck are
They're
pictos?
crazy too. But at least you can remove pictos pretty easily if you change your mind.
Okay. Can I see the pictos on their arms? It's... Okay, maybe it's like a subdermal kind of application. We're not gonna easily see the pictos.
Oh, I think I'm gonna vomit.
I miss you still.
Please, don't forget me.
Nah, that's not Maxine. Hello.
I wish I was going with ya. If we could just send a bigger force, get all of Lumiere to just throw everything we got at the bloody paintress. Ah, but my brother would kill me. His number's up soon and I'm guardian for his kid.
Uncle Victor. Suits you.
But Maëlle, quite the ballsy one, eh? No looking back for her. Bet she can't wait to get out of it.
Not much hesitation on her part.
Nah, hesitation was never her style.
Oh, another thingy-majiggy to pick up. No idea what the chroma is. I wonder if there's any, like, level grinding systems in here.
I'll see you soon enough. I'll see you soon enough.
Oh, they both have the necklace on. The people on the dock are the ones who won't gommage. They are here to show their solidarity for those wearing flowers. Okay, so some of them are...
I'll see you.
Yeah, okay. Wait, can I talk to you? No. Aww.
I've always loved the harbor.
The paintress will awaken soon, and the gommage will start. Do you want to head to the harbor? I don't think there's anything else we need to do. So yeah, Sophie and Gustav. To the harbor! And I'm guessing we're gonna have, like...
I see you're apprentices.
Oh.
Gustav! Gustav!
What?
Here, Sophie asked us to bring you your coat.
We sewed up the sleeves so you don't have to keep rolling it up.
You guys know how to sew?
Sophie helped us. Turns out it's not that hard. You really should have done this ages ago.
You did this?
Gentlemen, that was supposed to be between us, yeah?
I wanted to do something for you.
How sweet.
Soph. Thanks, guys. This is great. Thank you.
See you at the festival?
Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Yeah, of course not.
Wouldn't dream of it.
What? I know that face.
You mean a lot to them. I can tell.
Yeah, they mean a lot to me too. Legacy can take many forms, right?
Yeah,
You told me that.
right.
Why?
I wanted to see you wearing it.
Oh, you like uniforms now?
hang on, I'm just gonna snooze that. I just had to quickly snooze a advertisement that would go off in like 5 minutes.
This too is your legacy.
In a way, it's yours too.
Aww. Oh, the painter is really fucking big. Okay, I thought it was like, you know, a painter that was like human size, not giant. Oh, they just turn into fucking flowers. Oh, fuck. I thought they would, like, at least die, not cease. Oh. So that was Paris. Or at least an alternative Paris.
I'm here.
I know. I know.
There you are. You can't hide from us, you know. Like I said, mourning's best done with friends.
Lucien,
What? It is. Grieving alone's the worst.
where's mine?
And everyone has rolled up sleeves, apparently.
Santé, les amis.
Santé!
Yeah, no, yeah. Could use a drink.
In a
Five
few
tables
minutes, I'm
this
probably
year.
going to go and
You see
grab
that?
myself a Coke
Told you
Zero.
we'd beat the 34s. Even my Elle showed up, and she hates these things. Wanna go take a look?
Okay, cool. Her sleeves are down, so not everyone is rolled up
Maybe
sleeves.
later. I'll catch up. I'm okay. I'm okay. You go.
Yeah. Time for a refill anyway.
There's an excess of wine, again. Thank you, sister, for her generosity.
Oh, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't drink alone, you weirdo.
Yeah, right. Enjoy myself.
So, yeah. All right, hang on. Let me. All right, while there's an advertisement going on for the next like minute and a bit, I'm gonna go and get myself a drink. Okay. BRB, grabbing a drink, grabbing a drool. Ignore what that says. I am grabbing a drink. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Alright, let me just put this into standing mode. I'm back. I kind of don't like that alt-tabbing makes the sound go away. Is there a way to get to the setting? There we go. Alright, settings... sound. It doesn't look like there's anything about the sound I can change. Character customization and scene. Controller and scaling. Anti-aliasing and quality. Expedition basics. Gustav's Overcharge. Starts with 2 skills, Lumiere, Assault, and Overcharge. You can use attacks to charge up his Overcharge and unleash a devastating blow. Pressing A at the right time will improve your skin's effectiveness. Achieve perfect timing to unleash even stronger effects. These are all the different status effects. Stun prevents exhausted, dizzy, rage. Buffs and debuffs. Okay. All enemies have a break bar situated below their health. The break bar fills when they receive damage from any source, or is proportional to the damage received. Skills with multiple hits deal less damage to the break bar. When the break bar is full, the enemy can then be broken by specific skills, like Overcharge. A broken enemy takes 20% increased damage, usually stunned for a turn. Okay. Alright, let's go.
Let's at least check on Mael and my apprentices.
What's this?
Hey, Gustav. Check out the new pictos I made.
Looks a bit rough. You sure it works?
I've been working on this for months. It's my personal masterpiece.
Your personal masterpiece seems a little... unorthodox?
That's an understatement. I have no idea what it is.
It's dead useful, trust me. Come on, give it a whirl.
Sure, why not?
Great. I'll trade it for 1 token.
Current number of tokens.
Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token.
Alright.
You won't regret it. Probably.
A quick inspection is enough to say that this...
You won't regret it.
I missed what it said! I missed what... Okay, hopefully this save was a few minutes behind. I missed the thing that it said. Nah. 9:56. Here we go. That one was a little bit sooner. Because, yeah, right now it's 10:01. Unless... Yep. Alright, cool. Here we go. Alright. I missed...
Let's at least check on Mael and my apprentices.
Alright,
Hey,
so...
Looks a bit...
What is it?
It's dead.
Sure, why not?
Great.
Sure.
Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token.
Alright, and it says...
You won't regret it. Probably.
Enough to say that this is unusable as is. Unusable as is.
Hey, Amandine. Having fun?
Oh, hey, handsome. Perfect timing. I'm styling everyone before we ship out. Gotta look sharp when we hit the paintress, eh?
Certainly important. Can you style me up too?
On it. Just bring me a token first.
Yeah, I don't have a token.
Hello there, Gustave. Perhaps one of these artifacts may prove useful to your mission.
Colette, you've been holding out on us. What are these?
Relics from before the fracture, passed down through the generations. The Council deemed them trinkets, but I think otherwise.
That's kind of you to share.
I may not be able to join the expedition, but I'd still like to help. One token is all I ask.
Ah, I should have known.
Okay. Well, I just wasted my token, so...
Gustav! Just the man I wanted to see.
You want a rematch, don't you?
Well, it's my last chance, isn't it?
After tomorrow, you'll be the undisputed expert on expedition history.
That's tomorrow. What about...
Who am I to
Who am I
deny?
to deny you?
How many years ago was the fracture?
You're kidding. This is...
Yes. When did our world break apart and our luminous city get thrown into the middle of the ocean?
I wanna say 67 years ago.
67 years ago.
Brilliant. I concede.
What are you talking about? Every child knows this. The monolith's essentially a reverse calendar, counting down since the fracture happened in year 100.
All right, fine. Another one then. Which was the first expedition to depart for the continent?
Expedition 99?
Expedition 99.
Are you even trying? It's barely a trick question. Which was the first...
Expedition...
Are you even trying? Which was the first...
Expedition 0.
Correct. That still annoys me. They left in year 100. They should be called Expedition 100. Makes no sense. Lumiere will be long gone before the monolith hits 0. All right, last one. Get it right, and maybe I'll give you a token.
All right.
What is Illumina?
Abilities you internalize by using Pictos and battle after enough times.
Abilities you internalize by using...
Well done. Well done.
Not really. I mean, I created the Lumina converter, so...
I hereby officially end our feud.
You big softy.
All right, all right.
Alright, a token usable at the festival. Nice, nice, nice.
Come, let's play some cards.
No way. Everyone knows you
Ooh,
cheat.
card game?
That's just what sore losers say. Come now. You're going to be a little cautious mouse with the paintress too.
Cautious is good. Keeps you alive.
Ah, we're expeditioners. Stay smart.
Money's no good out there anyway.
'Cause winning's... Come, let's play some...
Oh, we can't play the cards. Okay. What about you?
Hello!
Hello, Jack! Welcome to the stream. Sorry I didn't post on Blue Sky earlier. It, for some reason, was down when I started my streams. But now it's up again. It's like an hour later. But welcome, welcome. We've just got started with Claire Obscure's Expedition 33. So, there's a giant monolith out at sea. And there's a giant lady who's called the Paintress. And when you do the... Hi there, Yinception, welcome to the stream. So, she, like, writes a number on the monolith, and those people who are 30... So, right now it's 33. So, anyone that was 33 years old is dead. They ceased to exist. They turned into, like, petals and what have you. And so, we are an expedition group. We're playing a guy named Gustav. He sounds a little bit like Matt Murdock from Daredevil.
I'm pacing myself tonight.
And he kind of looks like Eddie Burbank. You tried catching a friend playing this, but unfortunately they seem to have been short. Or and I missed it.
So boring.
So hopefully you'll have an opportunity to watch me play it. So yeah.
I like that you say when and not if.
What can I say? I'm an optimist. Or an idiot. Depends on who you ask. Gustav!
Alright. But yeah, I've been walking around. So yeah, so that thing does nothing. What's you?
These all yours?
You gonna lecture me on drinking?
I wouldn't dare. Just calculating how much it'll hurt to catch up.
You can start now. To Sophie, who was always unapologetically Sophie.
Oh yeah, Sophie was like Gustav's friend. They seem to have been together for a time, but then they broke it off. And one of the reasons seemed to be Sophie didn't want a child. Her argument is that she didn't want to bring a child into like the doomed situation they were in, which I'm gonna be real with you, there is a lot of people who don't even need, fucking, reverse calendar ending their own life kind of thing for them to be like, hey, these aren't really great conditions for me to bring a child into this world. I don't want to bring a child into this world. You can't convince them otherwise. Stop trying to convince people to have children.
To Soph.
So yeah.
Seriously though, this is gonna hurt tomorrow.
Tomorrow comes, but it ain't here yet. I'm not crossing the sea sober.
Okay, cool.
Sober's better than deathly hungover.
No, not for that.
Ah.
Go have some drinks.
Alrighty. So we got the artifacts. We've got...
Commander?
Gustav, saw you with Sophie. You talked?
Yeah, yeah. Where's your daughter?
Leona's upset. Doesn't want to see me.
Shit.
It's okay. She doesn't need to understand, as long as she gets to live.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
No pressure, huh?
Oh no. Lots of pressure. You and Lune and your Lumina tech, that's our edge.
Alright.
Thanks, but that's not... Everyone has a role. Lucien, Tristan, Catherine, and you made us into a... We have a really good team, thanks to you. That's our edge.
Tomorrow comes, my friend.
Doesn't it always?
Alright. And then who's you?
I think there's other survivors out there.
Doubtful. We would have seen signs.
But not impossible. Maybe if they have shield domes. But they would have been overrun by Nevrons before they could build any.
We were lucky the fracture dropped us out here. Bought us time to get our defenses up.
I don't know. People are resourceful, and Nevrons can't be everywhere.
The fuck are Nevrons?
I'm betting on human ingenuity.
I like that.
Like, I like that this game isn't, like, spoon-feeding me the information and what have you. Because, like, let's be real. Like, this is how people would talk in this situation that we've been in here for the last 67 years. Where it's in this sort of matter-of-factly sort of way of, like, not giving us, like, exposition dump of the thing they're talking about. They're just like, yeah, no, like, I'm trusting they'll make shield domes to, stop themselves from to protect themselves, but who knows with a Nevron.
Wow, so many expeditioners. So cool.
Gustav gives Jules the uniform that his father made for him.
That's... He made that overnight? Dad. Damn. You take it.
What?
I'm not sure I'll ever use it. Maybe I'll go blind like my father, or maybe another... I want to support the expedition now. It's okay. I don't need the uniform to know my dad's with me.
Thanks.
Okay, we have a new outfit unlocked. Right at the get-go. Let's... Dong. So we have a weird. So a token used at the festival. A quick inspection is enough to say that the Picto is unusable as is. Recoat colors of Lumina. Show Gustav's page. Okay. Change the Picto equipped. Change the skills. Equip Learn Lumina by selecting any of the Lumina slots. Change the player's outfit. There we go. There it is. Alright, so we have Gustav's, and then we have a crimson outfit. I like the crimson outfit, honestly. So we're going to have him wear that as like a little extra thing. Yeah, I think I said this in another stream. As soon as that reverse countdown reaches past 18, humanity is doomed. This is the first time you're saying it within my stream, but yeah. Well, here's the thing, is that technically speaking, once you get down to 16, humanity is doomed.
I wasn't sure if I
18, you know, yeah, is going to be a big problem, but, you know, desperate times would definitely have, like, you know, 16.
You've been avoiding us. You didn't have to.
I heard Seba filled my spot after I left.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm a coward for staying?
Do you?
Not anymore. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves.
Meaning what? Make yourself accept the unacceptable? Make believe that happiness is... this?
More like... rediscover. Happiness. One Gomage left. Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The Paintress stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
No, you misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free. She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance.
Okay.
Just like the expedition is yours.
Because there's no way a kid is going to be able to build the necessary stuff for the expedition.
If you say so.
Okay, fair enough on that one.
I just finished calibrating the Lumina converter. We can launch test runs as soon as we land.
Perfect.
Hey, does Lune seem preoccupied to you? She's been distant lately.
Well, it's Lune.
This feels different.
I haven't noticed anything, but you know her better. Have you talked to her?
No, she doesn't like people prying. I've known her since we were 6. She hates personal questions.
Ah, right. You were both apprenticed to her parents.
Yeah. Let's just say they ran a tight ship.
I can imagine. I can't believe you're working right now.
Tristan dragged me here.
That is some crazy fucking work on her arm there.
Is that the final spot? It's amazing you triangulated Expedition Zero's landing site.
Theoretically. Extrapolated from the archives, but... it was 67 years ago. So much of the landscape has changed.
I trust your calculations.
Thanks.
It's a good strategy, retracing their steps. They're the only expedition with any survivors, and they made it to the monolith, so...
Oh!
Assuming the records are correct, my calculations are correct, that they left clear markers, that the road conditions haven't changed.
You need a drink.
Go away, Gustav.
You need a drink.
Go away.
Okay, so... apparently they're alive? Alright, oh.
Hey.
Hey, yourself. You okay?
Yeah. Actually, no.
That's okay.
What about you? You say goodbye to Derek?
Oh, that was over ages.
Oh. I really thought you guys would work out.
It's for the best. I need full focus on...
Yeah.
Glass of wine? Or...
Keep your...
Bring Gustav a glass of...
Who exactly are you talking to? They cut servers from the budget years ago.
Oh, the ultimate indignity. A farewell party.
I'm betting you've got another...
You wound me. But yes. Or was it? Always bring backup.
Right.
And I am prepared.
You're such...
Hey. We've got your Lumina converter, yeah?
Yeah, well, we've only tested it here. Who knows what we'll meet on the main continent. We'll need more
Don't worry, buddy.
Great.
Yeah, color me, like, crazy curious about that. Alright, so we got the stylus over here, and we've got the artifact over here.
Welcome back. You're here for the artifact?
Color me curious.
Yes, I'm curious. Here's a token.
Take good care of it.
An old key for an old door. Definitely curious. Alright, and then these are the
Gustav,
apprentices.
we got something for you.
Oh. A book.
For your field notes. So, when you come back, you can tell us everything.
They'll definitely want that for the museum. The complete record of the expedition that destroyed the Paintress.
Bold.
Oh, and if you find journals from the other expeditions, make sure you save them for us.
I shall faithfully record all our adventures, every strange and wondrous thing.
And Nevrons.
I can do that. And in return, do you solemnly promise to take care of the shield dome while I'm gone? I'm entrusting you with the safety of Luminaire.
I promise.
Promise.
Adrien?
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
I should check on Maya. She's probably alone, as usual.
Alright, is there any other festival tokens?
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah. Been ready. What about you? Heard you were elected Commander 32. Congrats.
I've already claimed Alan's office. It's got a nicer view than mine.
A view of the Paintress. You're sicker than I thought.
She won't be there for long.
If we fail, though.
When one falls, we continue.
Alright, so... Let's see, is there anything back here?
I should check
No,
on Maya.
there
She's probably
isn't.
alone, as usual.
Alright. Tempting as it would be to go to the stylist, I've used up my coin for the artifact, so we'll see what that artifact does. It would be nice if there was like a third one.
I knew I'd find you here. Having second thoughts about the expedition?
Please. More ready to go than you are.
Yeah, I know. Look, I know we've been over this, but as your guardian, I need to say this one more time. The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your gommage. You don't need to leave yet. It's a lot to risk.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
I know you think that, but it's...
Wait, so 33 minus 9, that is like, is she like 20? She must be 24?
If anyone
Yeah, I
should
think
stay,
24.
it's you. You have friends and family who want you here.
So do you.
No, I don't.
Emma thinks of you as family.
Lumiere's not my home. Not the way it is for you. Besides, this way I can keep an eye on you for Emma.
Right. Because she needs eyes everywhere.
Shush. You're lucky you have a sister who cares.
Doubly lucky. Since now I have 2.
Alright, enough chit-chat.
Old man.
You're pretty much the oldest man in Lumiere now, no? Come on. This time, I'm not messing around.
Okay, let's give it a try. We'll get practice, hopefully.
No shame losing to a superior fighter.
Damn.
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
Alright, let's try. Damn it. Yep. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out our combos. Okay, not perfect. Skills. Overcharge.
I guess this'll do.
Nice. No! God damn it.
Too slow, old man.
Now, don't get too confident.
No! I wanted to do the Damn it! I wanted to do it again! I want to practice!
Ah, Emma's here. Your sister's going to be looking for you.
Oh, okay.
Our beloved chief.
Don't get too drunk.
My darling sister.
Rematch. We're doing this again. Alright, so we attack. 3, 2, 1.
No shame losing to a superior fighter.
Okay, so...
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your Julian.
3, 2, 1. There we go. Yes! Oh, the counter was good. There we go. Alright, here we go. 3. I'm hitting too soon on that. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Damn it. Fuck it. Let's see if the overcharge will do it.
Let me paint death!
Damn it. Damn it. Again, we're doing this again. I gotta get better. I gotta get better at reading movements.
Now, don't get...
Yes!
We're doing this again. I'll get better at this. I need to not, like, panic hit. Alright, so there's that. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Because, yeah, counters do quite a bit of damage. Alright, so I did
Hope
1.
your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
So this one is easier to do. I say that, and I still get
To a
hit.
superior fighter.
There we go. There we go. Damn it. Alright, I'll do... Perfect dodges are fine.
For those who come after.
Oh, that was a good hit. Alright. Damn it. Fuck it. Alright, so the gun does that.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumiere.
Congratulations. Yes.
I wanna like figure out if there's like noise like prompts and what have you. So alright. So it sounds like there's like a wobbling noise. So we'll see if the wobbling is the...
Hope your Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
There we go. Alright. 1, 2, 3. So we do that counter, and because of the overcharge, alright, let's try and do...
For those who come after.
Alright. Oh my god, we can we can get XP from this, and we can just do it again and again and again and again and again.
The oldest man in Lumiere.
Alright. Is there a... Hang on. So we can load previous saves. It doesn't look like there's a way for us to manually save, though. So dodging. Dodge at the last moment will trigger a perfect dodge. Parrying recovers 1 AP in addition to avoiding damage. Parry shares the same timing as a perfect dodge, but is more difficult than regular dodge. Understandable. But yeah, so already we've been at this for an hour just trying to learn how to do dodges and what have you. Hopefully that works out well for us. We've now gotten all 3 tokens. And yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
Let's see what kind of haircut we get. Amandine tries to experiment with Gustav's hair. It's looking good. There we go. Now it's a little more
Looking very fine indeed.
Oh, and he's got a
You'll dye
ponytail
with
now.
Gorgeous head of hair.
Alright. Let's go talk to What's-a-Mahuzi.
The chief counselor honors us with her presence. What? Still mad?
Hi, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing all right. Hopefully you got the... So yeah, I posted the Blue Sky like a lot later because Blue Sky was down. But we're going through some Clair Obscure Expedition 33. It's another new game. It was released like, I think yesterday or today. And yeah, it's a turn-based RPG.
This is the definition of a fool's quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the
complexities
that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
You should put that in your speech. Very motivating. They might just find a guillotine for you too.
There are so many things you can contribute to here in Lumiere. That'll have a real impact.
Em, you're doing great work, really. Getting things ready for the last generation. You've got it well in hand here. Let me do my part, out there, and win us a chance to live.
We're never going to see each other again.
You're so busy anyway. I barely see you.
Just take care of Maëlle, okay? Can't believe you're letting her go with you.
Me? You're her guardian too. You stop her.
We're her guardians, not her jailers. She really wants off this island.
Don't you have a speech to give?
You mean the one you so kindly wrote for me?
Just suggestions. I thought it might help you understand.
I do. Understand? I just... Anyway. Yeah, time for my speech.
Proceed to Emma's speech. This will conclude the festival at Exhibition 33 will depart. Yes, we've done everything we can here. And I'm not about to spend, like, over an hour or more constantly fighting the girl to, you know, get better at the perfect dodges and the parrying. That's probably not going to be the perfect, you know, test dummy for that kind of thing, because, you know, different monsters will probably have, like, you know, different timings.
Expeditioners. The Sword of Lumiere. We honor your dedication. We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all-too-short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you.
Shame that we don't get the custom...
When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth.
Interesting salute kind of pose.
Tomorrow comes, thanks to you. Expedition 33.
And there we go. Cue the title sequence. We're done. Stream over. We're good. We're good. We got to that. Nah, we're still going. We still have more of this to go. I'm doing all right, Jason. Thank you so much for coming along. I greatly appreciate it. I'm pleased to see a moderator here. That way, if any time there's a cutscene that goes off, you'll be able to do like the hit the snooze alarm or something or other. So yeah. Because, yeah, there's been a few cutscenes and dialogue here and there that I don't want to get caught in advertisement. So, yeah. So we've somehow been transported out of Paris into some random lands and we called our city Lumiere, and now we're at this place here, and this is supposedly where, so we were aiming to land where the 0th expedition landed, which is the first expedition from, like, you know, 67 years ago. And whoever the fuck that guy is.
Get ready.
Who is that guy? Because it almost looks like expedition robes, but yeah.
You're old. How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from?
Oh! That was sudden. And that's Alan gone. Oh, yep, now everything is, you know, getting fucking blasted.
Stop! Come on, we need to go!
Yeah, okay.
He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The indigo tree.
That doesn't sound good.
Fuck! Run!
Also, I realize we're still in like cutscene mode, but I wasn't gonna go borderless for this. I'm guessing those are Nevins?
Keep going! Come on!
Good parry.
Move. Fucking snap out!
Oh! Yeah, we're on our fucking own. Okay. Hopefully Gustav survives that somehow. Don't know how, but he did. Merde. The hand-faced man, I think that's a Nevon. They were talking about them earlier. That might have been what it was. And he had like and he was doing like a magical thing that looks similar to overcharge on our side. His was purple. Ours, we do like a purple one, but the strongest one is red. So I'm wondering if like similar sort of magic system there. Come on. Just... Not doing too well in the heart, are you? Is that a condition? Because of the monolith, or something else? Might be a pre-existing condition. Ah! Excuse me. Buh. Welcome to the Spring Meadows. Yeah, I knew it was a good idea. This is an RPG game. There is always going to be elements of exploration that will reward you. I've played way too many games where my first instinct sometimes is to just be like, oh, what's behind me? Way too often. He's all bloodied up. Yeah. Plus, I was hoping that by going into the water, he'd kind of clean his face up a little bit, but that doesn't seem to be the case. You can briefly check the expedition's status using a chroma elixir to recover health without interrupting exploration. Press Y to show the status. The name of the current objective, the expedition's current objective, bindings for exploration. So, right trigger to run, left trigger to free aim, right trigger to strike, A, yep. And then chroma elixirs can heal us. If the expedition is in bad shape, use a chroma elixir to fully heal all members. Chroma elixirs replenish at expedition flags. There we go. We're all healed up. But yeah, it seemed he was having, like, heart troubles, like, in the earlier cutscene as well. What's going on? Okay. Oh, that's a... some sort of guardian? Okay, cool. So the weapons just pop out of nowhere, so that's kind of cool. Alright. Let's give this a try. To hit flying enemies as well as target enemies' weak point. Try to aim. Shooting costs 1 pay to deal increased damage. Where is a weak point? There we go. Okay, so the weak point is there, and... there we go. 3, 2... There we go! Oh, that was a good counter! Honestly, that was risky, but we did it. So what... and it... so it must be some sort of guardian. but the weapon remains? Huh. Yeah, so this thing here. So yeah, we can't strike or anything like that just yet. Just a weird hole, okay. More strange structures. Okay, so these were, yeah, grappling points, like in the, you know, prologue. So. This does look fucking gorgeous, though. I'm annoyed that DLSS, like, upscaling is a requirement in this game, but I'm fine with it for a little bit. Oh, that looks like a... Oh, I thought it was going to be a striking point, but no, it's just a, whatsamacoozies. It's just climbing. It's not really necessary. I don't care for climbing points unless you can make them into, like, you know, oh, there's multiple points you can climb to, but only, like, one of the paths is correct. I very much prefer that. Okay. So anyone who dies turns into stone, it looks like, while here. And there's a lot of these things here. Wait, are these all 33rd expeditions, or is this like a different group? Hang on. Maybe I can see an armband. I don't see a number. Maybe these were Expedition 0 then. Because we were trying to get to the same landing point as Expedition 0, and they noted that there were survivors of Expedition 0. So many companies are requiring it nowadays. It's not that they're requiring it, it's just... Like, there isn't that many, thank goodness. Don't forget, 9,000 games released a year on Steam. It's just the bigger ones are definitely, you know, wanting to do it to, you know... They want to try and make it so that it's... You can get the higher quality, but rendering lower and then using AI to upscale it. It's just... I'm annoyed that they make it, like, native requirements. Okay, so a lot of these are the 33rd Expedition. I didn't think we had that many people. That's a lot of blood. Why is she not stone? No, don't kill yourself, man. No. No, Gustav, no.
You do that, we both die.
Hmm? What the?
Hey.
How?
Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustav.
Lune. The others.
I know.
Like anything
left. You don't get to die.
Is there a way to pause this? No, there isn't. There it is. Okay, so yeah, I don't know how Lune got there, but yeah, to point out your thingamajiggy about the newer DLSS always seems to look bad, super muddy and blurry. The DLSS like frame generation, it still is reliant on good references, like good quality, in order to do exceptional quality. So the problem with Jack, not the. I was about to explain, like, this is the thing that annoys me with DLSS and how it's not a magic winner takes all solution. Cactar cat tag from work. Aw, you have to work on Anzac Day. Cookie for Jack. Here's your cookie. Hopefully work doesn't go absolutely painful. But yeah, DLSS is, you know, is like the dynamic, like, you know, dynamic something or rather, dynamic learning super scaling or something like that. I'm not Australian, you goober. Get Australian. Get here. Come to Australia. Immigrate here and be one of those foreign investors that steal all our homes and then go work here. You'll get to have so many days off. But yeah, DLSS, anything with generative AI, this is the part that most people forget, and even the fucking developers and the people that are peddling this bullshit. You still need good quality input to get better quality output. You can't just, you know, throw us like a 360p image and expect that to turn into 4K. You still need to give us, like, reasonable quality. So the DLSS and shit like that, if you can't generate 1080p natively, you're probably going to have some visual problems. DLSS and frame generation is only good if you're like, oh, I'm on a 4K display that can go up to 240 hertz. I can natively run this thing at 1080p with, like, you know, 80 frames per second or something like that, but I want to get the full fidelity. Like, that's the only scenario. And guess what? There are video games out there that you can't get to that. So there is no point in trying to do the DLSS if you can't do, you know, reasonable quality. We are still having 1080p as our most common resolution. Stop trying to do DLSS up to 1080p. Just do it natively at 1080p. If you want people to do it at 4K, sure, then do the DLSS and all the frame generation once you get past like 60 frames a second. But for instance, right now, I'm presenting this to you at 1080p and I'm going 50 frames a second. Why am I going 50 frames a second? Because 60 frames is a little bit intense and those 10 extra frames are not really worth it in terms of me playing the video game for you. 60 frames a second on my side, definitely worth it because, you know, reaction time and what have you. But you watching this, like, going over 30 frames is nice, but going up to 60 is just, you know, absolutely tricky to do. It struggles, and that's more of a native and that's more of a networking and a little bit of processing because I have just the one machine doing all the stuff instead of splitting it into two machines. But yeah, 50 frames a second at 1080p, perfectly fine for viewing purposes and what have you. It's a little bit faster than normal, like, videos and what have you. We're not going down to, like, 24p or anything, 24, like, frames a second. 30 frames a second is a little bit better, but again, you know, 50 frames a second, I think, is nice for video games for viewing purposes. 60 frames a second is very much a, oh, hey, we want to, you know, we wanted to see and react a little bit better.
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around, look.
This is not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue.
How dare you throw things at me, Jack?
Get up. We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around.
Lucien.
This is not the place.
Goodness gracious. Loon is thankfully keeping her head on straight, but understandable that everything wants to kill us.
Seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
Ah!
Putain.
Alright. If this box can get off me, that would help. Oh, she's doing some cool magic shit. Alright, we're just gonna go with a classic attack. There we go. Lune's skills generate elemental strain. Her skills also consume specific strains to enhance her effects. There are 5 types of strains. Ice, fire, lightning, earth, and light. Light stains can be consumed in place of any other stain. Cycle between the different elements to get the most out of her skill. Okay. Starting skills are Ice Lance and Immolation. Ice Lance is not that generates 1 ice stain and 1 light strain used to generate stain. Alright. Deals medium damage, slows the target, consumes to deal increased damage. The Porter is weak to ice and took 50% more damage. Most enemies have elemental affinities. Weakness, they take 50% more damage. Resistance, they take 50% less. Nullifying means no damage. Absorb is they're healed instead of taking damage. Nice. Okay. Slow is a debuff. 3, 2, 1. Some can attack the whole expedition at once. Press to parry and execute a parry. Yep. And she automatically went for fire. Alright. Let's go with the Luminary Assault. Yep. Alright. She now has an Ice and Light Strain. Will consume the ice to deal increased damage. Light Strains will be consumed if no is used. Okay. So, Immolation. There we go. Once again, did not do a perfect hit. 3, 2, 1. Was able to time that counter perfectly. Alright, let's go with an overcharge.
For those who come after.
Yes! Gain 1 AP on perfect dodge once per turn. Nice! So we got that. The movement is crazy. The movement is, it's I love the look of it. It's nice that Persona isn't the only one with a turn-based RPG that, like, looks... Yeah. So, that's the converter, I guess?
It really works. We're not dead yet.
That's a positive.
There might be other survivors at the Indigo Tree.
Hey! I need my shirt! We're in dangerous territory, Incineroar! Pictos can be equipped to increase character stats. Higher level Pictos grant better status. Yep, cool. Ah! It's possible sorting. After winning 4 battles with Picto, it will be mastered. Every Picto has a unique passive effect called Lumina. After mastering a Picto, it would be possible to activate them without having the Picto equipped. Oh! Okay, so basically I just need to do perfect dodges with her. And then Gustav doesn't really have anything new. Luminary Assault requires 3. Overcharge is a 4? Okay. And then Nothram, we don't have anything new with you. Alright. So we got Gustav, and we got a... I'm gonna go back to the Gustav's, like, wild-looking hairstyle. Alright. Let's keep moving. So, we go this way, I guess? Is there anything here? Oh my god, she fucking floats. Her feet are exposed and she fucking floats. Oh my goodness. Why? Look at her. Look at her exposing feet. Press to change exhibition. This doesn't affect battles. Yeah, no, that's fine. Whee! Just running around in the fucking circle. Put those grippers away. Fine. We're back to Gustav. Boring old Gustav. While approaching confined spaces, you will crouch automatically. Nice. An expedition flag. During your journey, you will find expedition flags set up by previous expeditions. They allow you to heal, recharge your items, learn new skills, and allocate attribute points. Characters gain 1 skill point and 3 attributes per level. Awesome. Okay, so we have no skill points available. Actually, do we have no skill points available? Yeah, we don't have any skill points available. And it looks like at different levels we'll unlock new stuff. Upgrade attributes. Okay, he's got 3... we both have 3 points, so... Vitality is a D thingy-majiggy that applies, so increases your character's health pool, increases all the damage dealt with might. Agility makes the character play more often. Defense reduces incoming damage. Luck increases the chances of critical hits. Critical hits deal 50% more damage. Yep, sure. Let's just apply everything to there. And then with you, we'll do a little more... And then, ooh, so luck also increases the speed. And then that increases the defense. Interesting. I want so much to learn her skill to float midair. Would be cool. I reckon that's something to do with her whatsamahoozies. So we rest, which revives us and what have you. Alright, let's keep going, let's keep going. Use to attack to gain an advantage. Okay. Here we go. Did we get the first strike? Oh, there's... First strike. Alrighty. We're gonna go with a classic attack. And then... I'm gonna go with you. There we go.
Take cover!
Oh, I used the wrong button.
Take cover!
There we go. Countered. You didn't see it because Fizz decided to show my titties, but yeah, we did it. Oh, actually, free aim that shit. A weak point and another weak point. Immolation on you. Okay, so... Yep. Alright, so a new weapon, the Lankarum. Vitality C, Agility D. Okay. Alright, Gustav, you are gonna have the perfect dodge instead. And... Okay, so you get increase from agility and vitality, helps with the thing. Interesting. Alright. So yeah. Uh-huh. Alright, grab you.
Nice.
So we get more chroma, whatever that's used for. More lanterns. No idea why, they're just here. And then...
We can use that.
New Pictos. 25% chance on burning enemies. That is definitely going to be for her because of... Yep. So, lumens are passive effects that can be activated once you have mastered the corresponding Pictos. A Picto is mastered after winning 4 battles with it equipped. Luminars are learned for all characters at the same time and can be activated by multiple characters. Oh, we just need to win battles. Available can be seen. You can activate or deactivate freely at any time outside of battle. Activated by currently equipped, it cannot be deactivated. The amount of available Lumina points is available here. Each Lumina costs a specific amount of points to activate. The more points the character has, the more Lumina they can activate at the same time. Each player gains 1 Lumina point per level and can be found by exploring. Cool. Awesome. So, Yeah, we'll figure this out. Let's not deal with you right now. I'm gonna take a detour and see what's up here. Hey, what do you know?
We can use that.
Detours help. 3, 2, 1. Alright, let's see if this works. Yeah, we got a first strike. Alright.
Let us stain them.
There we go. So we do a dodge. There we go. Yeah. Weak point and actually, you know what? Let's use a skill. Let's go with the Luminary Assault and see if we can get that. Oh, never mind. We didn't even get the opportunity to do like a little thingamadiggies.
Is that a house?
Looks abandoned.
And a little bit flipped.
An advantage.
Can be used at camp to upgrade weapons up to level 3. I'll save that because, yeah, I think weapons...
The indigo tree is not too far from here. If anyone else made it, they'll regroup there.
Yeah.
Wait, how far does this go? Okay, it's just not that far. Alright, send the rope. Alright, cool. Ah, bright light!
Here we are.
Why is it so fucking bright?
Yeah. The continent. The indigo tree's over there.
The what tree? I'm guessing they're talking about that tree there.
Nice.
More chroma. Let's see, do I get the first strike?
Chroma is flowing.
There we go.
Brace yourselves.
Yeah! That was good.
Interesting.
I'm glad that I'm getting the gist of how to do the parries on, like, the weaker enemies for now. We're probably gonna have a tougher time once we get to, like, bosses and what have you, especially if they do combo shit. But it's better than nothing. Alright. Upgrade attributes. Alright. Another 3 points available because we leveled up nonsense. Gonna up... Oop. Oh, the points are still there is why. So... Oh, okay, no, they're permanently stuck in there. Alright, so we'll go 3 into you, and then 2 into might. There we go. And then... 3 into might. I'm just gonna have her have, like, really weird stats. And then we can learn skills because of the level up. Applies powerful to 2 or 3 allies, increasing the damage they deal for 2 turns. Gives 0 to 2 charges. Deals low single target lightning damage, and it can apply mark. I'm gonna go with marking shot. For you. And then for you, we're gonna go with healing light. That way we have a means of healing, because, yeah. There we go. Full healing us. There we go. Alright. that's their weak point. And let's give the marking shot a try.
Take him down.
Mark is a status effect that increases the next damage received by the character by 50%. Marks only affect one instance of damage. Nice. Alright. They were weak against ice, so let's give it a try. Yeah! Alright, the Lumina is learned for the Dodger, and we haven't learned anything for the critical burn yet. So, yeah. Another thingy
Well, that will help.
can be consumed to give another Lumina point to a player. Cool. Oh, that's some wicked iconography. What the fuck happened there? Oops. Cutscene, or more of them. Oh, some of them are floating. Okay. So I probably won't have... Oh. There we go. Nice. Flying enemies evade most damage from attacks or skills. Shooting is more effective against these enemies. Try shooting the holster. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Let me flow.
There we go. So we get chroma from battles. It doesn't look like when we rest at places that enemies are coming back, at least. So it does look like there's a limited number of fights that we can, you know, go about and such. I've not seen, like, any indicators of... Alright, so we got that to go back up, to go up. So what's here? Oh, another enemy. This one looks different.
This one looks dangerous.
Let's give it a try. I understand it looks dangerous, but we're gonna give it a try anyway. The Chromatic Lancer.
A storm is coming.
Use some skills.
Ice shatter.
Yep, and they're weakened.
I'll do it.
Oh, I didn't... Oh, that was very powerful. Okay. Actually, hang on. Let's do some fires. Yep, and then... Oh, once the thingy-majiggy is gone, we can't do anything more to it. Alright. Low physical time generates a charge. Alrighty. Ah! Expedition failed. Let's try that again. Okay, granted, it hit us in like one go, but I betcha we just need to, you know, survive 2 rounds with it and we're good.
This one looks dangerous.
Alright, here we go. So... Classic attack. Alright, and then skills. None of them can be applied, so we're just gonna go with the classic attack. There we go. Alright. Ding. There we go. Nice counter.
Ready to evade.
Oh. Yeah, they do quite a bit of damage. Alright, let's go with a... Let's just go with a classic attack.
Down!
There we go. Hit. And then another attack. There we go. Oh, there was a second attack. Okay. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. I understand I've died a few times, but I'm gonna get this. So, yes, it may be powerful, but we will have a chance. This Expedition Titty. Hi there, Jin. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if we're supposed to... Alright, you know what? Let's do a marking shot on you. Yep, that makes it perfect. And then we'll do an Ice Lance.
Ice shut.
There we go, slowing it down.
Sipping Time sponsored by Uranizak.
Nope, do not have any of that, so... Alright, so we're gonna need to be careful. 3, 2, 1. There we go. We got that counter out of the way.
Let the ink flow.
Alright, let's have a look. Low fire that deals burn. Consuming ice increases damage. Yep.
Feel the burn. I'm getting it. Let us stain them.
Let's get you in the head there, and then there we are. All right, gets burned again. 1. Ah! Didn't block it in time. Hi there, Cap. This might be the JRPG of all time, if it's a J at all. It's not a JRPG, and I'm pretty sure it's French. But yeah, this guy is strong. He hits, like, his normal attacks, like, hit you for quite a bit.
Did you say French? Fucking disgusting. Ew.
Hi there, Cap. Welcome to the stream. Oh, never mind. They just decide to drop in.
This one looks dangerous.
So yeah, I'm trying to, like, do, like, obviously this is some crazy kind of work to try and do. Alright, skills, marking shot.
A storm
Perfect marking
is coming.
shot. To do an Ice Lance.
Ice shut.
Looking it. Damn it. I went too soon. So now it's going to be a little bit trickier. Come on. 3, 2, 1. 1. And I did it too soon for that one too. Just Cap came in just to bully the French. Yep, they did. She was just like, ah, get fucked, French. I'm gonna figure this creature out, don't you worry. I'm gonna get this down pat. Just you wait.
It's dangerous.
Oh no! He gets the first strike. Alright, here we go, here we go. 3, 2, 1. 1. 2. There we go. So some overcharge. Skills. Marking shot.
Chroma's flowing.
Ding. Dong. Bong. And there we go. Slowing him down. Nope. I fucked up on that one. It was way too slow. Alright. Try not to die. There we go. counter. And now we're overcharged, so now we do this.
For those who come after.
Oh! The Crone is status effect that prevents the character from playing. We broke the enemy. Alright, let's go... Let's go with this one. Yep, so not a lot of hits. Damn it! I was like, do I dodge this or do I parry? Because, like, dodging, you can have, like, a little wider of a window. But yeah, I need both of them in order to, like, get through that guy's health, like, a lot quicker and have to do, like, less, things. And yes, we are going to be going against him time and time again, because I am a fucking masochist of all things. Yes, I understand that this one looks dangerous. Let me have my fight. 1 out of 10, would you rate the game? I think it's still too early to say. I think it's pretty good, personally speaking. There we go. And then skills, going for the marking shot. We didn't do a perfect. That's okay.
Ice, shut!
There we go.
I'm ready.
There we go. Alright. Both worked there. And now we do an attack. Yeah, we'll go with the normal attack. And then you are going to do immolation. There we go. He gets burned. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Yes!
Get ready.
Nice. Alright, so that guy's gonna be ready for some whatsamahoozy. So I'm gonna use my overcharge on him to break him.
I guess this'll do.
Does some pretty decent damage. Okay, we can't do the ice one. We can do healing. Dispel status effects. Slow burn. Nah, we're gonna go with a normal attack though. It's risky, but we just need one of them to be a— Oh, never mind. The immolation got them. Any issues you came across? None so far, Drace, actually. I like the element of being able to be like, oh, let's we'll, you know, be able to do dodges and parries. So it's still very much a, yes, you're doing turn-based combat, but you're able to do some level of, you know, action. And it's not like previous turn-based games that I was playing, such as, it's not like Final Fantasy 16, where it's like, yep, let's just go full action, or Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, where it's like, hey, here's a thinking game, but you're gonna have to think very quickly on your feet. This one here, I very much prefer, because it's like, oh, we can like sort of analyze the effects and what have you. Alright, so we've got new Lumiere stuff. Augmented attack, 50% increase to base attacks.
This will be useful.
Abso-fucking-lutely, I'll accept that. And the lance arm has been, or lance ram, sorry, has been upgraded. So it looks like weapons will upgrade through use. And then more colors of Lumia in order to give additional points. Let's have a look here. So you've already got critical burn, which increases the critical thingamadiggy. I would rather have... Actually, I'll get... Gain 1 AP on perfect dodges once per turn. I'm gonna go with this instead. And then you can have the perfect dodge. So... Yeah, so you just need to win 4 times. And then we've got the Lumians, so dodge or gain on perfect dodge. So we can have this activated for you. And these are always activated. So... on 25% increased critical chance on burning enemies. I don't have the points for that, I realized. Alright, so... Ding. Oh, actually, lance arm. Does it give me, like... No, it doesn't explain to me how this thing gets its level up. And then the Lunar Rim, so it does Fire Elemental naturally. Vitality, D. Alright. Moving on. Yeah. Already, I'm kind of digging this.
Something's disrupting the chroma around here. Be careful.
Also, check this out. The girl, when she sprints, she just, like, floats. And she just has her feet be exposed the entire time.
Nice.
Look at her. Some more blue lampshades. This guy. Alright. Let us see. Okay, so there's several of them. Let's just go for a basic attack on the... Actually, you know what? Let's do the gunshot on this guy. And then...
A storm is coming.
Skills, Ice Lance.
Ice, shut!
Go. Nice. Glad to see that the counter works. Ah, I didn't get that timing down. And it did quite a bit of damage, so... One and two. So we don't get any bonus bonus XP for, because if we are able to go through a fight without taking damage, we get some bonus XP from the looks of it.
Nice.
Nope, nothing here. All right, lady will just float. Look at her showing her fucking grippers. Look at that, chat. Peak content right there. The French having you be able to see their feet.
Someone came here before and set up these handholds.
Probably Expedition 69. The Climbers Expedition.
69.
Thank them for that.
Alright. Oh. What's this? Mm-hmm. A jar. His name is Jar. What's your deal?
Something's wrong with it. Why isn't it attacking us?
Well, it certainly attacked them.
I like that I now have, like, my custom skin in this cutscene at the very least, so he's got his, like, red outfit.
Journal. 81.
Ooh, okay. Oh, okay, so that's a journal there.
Learn from the ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
So the 69th expedition were the ones who did all the climbing. So what's 81's
Expedition
deal?
81, René. Huge discovery. This is the first Nevron with whom we've been able to communicate. It seems stuck in this cave. Gregoire is, as usual, deeply suspicious, but this could change our entire understanding of Nevrons and the Painters.
Okay.
They communicated with a Nevron.
The dead here don't disappear like in Lumiere. Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't a Nevron.
Something about the way Nevron's kills seems to affect our chroma.
Perhaps your friend here can enlighten us.
Am I meant to be able to understand?
It really does speak.
What do you mean, light?
How are you understanding this Nevron?
Did you kill these people?
They were painted.
Painted? By the paintress? If we bring it light, perhaps we can learn more.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
So we got a journal from a previous expedition. That guy died killing something. Alright. Upgrade some attributes. So we got 6 points. Increases critical damage. We've already... I'm gonna get the vitality increase, because I definitely need more. And it leads to an increase of, yeah, we're just gonna go with the full 6 for you. And you benefit from an increase in your luck. Oh, so if I hover over the things, it actually shows you like what areas increase. So luck increases both her attack power, speed, and critical rate. Agility increases both her speed and defense. Attack power is just attack power. Vitality increases her attack power and her health. And then... yeah. Interesting ways. Alright, cool. And then more skills we can learn. So this one requires 2. Deal medium damage. So deals medium single target damage, 3 hits, uses the weapon's element, heals self for 20% if the target burns. Okay. And then that's Storm Strike. I'm guessing these require, like, additional points. So yeah, so those are locked. These we can unlock. Applies... yeah, I'm gonna grab you. And then... costs 2 skill points. So we can go for Thunderbolt, which increases fire... consume to increase thingy. Yep. So grab you and grab you. So we have way more elements. So we've got an ice, earth, thunder, and fire. We'll rest. That way our health is full. I sit in darkness awaiting your light. What kind of light? Must bring forth a flame that lights the path forward. She marked a path that we must walk, but here I sit in darkness. Without light, I cannot follow her. Shine. I need to shine. Alright, so...
Flares!
Survivors!
Hurry! Interesting.
Burning shots, 20% chance to... yep, I'm gonna give you that one. Burning shot, there we go. Alright, I have no clue what that thing was, so we're gonna fight it. Interesting. Alright,
Let the ink flow.
there we go. Oh, okay, so that's an earth element of some sort. Marking shot.
Take him down.
A storm is coming.
Gliterum? Ooh, okay. Defense D rank, agility C rank. Another element fire, so... And then, yeah, levels, so at level 4, fire skills cost 1 less. At level 10, 20% increase to fire. Starting battles with 1 ice strain. Okay. Alright, Alright. So these are fire elementals. One. 2 and 3. Yep. That counter. Happy Anzac Day, Benru! You walked into your gym earlier and was like, why is it so fucking busy? And it took you a minute to realize it was the public holiday. Yeah, when everyone's on public holiday, you barely have, like, you know, the opportunities to do your own thing.
Nice.
Everyone is out doing whatever is open. You can't go shopping. You can't go banking. All sorts of stuff. Ooh, okay. Oh, hello. I almost missed that purple thing there. And then there's another thingy there for us.
Nice.
Can be consumed to give an additional Lumeria to a player. Alright. So far, I'm liking this game. Alrighty, let's get... And then... break you down. Counter. And then you get burned. Hey! An extra 20% because of no damage. And we've learned the Lumeria for the augmented attack now. Which means it can now be applied to other players. Or other characters, I should say. Let's have a look. Inventory. So we got quest items that don't really tell us anything. Show the loon. Wait, yeah, show the loon page. And then... Wait, there was a way to... edit skills? No. And then... So you've only got 4 points, and you've already got the critical burn and the dodger, and you can't do the augmented attack because that requires 7. Rightio. Damn it, didn't get the hit in time. You've seen a few people play it, but it slid under the radar for me. Is it on Game Pass? Yeah, it's on Game Pass. Oh, I missed that. Missed that one as well. If I can... 3, 2, 1! Ah, I didn't do the parry in time.
A storm is coming.
I do love the effects at the end, though. That's kind of cool. And we've done another Lumina learned. Yep, cool. So we can
We
break
could light
items.
something with this.
Inflammable material? Upgrade attributes. So that does health and attack power. This will do attack power, speed, and defense. Hello there. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Slowly but surely, just increasing different areas. We can learn more skills. Recovers 50% and dispels, like, something or rather. You haven't unlocked this skill yet. Deals medium damage and uses the elements. I'm gonna wait on that one. Nice work on getting the chicken nugget. Oh, wait. Do they actually revive between rests? That would actually be nice if it was. Looks like they do. So it looks like there's a little bit of time warping effect. Score. Also, good work on the himbo rating. This is honestly a great deal of fun. Alright, and we get ourselves a first strike once again. There we go. Resistant to you, but not to me.
Get ready.
3. Run that counter. I didn't time that well. So we don't get the XP bonus, but, you know, it's fine. More Chroma Catalyst. Yeah, color me lost. Also, feet on the woman once again.
Interesting.
1 revive tint. Oh, okay. Interesting that they give him a naming convention like, you know, material and tint. Rest once again. Cutscene.
Leo!
Oh no! I'm glad I did heals.
Fuck. It's big. Fall back!
Putain de merde.
Okay.
Точка ста. Точка ста.
Okay. Some have shields that protect them. Each shield blocks 1 hit. Let's try... Let's try Thunderball.
Точка ста.
go. Oh, that counter was good. Just threaten? That's it? Okay. Let's go with... Applies to 1 to 3 allies. Makes them powerful, which buffs our enemy. And let's do... Oh, we don't have any AP for her to use. Oh, it doesn't do a large attack. Summoning a minion. Okay, we're gonna need to take care of those as well. There we go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Expedition 33 does a counterattack. Nice.
Is coming.
Alrighty.
Ice, shatter.
There we go. Was weak to
Careful.
that.
He's building up chroma.
Oh, and now it's got shields. Okay.
Danger! Brace yourselves.
There we go. So to that. Just so we can get rid of the damage. 2. Damn it! I wasn't able to dodge that. Alright, so it's charging up some earth magic.
I'm ready.
There we go. Gets rid of you easily. There we go. And once again, charging up. Oh, I don't have the thingy-majiggy for it. Darn it. Now I do. What is it doing?
Gustav!
The Patriots must fall!
Alright, that's cool. Healing tints also remove all status effects from the target. Nice. We weren't able to... Oh, yeah, because, it had, like, burns on it. So I guess on the next turn it got hit with a burn and that ended the...
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Alright.
Putain, nobody.
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took Mile to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Maya.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team. What if it's a trap? The man on the beach?
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Mael. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off.
If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result?
It wasn't, but we don't understand why.
I'm going after Maya. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
I wonder if because of the materials we've gotten, we might be able to go back to Pop. Because we did find that, like, fire thingy-majiggy, so maybe that's what we need? Once again. Okay, cool. So there's the rope there. And the rope there. Alright, that is a pickup.
Nice.
So that's another gain powerful for 1 turn on base attacks. Healing tints, empowering. Lance Rim, Light Rim, Lumarum, Lighter Rim, so Light a Rim, Luna Rim. So we got Noah Ram, Lance Ram. Got all those Pictos. We've got... Okay, so resin, an inflammable material, so that's probably for him. Can be consumed to give an additional Lumera point. Can be used at camp to upgrade weapons up to level 3. So... Why can't I... Why can't I update my thingy-majiggy on him?
Pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
Huh?
Okay, so those are definitely, like, not explicitly barriers. So we can go through those random strands. Don't mind me exploring and trying to find, like, the secret passage. Because, yeah, there's an item there we could pick up, and I'm very curious what that item will do. There was, like, another thingy. Here it is. Alright. I'm gonna swap over to standing mode for a quick minute. I might grab lunch at one point. And probably swap games when we do as well. Alright, cool. Yep, this led me to where I wanted to go.
We can use that.
Another color of Lumina. Alrighty, so we use this. We fast travel to the Meadows Corridor? Is that where we go? After winning 4 battles with a Pictos, its passive effects can be... Yep. No. this is not the right place. No, not resting. Fast traveling. The abandoned exhibitioner's camp. Ah, okay, so... Is this the right way? Yes, it is. Awesome. Hello. Do you bring the light? This will help, hopefully. Gone are the days when I wandered in darkness. Soon I shall shine. Light it, help me shine, make me complete. There we go. This light, long have I awaited this light. I must join the others. Lead me, mistress, for the future shrouded in darkness. Will please capture light. Huh? What was that about? I felt my mistress guiding me. I could almost hear her. I must have more light to understand what she asks of me.
What did it mean by light? Let's keep an eye out for other Neverons like this one. We might learn something.
Alright. Fast travel to the indigo tree. Yeah, did it. Alright. Back up the tree we go. We're still in Act 1 as well, of all things, so I don't know how many acts there are. It can either be 3 acts, or it could be as crazy as, like, you know, 12 or 33 of them, so... God, I've been going through 2 liters of water very quickly. It's only like 11 a.m. right now. Ooh. Okay. Open the map. Find melee and search for a path through the flying waters. So the flying waters are there. The indigo tree was back there. So we were at Spring Meadow.
So, the message said head north to the weird corals.
And a door in a hut.
Oh, some of these are... This is an interesting overworld map, to be real with you. Yeah, okay, so we got a pretty big range. Alright. So that was the Lancer's weak point, so where's this guy's weak point? Yep, it was resistant. We knew that was going to be the case. 3, 2... What? Ah, damn it, didn't...
I'm ready.
Didn't time that correctly. Yep. Hey, the lighter rim has gone up in level. Alright. No, nothing here. Okay. So... Is it meant to be this? The weird coral? The Abyss Cave. Nope, that's not meant to be it. So we're looking for weird coral. But we can't go that way. So yeah, so that was the middle... That there. You can access the camp at any time from the continent. After winning 4 battles with the Picta. Alright, let's see what happens when we get to camp. Okay, so there's a cutscene. God, we're disheveled as fuck.
I'm sorry about earlier. The beach was not your fault.
No, it was. I convinced Alan to land there.
So, we can rest a bit. But, the moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Mael alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Mael your corpse. We have to think every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face.
He looked like someone from an expedition, that's for sure.
He must be what? 50? 60? Yet he survived the Gamage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly! He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message.
There's more danger than just the old man
Lucien.
on this island, to be real.
Lucien died to save me. And Tristan. Margot, they all...
You're still here just organizing noms? Fair enough. I'm still here as well.
I am not letting Mael die out here. I'm taking her home.
What? No, no, no! We have a mission!
Oh, fuck the mission! Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the paintress, just the three of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if. When.
Sorry.
We knew not all of us would make it. But we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight. It's just Mael. She's...
Mael swore the same oath.
I know that.
She chose her life.
Yeah.
You and I... Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that?
He doesn't. I'm gonna be
Do
real with you.
still believe that?
He might be convinced to believe that, but as we've seen with Mael, he...
Do you?
Doesn't... Like, here's the thing. Most people... Like, I remember this was, like... this was in the film... The Core or Deep Impact or something. Basically, it was something along the lines of, like, how in the world do you contend with, you know, the weight of trying to save the entire world? And, like, a secondary person said, you don't think about trying to save the world. You think about saving one or two people. And if you can figure that out, then you can figure out how to save the world. So I reckon that's his thing here, is that he wasn't interested in saving Lumiere, he was interested in saving his sister.
I hope I do.
So, yeah.
Fuck the mission. Really?
The one step at a time approach. Yeah, essentially. You break it down into smaller tasks until you get to a point that you are able to solve the first task. And then you work your way from there. Alright, so you need a music record. In camp, you can rest and converse with your party members to leave camp, interact with the bonfire. And then there's the Obscura. God damn, this is a very large area for a quote-unquote camp, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, this is a bit too big. Like, I understand we were gonna have, like, an expedition force with us, but I feel like this is big for, like, what remains of that expedition force. Alright, learn skills. Let's have a look. So, we can't learn those skills. We've not unlocked it. From fire, so we got recovery, which is recovering and dispelling, giving us charges. So we're gonna unlock that one, because that one is just an essential, like, you know, free heals. Can't be asked cooking. Solutions: hot roast chicken with a baguette and a salad mix from Woolies. Honestly, good going there, Benru. For me, I'm in the same boat. I cannot be asked for cooking for myself. You know what I do? So with the diet shakes, absolutely fucking easy. Water, the satchel, put them together, mix, done. That is my meals done. And I can do, and you know, months ago, that was 3 meals a day. That was my meal. Now I can't have all 3 of my meals be the diet shake, so it has to be the U foods. I understand if I went and did my own grocery shopping, it would be cheaper for me to do it that way rather than spending approximately, you know, $8 to $10 on food. Like, $8 to $10 on a meal, or like 8 to 10 per meal. I understand that, but the last few times I have ever tried cooking for myself, I have grown very tired from it and just not enthusiastic for it. So the food gets bland, and at that point, why do you fucking bother? And then you end up ordering food in, and, you know, you get, lo and behold, you know, a year or 2 later, you end up being 150 kilos. So, the U foods is a big help. Anyone that ever says to me, you know, you can make, you know, it's cheaper if you make it yourself, clearly, they were not there for the last 7 years when any attempt to do so was not great, okay? Lo and behold, this is the solution that works for me. Sure, there are better ways to go through your life and what have you, but do not assume that at like 31 years old that I do not know how to cook. Yes, I do. Do I like doing it for other people? Sometimes. It's why I do a charcuterie board. It's why I do, like, you know, special fried rice. It's why I do, like, you know, potato bake, for instance. I can make foods, and it's way more fun. Maybe you pick up others later in the game or something? Yeah, I imagine that's what's going to happen. That's why the camp is as big, but it still feels way too big. But yeah, like, I am fine with cooking for other people and such, but when it's cooking for myself, I'm sorry, but doing, like, 30 minutes of cooking for a meal that will last me 2 minutes, that does not suit my brain. I am very much aware of the 30 minutes I am wasting cooking, because that's all you can do while cooking is cook. I can't watch movies, I can't play video games during all that. I am very much aware of cooking. But if I have a meal that I'm able to microwave from, like, U-Foods and what have you, guess what? 2.5 minutes, that is being done. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm catching up on something on my PC. Like, I'm able to have other things happen while that meal is cooking. Now, I know some people are like, oh, get yourself a slow cooker or something like that, and then you just put the meats in there and what have you. But, again, we're going into the realm of, like, doing the prep work and such, because I doubt I can just throw, like, a full fucking carrot and such in there with the rotisserie chicken and all that nonsense. Baguette, $3. Whole chicken, $15. Salad, $8. Only ends up to be less than $15 a plate if your math works out. If the math works out. So, yeah. Alright. Rest up. And let's have a look at the bonfire. Write in the journal. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing in his journal. He writes about how dangerous the Nevrons are, but how beautiful the continent is. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
Find Mael and search for a path through the flying waters. Alright. Alright, heading back into... Alright. Oh, that's not a thing. Oh, what's this? Ooh! A shortcut! Hang on. Why did it just... Oh, tab? Why did I lose my connectivity? There we go. Alrighty. With a little bit of Final Fantasy chucked in there for good measure. It feels like a cross between Avatar and Diablo. It feels a bit like Persona with Final Fantasy is what it feels like to me. Let's go for the big guy. Alrighty, and then... How many do I need? 2 for immolation? Alright, so I'll go with you. And then... Skill immolation on you.
Feel the burn!
Alright, so not a lot of burn there. 3, 2, 1. Good counter, good counter. Good counter.
Down! Danger!
3, 2, 1. God, Gustav, you're doing so much fucking work here. Skills. Let's go... Let's go marking shot with you. Go. And skills. Immolation. Go. 3, 2, 1. Ah, I didn't time that correctly. That's a shame. Fuck it. We don't get any, bonus experience, but hey, it works. You haven't played Perfonis, so you can't judge it on that. Fair enough. Alright.
Interesting.
So... Is it this way we go? No, so this leads us to the beach. So... Yeah, maybe that strange coral is... Maybe that is the strange coral that's there. So... Yeah, okay, so we gotta go to Flying Waters. Opens the way up for us. We can't go through that way. So yeah, Flying Waters is the only place we can go from this. Oh yeah, because water, you're gonna find coral. Yeah, Flying Waters, here we go. The constructs almost look Atlantean. Yeah, potentially. They look, so they seem to be creations of the Paintress as well. Potentially. Alrighty. Ooh. Real crazy kind of iconography there.
Yep. 68. Elodie's expedition.
You know the commanders of every expedition.
Expedition 68. Their boat was blown into the air by a storm. Lumiere lost sight of it, but assumed they crashed on the continent.
And they survived. The storm, at least.
All right, let's keep moving.
We're not exactly underwater. It's more of a case of, well, the water, I think, is above us. Or we call it flying water because, like, creatures that would normally be found in the water are actually down here. So, yeah. Interesting. So yeah, so... Yeah, okay, maybe... Paint cages contain rare loot. To unlock the cage, find its 3 locks and shoot them. Okay. So there's 1. There's 2. They must all be in line of sight. There we go. 3.
Nice.
A chroma elixir shard. Alright, cool. So that must give us... Yep, it gives us an additional chroma elixir.
An advantage.
More chroma. I still don't know what the chroma is used for. So...
Wait. Nevron. Looks like a different species.
Doesn't matter. They're between us and Mael.
Alright, let's... So it's... I'm guessing it's water-based. So maybe something ice will do it? There we go. It's very beautiful. The sea is both mesmerizing and scary. So being able to walk around in an area that would normally be reserved for, like, a barrier reef and such like that is quite something. If it's water-based, then electricity would be the obvious one. Ah, okay, maybe you're right. Alright, let's try electricity next time. So... high electricity damage based off of the amount of charges, but we need at least 1 charge, so let's do Mary. There we go, so that gives us 6 charges, and then you can do... Oh, we don't have the thingamadiggy for lightning fall though, so... I'm not timing that correctly. There we go, so that cut that timing down. Alright. Oh, we don't have the thingy for overcharge.
A storm is
for that
coming.
stuff. But let's give this lightning ball a charge.
Lightning, strike!
There we go. Good counter, good counter. That is kind of crazy, the amount of damage it does. Hi there, Guess I Know a Guy. Welcome to the stream. Empowering attack and cleansing tint.
This will be useful.
20% chance to do free aim. Oh, that's definitely going to be useful for you. let's not do burning shot. Let's do marking shot. That will be better. And then your critical burn. We're not doing the dodging a lot. So 20% to burn on. Yeah, let's give you that. So cleansing shot, he also removes all thingamadoogies. Yep. So you got 6 available points. So let's just have you using that. You've got 5 available points. Yeah, let's just give you that. There we go. We'll find a flag at some point, and we should be able to get 2, like, elixirs back. Oh, sea mines.
Those mines. Be careful.
The dash attack was wild. I'm not too sure if we're able to parry that correctly. Oh, they're floating. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, most of the time they will dodge that. Did not. Okay, so maybe I need to dodge that. So maybe there are some moves I can't parry and I need to dodge instead. Okay, so I can't, like, explode their things. There we go. There we go. No damage done, and we get level up. You wouldn't... Hey, look! Balloons! It is a party! Good work on the Finding Nemo reference there, Angrel. There we go. Oh, joy. Alright, so... 1. And then...
A storm is coming.
There we go. There we go. Perfect dodge, so that worked. Giving us AP, which means we can shoot this thing. Finding Nemo's like, it's over 22 years old? No, don't tell me that. It can't be 22 years old at this point. That's way too old. That's 2003 you're talking about there. Also, why is his beard glowing green?
Well, that will help.
Nope. We don't get the first hit. 3, 2, 1. Nah. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Ready to evade.
Nope. 1, 2, and 3. I'll get better at it. Can be used at Grant to upgrade your weapon. Alright, cool. Alrighty. We are nearly dead. We need a flag. Please give us an expedition flag so I'm not gonna die early.
A hut.
Slow down. We don't know what's inside yet.
Expedition 59 then. Excellent. Alright, upgrade our attributes. Alright. Gonna upgrade our defense, so then that way I'm not getting hit with so much. There we go. Some skills we can learn. You've got 3 points, so you can learn an Electrify. Deals low target ice, gains 4 if target is burning, consumes 2 greens to play a second turn. Deals medium single target earth damage, 2 hits, can break armor thingy-majiggy, consuming 3 things for greatly increasing the damage. Consumes 2 for increasing... Deals fire to enemies. Oh, okay, so that goes down the fire route, that goes down the rock route. This is all a mixture of ice and thingy-majiggies. Okay. You and... I'm gonna get you as well, see if that will help. And then you've got 2 points again. We have a lot of points here. And yes, I'm gonna run around this hut to make sure I'm not missing out on anything.
We can use that.
You keep saying that, but I do not understand the purpose of Chroma just yet. You've not really explained or given me an opportunity to use it somewhere. People born in the 20s are now in their 20s.
Look, there's a door inside.
Oh, in the 2000s.
Seems empty.
You mean the 2000s,
Let's go.
Benru?
Someone lives here.
A reasonable assessment, but who?
Fuck!
Oh. Just a random fucking door. And... who? Dodging is easier than parrying. If you struggle to parry, try to learn the enemy's attack patterns by dodging first. This actually looks...
Where are we? This is...
no idea what this place is. Looks... grand. So we're in some place called the Manor. Locked. Locked. Another painting there. That's where we just were. Nope. Nope. God damn, there's a lot to this place. This game is gonna have a lot of backtracking, isn't it? The architect is at the bottom of the sea. No, just because their stuff ends up at the bottom of the sea doesn't mean that the architect is from the Titanic. Three?
Mael?
Gustav? Are you real?
She was probably ready to kill you if she was a lot more concerned.
Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I thought that you... On the beach, I saw you, and I couldn't, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have, I should have come for you, and,
It's okay. It's okay.
I was worried.
Made it.
How did you end up here?
I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember everyone at the beach. Then I woke up here. With...
Oh, what the fuck are you?
with him. He's been helping me a lot. He reinforced all my pictos.
What is he?
I'm not sure. He doesn't really talk.
The chroma around him. It's quite different from the Nevrons.
But how did... Okay, but... How did she end up here in the manor? Like, she didn't get here of her own accord, I would think.
How did you find me?
There was a message at the indigo tree.
Do you know who left it?
A message? Maybe. No. I don't know.
What does she know? Oh, hey, look, the piano. That's kind of cool. I like that the different people have different like tones. That's kind of cool. I'm glad that we were able to keep a piano. So some of the stuff, like the walls, definitely feel like something that the expedition are a part of. The random bits and like, where the fuck would this manor have come from? Because it wasn't built here explicitly. it's more likely that it, like, somehow came from someplace else and then was just dropped here.
Again. We just trained earlier. All right. But this time I have backup.
Alright, let's give it a try. Attacks announced with a jump flare must be jumped. These attacks can't be parried or dodged.
Please survive!
Press A to jump. After a jump, you can trigger a jump counterattack. Alright. One, two, now. Melee skills change her battle stances. Defensive stance takes less damage and gains AP per parry or dodge. Offensive stance deal more damage but take increased damage. Virtuose stance deals a lot more damage. Switching to a new stance also provides Mel with AP, switching between stances without interruption to maximize her skill effectiveness. Melee starting skills are Offensive Switch, Spark, and Percy. Offensive switch switches Mel to offensive, Spark and parry switch to defensive, use the offensive switch to switch to... Alright. The Curator attacks the expedition. Oh. Did not do that jump. Did not do that jump correctly.
Guard up!
Go. Alright. She deals more damage, but takes at the end of the turn will revert to stanceless unless she uses a skill that switches her to a different stance or uses her base attack. Cast a spell that switches to defensive. Okay. After casting, we'll switch to use Spark to... Okay, so we use Spark.
Flames on me!
Alright, let's go... Consume to increase damage. Let's go Immolation then. Alright, Overcharge.
I guess this'll do.
There we go. Oh my god, she's only level 5. We're gonna need to fix that.
That was fun, but I think we've had enough training today. You could come with us if you like. If that's a yes, we'll see you at the camp.
Okay, so we got... Perhaps he will join you at camp. Perhaps. Perhaps. To winning 4 battles with the Pictos, its passive effects can be activated. Yep, cool.
You should go to the manor and maybe learn something.
Yeah, or we could get back to the Indigo Tree.
Neko's usually here. I wonder where...
Oh!
Is that a Gestrel?
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Noko's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Noko will trade you lots of useful items for Chroma.
Mustache man.
So the tales are true. Perhaps the Grandis and the Esquier exist too. Are there more Gestrels like you? I'd love to meet them.
Noko, you silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
Lune.
I know. We don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the Paintress.
There's another sea between here and the Paintress.
Noko, as the best gestural merchant ever, I bet you know a solution, yeah?
Aww.
Come on, you broomhead, I know you know.
Red trees
Well,
everywhere. Cool.
I guess you'll get to meet more Gestrels.
Alright, we're back in Flying Watchers. Gestral merchants travel across the world offering rare and powerful artifacts in exchange for chroma. However, the most powerful items are reserved only for the mightiest of warriors. Impress the merchant by defeating them in a duel to access their secret inventory. Okay, we can fight the merchant. Choose an expeditioner. I'm gonna go with Gustav. So the Gustav needs to do the... Because I reckon Gustav is my best one. Let's go with a skill. Oh, he's got... Oh, okay. 3, 2, 1, and... Yeah! Get countered. Alright, time to use the overcharge.
Let me paint death!
Yes! And we got no damage for that as well. You've proven yourself worthy warriors. Got something special you might be interested in. Exposing attack. Base damage is applied defenseless for 1 turn. I absolutely... Oh, but we don't have the... Wait, we do have the thingamajiggy for that, don't we? Oh, wait, no, we already purchased it. Okay, can be used at camp to upgrade a weapon 3 times. Can be consumed to give an additional to a character. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See you later. Alright. So... let's upgrade some traits. So you've got 3 points you can upgrade. Let's apply it. Increases the chance of critical hits. Let's go with our vitality. Ding. And then you've got 15 points. Tempting, but... you do speed and defense. You do defense and a little bit of crit. And then luck does... Alright, cool. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then... I like increasing your crit rate. And you can learn some skills. Degagement. Deals low single target fire damage. 1 hit target becomes weak to fire and damage for 2 turns. Interesting, interesting. Alright. You've got nothing new for me. You've got nothing new for me. Alright. So...
These dead Nevrons. Who could have done this?
Guess.
So you didn't just stay in your mansion.
Oh, this is a different place.
Guess we found 68's boat.
There's a path through the boat.
That anchor doesn't look man-made.
It's a giant fucking anchor, I can tell you that much. Alright, let's see how we go. Hi, Buff Werewolf. Welcome to the stream. Playing some Expedition 33. Alrighty. And then... So you're stanceless right now. So we're gonna do an offensive switch. There we go.
Lune, watch out!
3, 2, 1. There we go. Nice. Good counter. Good counter. So 1 and 2. Good hit. Good hit. All right. Let's see. So nope. No weakness there. Weakness there. Ooh! Brule rum. Would that be for... Yeah, no, that's for her. Okay. Yeah, because Ram is for, Gaston. Sorry, not Gaston. What's his name? Fucking Gustav. And then Male will have... Yeah, so that's a better weapon. Man, hers is already up to level 3? Damn. Alrighty, base attack applies defenseless for a turn. Yep, we'll go with that one. And then, let's see, so you're wearing 3, you're wearing 3. Sure, let's give you Dodger while we're at it. You will benefit from... What's critical burn? 25% increased chance on burning enemies, chance to apply on free aim. Yes, and yes. So marking shot is apply marking on free shot, and then burn... Yeah, so you're fine there. You've only got 4 points. You've got 7. So let's go for the Can we go for Augmented attack? Yes, we can. Awesome. Do you have a different outfit? No, you don't. You have outfits, but you don't really have much to you either. Alrighty. Moving on. Hello. Let's face off against you again. Alrighty, so 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, alright, so let's go.
A storm is coming.
And then you do fire.
Spill some ink.
And then go. You get the strong counter. There we go. 3, 2, 1, and damn it.
Let the ink flow.
Yeah, they'll just dodge. Oh, sometimes they won't. Interesting. So you're level 6 already. Slowly but surely we'll get her up to level with everyone else. Oh, hello. Didn't see you there. Let's give you a shot. Never mind. I absolutely whiffed that hit.
Get ready.
Careful, Mael.
Touch the stuff.
There we go. Fuck you. Nice! Good counter. Ooh, and applies powerless. Powerless is a debuff that reduces the character's damage by what's 7%. Yeah, so melee is like 2 levels behind. That's not great, but we'll have other means of getting that level up.
Great.
Can be consumed to reallocate to players' attributes and skill points. That is going to be helpful. Hello. Doesn't seem threatening. It's clinging to a metal chain. Doesn't it usually carry a mine with it? Alright, so... Oop, hello. Okay, okay. There's probably, like, a lone mine we can pick up around here. We just need to find it. God damn, the sea is, like, crazy beautiful. Although... No. Nope, nope, nope. Doesn't look like anything can be shot at. Can't go down there. Can't go down there. So if we find a random bomb, we should be good. Go. Oh, hello. I didn't see you there earlier. Ha! Okay. Ooh, okay, so... Dink. No. Ah, damn it. So... Alright. Dink. Won't. 1, 2, 3. Run. Yep, there we go. And then to there. Don't fall.
This will be useful.
An augmented aim. Oh, okay. I thought that would have led us to a bomb, but whatever, my friend. Alright, can I fall? Yes, I can, and I don't take any damage when I do. Fantastic.
It's forging something. So they have intelligence.
Alright. I thought we could talk to it, but yeah, we're gonna go and hit it. Alrighty. That's the first shield out of the way. Let's get the second shield out of the way. And let's have you do an offensive switch.
Take cover!
Alright. 3, 2, 1. Wasn't perfect.
Dodge Gustave.
There we go.
A storm is coming.
Let's go Ice Lance on this guy.
Ice shatter.
Strike!
Get ready.
Thank you for the counter.
A storm is coming.
And let's go for...
Let's spill some ink.
A storm is coming.
Hi there, James May. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Or James Mayo, I should say. Cruel Ram does an ice element. Okay.
Interesting.
Anything else in this area? There's a hammer and tools here, but that's it. '68th Expedition. Alright. We can upgrade some attributes on our characters. Increase the agility. And then vitality, because if she's gonna take more damage when getting hit, we're gonna need to increase her blah 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 blah. We're gonna need to increase her thingy. Alright. Any new skills? Nothing for you. You can learn a new skill. Applying shell reduces damage taken to up to 3 turns. Yep. We'll go for that one. And you get the temporal thingamadoo. Rest up. That way it gives us all health.
An advantage.
Ding dong. You can have the augmented aim and the staggering strike. And what is your deal? Greater power and doing ice elements instead of... That looks crazy. You doing alright? How am I doing? I'm doing fairly good. I picked up another new game that I wanted to play. Despite, you know, already having dozens of new games that I've already picked up and what have you.
Nice.
And yeah, I really want to play Expedition 33, and it is fun. I am enjoying it. Alrighty.
Ungagged!
Now we're on this offensive stance.
I'm ready.
Thank you for the counterattack. And healing tint, energy tint. Oh, so that's where I go. That's where I go for the tints. Medium ice damage heals for if target is... Oh, heals self if the target burns. Alright, let's try and get him burning.
The elements dance.
Let's try Thunderfall, because it's gonna cost us, like, you know, not a problem. Nice. Low fire, low physical. Apply shield.
From fire.
Oh, and that stunned her. Okay. Actually, wait, hang on. Where's the... yeah, when they're stunned, they can't do anything. So... Nice! Yay! She's leveled up. Okay, so she's closer to our level now than before. Where do we go next? Oh, hello, item.
Well, that will help.
Alright, so that leads us up here. Alright. I might need to take a break for lunch shortly.
Looney, watch out!
Take cover!
Guard up!
Form the counter, there we go.
En garde!
Chroma is flowing.
Let's go Ice on you.
Ice shatter!
Get ready.
Parry it!
I was trying!
En garde!
I was trying! Yay, they leveled up and my girl is still at level... She's now, once again, 2 levels behind.
We can use that.
Alright. Still haven't found the bomb. There should be like a sea mine or something like that around here, because there was like a +2 on dealing damage to a marked target once per turn. Ooh, okay. I do like the sound of that one. Alright, so let's have a look. So, gain powerful for 1 turn on base attack, 20% to apply mark. Augmented attack, we're gonna swap to rewarding mark. So you've got... There we go. Oh, that's the expedition flag that we had earlier, so that means we should be going this way. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Nope, that's where I was before, and this didn't lead me anywhere, so... Hopefully this is the right... Yeah, this might be the right way. Ooh, okay. Color me curious. Uh-oh. So they were coming up. So what's this nifty little RPG you're playing? It is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. So basically there was like a monolith that had the number 34 on it, and then it turned into 33 this year. so people who were 33 years old, all of them ceased to exist. They like died and they turned into like butterflies, or sorry, they turned into like flower petals and such. So we are now the 33rd expedition, and we have gone to this island where, or this continent where the monolith is, and we're trying to kill someone called the Paintress to prevent her from writing numbers on the monolith and have, you know, more of us die because of, you know, slowly but surely the oldest person is starting to become like younger and younger and younger. Alright, we're gonna go with the Lumeri Assault, and we're gonna go with the guy in the middle. Let's see, skill. Low earth, damage to all enemies, 1 hit. Okay, so get a hit onto you. Is there anything that will do more than 1 hit? 1 hit, 1 hit. Let's do guard up on you. Alright. There we go. Shielding its allies. Gosh darn it.
Dodge Kasaba.
Did not jump in time. Alrighty, alright, let's get...
A storm is coming.
We need to break these. Shielding its allies. Stop shielding our allies! Alright, the perfect dodge works. There we go, getting rid of some of those shields. Nah, let's focus on you. Let's try and get more... There we go.
Finesse and grace.
Low pierced, makes him defenseless. Spark, applies 3 burns. Fuck it.
Flames on me.
Get ready.
3, 2, 1. Oh, come on. Ding, and... Perfect dodge works. And, yep, so that shields the allies once again. Go. Alrighty,
Now was our chance.
Alright, let's go Thunderfall. Yeah! So Thunder is their weakness, which is good. I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't have any Thunder damage nonsense for them to use. If target is burning. Nice. Alright. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Nice! So yeah, so this game, it's turn-based and such, but there's elements that go off during the enemy's turn that you're able to do to like reduce either reduce the chance of getting damage or, you know, actually avoid damage. It's great. Let's go for you.
Let me paint death!
There we go. Done in 1 hit. Earth Rising consumes Thingy-Madiggy, consume fire. I'm just gonna... Oh, no. And then... Virtuoso. Ooh, okay. Low physical damage switches to Virtuoso if the gain 0 to 2.
From fire.
Nice.
Take cover!
Alright. 3, 2, 1. I'll do a perfect dodge, never mind. Alright, and just simple attack there. So the comboing that these guys do, I don't have down pat yet. Because if I can do the parry, I don't get damaged. That's the incredible thing about, you know, these particular mechanics. And I love that. It gives an element of, like, rewarding, like, sort of Dark Souls kind of mentality. There we go.
We can use that.
And then we get ourselves a revive tint. Excellent. Alright, so we got rid of the, creatures, so we don't need to use those gates to do our thing. Alright, and then jump. I love that this game is also rewarding me for exploring. So, it's not just, you know, normal, like, turn-based RPGs I've played where it's like, oh, hey, let's have you just, you know, do the blah, blah, blah. Let's just have you go through, like, an open field or something like that. I'm glad that it's not, you know, doing it that fashion. Okay, so... no reason to be over here. So yeah, if there is one thing that I'm not 100% enthusiastic about, it's the fact that I don't have a really good understanding of, like, navigating, like, the areas like these. Oh, hello. Another journal.
Expedition 68, Elodie. It's a miracle any of us survived. We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from wave to wave. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending darkness of punishing rain and raging clouds. The Paintress sent a storm to overcome us. But it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience, it's how we survived that storm. And it's how we grabbed victory.
Uh-huh, okay.
It wasn't even a battle. It was an ink bath. We squeezed those
ink bath?
But this new one...
Never heard of an ink bath
looks
before.
tougher than the others.
Okay, 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 okay. Ding, dong.
So many. I don't like this.
Alright. If there is...
Merde. This one is gigantic.
Yeah, he's...
Avoid those at all costs.
Yeah, I will definitely avoid those. Alrighty. Oop, dink. Move up, move up. Alrighty. What I'll probably do is I'll get a lunch break. Like, let me just see if I can find a flag somewhere. Just so then that way, you know... Oh, no, do not go dealing with that guy. So yeah, because he looks like a big... He looks like a big boy. Hey, there we go, Expedition 4. No. There we go. Alright. Rest. Fast travel to... Okay, so there's Noko's Hunt. There's the Coral Cave. Alright. Is there a way for me to just exit from... No, not from here. Let's see. Quit? Yeah, return to desktop. I am gonna go... I need to go to the bathroom. I need to cook my lunch. Or, actually, no, I'm just gonna go for another diet shake. Hey, because those ones are really quick and easy to do. So, I'm gonna have you deal with an advertisement for the next minute and a half. But do not worry, they're, like, you know... If you guys are subscribed and what have you, you get to have the BRB. You get to have, like, some of the clips that can go off. But otherwise, I will see you all in a quick bit. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh my god, I'm busting the pee. And we'll probably move on to a different game. BRB. When this game released back in, like, 2016 or something. And I'm respecting all the laws. Oop. All the traffic laws. Oh, that's my turn. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get out of my way!
Here on the corner, please.
Okay. Oh. Explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? Balls. Wait, hang on a sec. Let me say it in the mic. Balls. Look at this fat Dazzy. What the fuck? Ah, Sky! A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Sveen? Sveen. Sveen. Like... deal with streaming. I don't want to deal with TikTok. I don't want to deal with anything. And when I did do that, it's like, oh, congrats. You're further back than where you were before, and you're gonna need to put even more effort. So it's like, yay. The world doesn't stop spinning when you spin out.
Cuisine is to know something of their ways.
I think it would be amazing if...
With each feat, we've deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture.
We just have like a big feast for like whoever the new Dawn servant is, and it's like each of the different clans and what have you bringing in with their major like culinary expertise.
But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation.
Alright, I got my diet shake. Let me just shake it up a little bit. Are we back from advertisements now? Yeah, it looks like we're back from advertisements now. So let me do this and do... And you know what? We'll keep on dancing. We'll keep on dancing for a little bit. So yeah. How is everyone today? I know there isn't too many... I've done a cardinal sin. I've looked at my viewer count. Normally, I don't look at that kind of stuff. Normally, I try to avoid it, so I don't think about, like, you know, oh, who's around? Am I performing well for strangers? Angers, like, is my regulars here and all that kind of nonsense? I try not to think about, like, you know, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I was double-checking my phone to see if if Blue Sky was working and such, and then I clicked into Twitch to make sure... Like, I don't know. For some reason, I ended up on my Twitch app and went into Stream Manager and saw, you know, I had hit, like, I only had, like, however many viewers at the time when I looked at it and such like that. So, yeah, I'm, like, very much aware that the number of people here right now isn't the normal numbers I get. And a part of me, like, can kind of, like, you know, take that as, like, you know, either, oh, I'm streaming Friday morning during an Anzac public holiday, so a lot of the Australians aren't likely watching it. It could be the fact that I didn't do a announcement post on Blue Sky and Twitter prior to me going on live streaming and all that kind of nonsense. There could be a number of things. Could be that people don't actually care for a turn-based RPG like Claire Obscure's Expedition 33. I like it. Would I play it offline? I feel like there is some offline elements to it here and there, but, you know, it's definitely... It's not doing a crazy number of things, but I like it. And I'm hoping some of you like it too. There might be people here who are more interested in me playing some of the other games that are coming out, or that have already been released, such as Blueprints or Oblivion and what have you. I do want to play more Oblivion, especially the main storyline, because that one there is, actually, let me just change my stream information. So instead of saying picking up another game, lunch break, just chatting for a quick minute. And I'll put myself to just chatting once again. Ding. dong. There we go. So yeah, because right now I'm just, you know, having banana flavored and such. You guys are looking for this, aren't you? Look at these moves. Check out the Zeebs. But yeah. Oh, I probably should have talked about what I did after my stream yesterday. So I went over to a... Actually, hang on. I'm going to drink more of this diet shake. Hang on. There we go. I'm just trying to drink this entire thing. All right, so back in December when I was like 120 kilograms or so, I wanted to get some new jeans because the jeans that I had from Australia and came over to the States in, they were feeling a little bit loose. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get a new pair of jeans while I'm up here in the States. Something, you know, a little bit nice. So rather than being at like a size 40, which was what I was back then, I was down to 38 according to the lady at the Levi's store. Hey there, Danny. Welcome to the stream. I'm just talking about like my weight loss journey a little bit on, in this case, the purchasing of jeans. I like Levi's, okay? Like, classic American here. I like Levi's. As you can see here, the Zeebs is a very classic attire of jeans and a t-shirt. So anyway, so one of the, so I got a pair of like 541s or something like that. So basically straight, I think they're either a straight cut or a taper, but they're a little more athletic. So there's a lot more room in the thighs because, you know, with a history of like carrying around so much weight and using like a bicycle to get around a lot during university, I like to think I have some fairly powerful thighs. And yeah, so I went for a pair of 541s when I was up in the States. They were like a size 38 or something like that. And they were pretty good. But 3 months later, they're starting to get loose as well. Like, I am pulling the belt to like the maximum like thingy-madiggy. So yeah, for the last like few weeks, I was like, oh hey, maybe I should get a new pair of jeans. And yeah, so went to the Levi's store last night during late night shopping, because in Australia, or in Brisbane/Queensland, Thursday night is when shopping is open late. So most stores that are at, you know, closing at like 5 or 6 p.m., many of them will close at 9 p.m. instead. So I went to the Levi's store over in, I think it was like, I could have gone into the city, which would have been a lot better. But instead, I went to a different place because I didn't want to be stuck in the city with like huge amounts of people and such like that. I went to some place called like Mount Gravatt or something like that. And in the store, I tried on some jeans. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm not a size 38 on the waist because, you know, the 38 jeans. Ow, code. I'm not a 38 anymore. I tried on a pair of jeans at size 36. The woman at the counter was like, they might be a bit loose. Try on these 34s. So, in my Levi's, my new pair of Levi's, I am now a size 34. I have gone down 2 jean size. I don't know if the measurement that they're doing is like inches, but I know that I've at least gone down like 2 jean sizes because they go off in twos. It goes like 38, 36, 34, 32, 30. So yeah, I'm really pleased with myself that, you know, the jeans that I'm wearing are much they're smaller than what I normally wear. The jean length, however, isn't great. The jean length is like 32 or something like that. My legs are not that tall. I don't know why Australia has taller than normal legs, but apparently that's how Levi likes to supply their stores. So I'm gonna need to go to a tailor to do a quick alteration. I will probably do that either Saturday after stream or Sunday when I'm not streaming, because it will take most of the day for them to do the jean alteration, or the next day. And I want to be able to wear these jeans when I go to trivia on Tuesday, because I've also purchased Uniqlo shirts where many of them are medium size. No, Code, don't dehimbo me. What are you doing? I'm not this skinny yet. How dare? How dare you put me down to such a skinny size? Ah! So yeah. But nah, so I'm really pleased with my— oh my god. No, Danny, that's worse. That's even worse. Don't make him— don't have me show off my melons on stream. This looks so much worse. So yeah, so I'm going down in shirt sizes. So even after Sundays, you know, the Easter Sunday, I should say, even though I went through like an excessive amount of— hang on a second, is my thingy not facing straight? There we go. So even though I went through like ate an excessive amount of food last Sunday, I've already been able to like sort of mitigate that problem, and that was done in about like 4 days, because I had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday to fix that. So I probably could have done a better job fixing it back on Monday and Tuesday, but I didn't really do that much exercise. I didn't do exercise in the morning like I said I was gonna do for most of this week. So yeah, there is that. I might make time this evening to do some blah blah blah. I might make time this evening to do some extra walking and such, because there's new episodes of Andor that I could go through, and those are like, you know, 30 to 45 minutes, and I feel like those are a really good like treadmill walking exercise for me to do. But yeah, I'm just I really like that I'm like losing weight, and I'm going down to like a medium shirt size of all things. I'm probably a tight medium, a more comfortable large. Andor what? No, Andor. Andor is a TV show. It's based off of the character Andor Cassian, who was from Rogue One. He was a spy or something like that. Or he worked in like, you know, guerrilla warfare and such for the rebellion. Or what TV show? Andor. Andor. How dare you, Code, make me repeat myself. You absolute fiend. The absolute gall of you, I should say. Excuse me, nose. So yeah, so doing what I can, and with the weight loss has been going fairly alright. And yeah, here's the thing, is like when people ask me, it's like, oh hey, do you feel different? It's like, no, I don't feel different. I don't feel lighter all the time. Like the progress has been like, you know, relatively slow going for me. I have been trying to lose weight since technically since July or August, and I didn't do a lot of weight loss during August or September, so then I went to a dietitian and I started in October. So only for the last 5, not even 6 months, I have been losing weight and doing a decent job with that. I used to lose 1.5 kg to 2 kilos in a week. Now it's more half a kilo to a kilo being lost in a week. I'll see what it looks like when we get to Tuesday next week, because that will be a better, assessment of, okay, where am I at with my waist loss of, doing, two shakes in one meal kind of diet. So, yeah. Alrighty. Question time for you, chat. Hopefully there's people in chat for this. What do I play next? So, because there's... Oh, what do I play next? What do I play next? Question mark. Oblivion Remaster? A game? Oh, yeah, no, absolutely a game. It's gonna be a game, Code. Let's not kid ourselves. It's gonna be a game of some sort. But yeah, so we've got blueprints. I feel like I'm so close to it, but at the same time, I'm so far because of, the RNG just getting me sometimes because of the rogue element. Meanwhile... Thought, Grant, you lost it? No, I didn't lose it. But yeah, or you're talking about weight loss. Yeah, I've been losing weight. But yeah, so... Meanwhile, Oblivion... there's still so much more to go through with Oblivion, and what's more is I haven't even... You lost it? What, Blueprints? No, I have not lost Blueprints yet. I've not finished it either. Ding dong. Oh, I've unlocked achievements. I've locked 19 achievements. Oh yeah, South of Midnight. Oh my god, I could have put, like, South of Midnight in, but I didn't. Crazy. No, Grant, you lost the game. Ah, au contraire! Code, you fool! You idiot! You gumption! You don't realize, back in 2004! 2004 we finished the game! Many people had lost by the time the game ended in 2004. There is no one in this server, no one in my Discord, no one on Twitch who can say that they have won the game, because many of them lost it by the time it ended in 2004. Nice try. Boom. Alright. Where is everyone voting? Guys, there's a poll. Vote now on your phones. Vote now on your PC. Vote however you can. Let me see, is there a way for me to show the poll results? There's the prediction thing, but there isn't one for the polls. Give me a sec. Maybe I've got it here somewhere. Dun 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 dun. I do not see it, unfortunately. Yeah, I see predictions, but I don't see anything else, unfortunately. That's not working. 2 peeps have voted for Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. 3 people have voted for Elder Scrolls Oblivion. We're only halfway through. This could be a huge turnaround. People are only just waking up to the fact that I am right now streaming. So it might be something completely different by the time we're done. Also, do I want to get another Coke Zero? No, I don't need another Coke Zero. I should just drink a little more water. But now this water is empty, so I'm gonna need more water. Alright, be right back. More Dancing Zeebs. Actually, we're gonna go with a different dance. We're gonna go for a different dance while I'm getting myself some water.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Who put me in the maid outfit? Also, I just realized I've been filling it up with tap water instead of chilled water like an idiot. God damn it. Who did that? Who put me in the maid outfit? Danny! How dare you put me in the maid outfit while I was in the middle of a jig? Doesn't work perfectly with the, what's-a-moosies. Alright, it looks like Oblivion is the... It looks like Oblivion is winning this one, so... Let's see, scrolling down. Elder Scroll Oblivion. One other person is playing this game in my, like, quote-unquote friends list. Alright. Let's go and get Elder Scroll Oblivion up and running. So, ding dong, Oblivion Oblivion remastered. It is a very popular genre right now. Listen to that music. Is it a tie? I already started playing fucking Oblivion. How dare, like, I see Code contributed 60 points. I reckon Code, like, so he would have contributed 6. What? Did you vote for, like, more than one thing? You did nothing. I'm going for Oblivion because the people voted for Oblivion, and then at the last second there was an upset. A Master of Sneak ignores an enemy's armor when attacking while sneaking.
Goodbye.
Nice. So yeah, so I did a little bit of a sneaky, like, you know, playing a little bit of Oblivion off stream and what have you, but only for like silly grindy nonsense. I think right now I'm in light armor right now, but one of my favorite styles of playing as I was like going through the caves and such was actually to go around like just punching people. So I'll swap to that shortly. Ding 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 ding. We're also picking up more of these like fly caps and what have you. But yeah, so let me get this map out. So we've got something called Unfriendly Competition, but we're gonna go back to Finding the Air. So we need to head down here. And last we were here, the Fat Rat Camp. So I'll probably swap over to heavy armor shortly and then, you know, continue our little walk to Grant's loot gobbling again. There's going to be use for these things, okay? I'm gonna use that stuff. Alrighty, steel boots, cuirass, gauntlets, greaves. I still don't have, like, something to put on my head, which is unfortunate. Let's see. So I've got plenty of lockpicks. One of them stolen. Don't worry about that. Alright. So, leather grease, steel bow. There we go. Break chance was high. Not fair enough. Steel bow is fully healed. That is fully healed. And then... Damn it, that's broken all of them. Alright. We've increased armor. And I'm just gonna sleep for a quick hour. So it turns into 1 in the morning. You sense yourself more aware, more open to new ideas. You've learned a lot about Cyrodiil. It's hard to believe how ignorant you were, but now you have so much more to learn. Alright, yep, so this will increase my carrying capacity, won't it? Yes, it will. But we can only have it go up by 5 points. Affects everything. Yep, so we're gonna go with a point in luck. And then 3 points into speed. And there we go. Oop. Flax and thingy-madiggies. Alright, let's head back down onto the main road. Primrose. Excellente. This will all be useful someday. Also, I do want to, like, go through, like, the I want to go through, like, some of the side quest, factions, like, the Fighters Guild, the Arena, the Mage stuff. There's gonna be all sorts of, like, you know, me getting distracted by things, don't you worry. It won't just be me, you know, me and my fists of fury. Alright, ding, dong, bam, boom, ding. Do you think I should post something on my Blue Sky of like, hey, we've moved on from the Expedition 33 and we're now back into Oblivion? I probably should, shouldn't I? Give me a second, give me a second. Ding, dong, ding. Wait, what's this door? To the Firelight Cave. I do not see a firelight... Oh, firelight cave. Hang on. So... Alright, also, I see an imp we can fight. Oh, there's 2 firelight caves. Okay. Get fisted, you fucking imp. Take everything. Get fucked, imp. Huh. Oh, more of these things. Hi there, Ara Vexel. Welcome to the stream. I love how you fight with unarmed attacks. Fucking Fist of Fury right here. Have you heard of the High Elves? They're assholes, is what I remember. Ow! Don't kill me when I'm just exploring a cave. Oh, more imps. There they are. There we go. Grab all that. Where's the next imp? My hand-to-hand is slowly increasing. No, don't bold me! There we go. Me and my Fists of Fury! And a little bit of restorative magic, because I can. Alrighty. I'm guessing we go down here. Yes, we do. No imp is going to best my fists. I am impervious to all magic, you fucking whelp. Nice to be here. I've been lurking for 2 to 3 streams, to be honest. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I appreciate you with the commentary and saying hi at the very least. Welcome, welcome. Man, I didn't know. I really thank you for, like, sticking around. Alright, thank you for the morning glory. Alrighty. So. I wish there was a way for, like, my map to note whether I've, like, explored a place or, like, finished it, quote-unquote. So, but yeah. We're gonna keep on this path. Oh, wait, I can do athleticism training. Let me just sprint. And then I can't pick up any of these flowers. Oh, but I can pick up primrose. Thank you for the primrose. And then... So yeah, like... Gonna be real. This, absolute fun. Highly recommend. So, because this is like a 20-year-old game at this point. I'm pretty sure it's like 20 years old. It's definitely up there in terms of, you know, dated and what have you. There wasn't a sprint button, by the by, in the original Oblivion. And the leveling up system, when I Googled... Because I didn't go through this game past getting out of the sewers. But, you remember playing the original Oblivion? Nice. Did you finish the original Oblivion? Because the furthest I went through in the original Oblivion was just simply being able to get out of the sewers. That's the furthest I've gone in Oblivion. I didn't do... like, a proper playthrough like I did Skyrim. Skyrim I finished on both the Xbox and on PC, because I wanted the mods and what have you for, like, some of the cool houses and quality of life things they were able to do, such as the Skybox and what have. But yeah, I have not... So yeah, this is the furthest I've gone in in the Oblivion games. So, yeah, because there's technically more than one now. What is this? The stir... Do you seek its conjured weapon and armor? Sure. Ooh. Oh, okay. Color me curious. I didn't know that was an option. Okay, so that's between the Firelight Cave and other things. My goodness, there is so... Alright, hang on. So I've got this thing for a while. What? Okay, so I'm in crazy armor, and I'm in like a two-handed thing. Alright, let's see how this goes.
Tolerated.
Oh, hello. There we go, get fucked. A bow of jolts, thank you. I will take that. Let's see. More morning glory, thank you very much. It's a glorious morning to you too. Damn it. I do not like the, Damn it. There we go. I do not like the lock-picking system. I will be real with you about that one. Oh, I'm over-encumbered. God fucking damn it. How am I over-encumbered? 320... Oh my god, I'm so... Absorbs athletic on touch. Absorbs thingamadiggy on touch. Alright. Everything sorted by weight. Oh! Okay, so what the fuck am I wearing? Alright, so this is Shock on Strike. It does the same amount of damage, so I will drop you, and I'll put the, you know, the what's-mahoozy. There we go. Keep the leather shield. Alright. Respite, Night Eye. A weak potion. Restoring fatigue. Alrighty, and then we've got more caps. Oop. There we go. Hey! Oh, hi there, Stubborn Sparrow. Welcome to the stream. Too many cucumbers. No, I don't have any cucumbers. What do you want about? Alright, I need to find the, what's music? So yeah, I have not entered into any of these things, so I have no idea, like, what's gonna happen when I do. Oh, hello, goblin. A bitter fish, goblin? The fuck is a bitter fish? Ding. Ooh, scales. Damaging willpower and gives us water breathing, so that's gonna be good. Sir Dragon, I think, was trying to do both the peck dance and the himbo cam at the same time, but it failed. There we go. Thank you for the scales and the lockpick. Hey, look, a cow. Wait, is the cow... Oh, no, that's not a cow, that's a bear! There we go, get fucked, bear. Westwell Bearfang. Okay. Oh, Shard Rock. I was thinking it was called Shamrock. My mistake. Alright, so we got sheep. More primrose. Thank you, thank you. A door to Shad Rock. Alright, cool. We're not gonna get to that anytime soon. So yeah, so I'm guessing I'm in Daedric... I'm in Summon Daedric armor or something like that, I suppose? Oh, hello. Where's the bear? There it is. Done. Let me get back onto the main road. Nightshade. 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 And ow, fuck you. Take everything. And take that. is this thing? Yep. Take that. Take that. Oh my god, like a veritable... What did I miss? F's for the bear. It's late, so gotta go, but good luck with Oblivion. Not to worry. There we are, Ixil. Thank you so much. Was just a cub. Ah, that's fine. It attacked me first, okay? I thought it was a cow, and it decided to prove me wrong. So I decided to prove it wrong by proving it that I was a threat. Alright, ding, and then donk, then donk. Alrighty. Ooh, more stuff. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, cool. So it does give me back my, my previous attire then. So, ding. And then donk, and then donk, and then donk. More Morning Glory, thank you. Morning Glory, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty. This stuff will all be useful one day, okay? Trust me. I'm gonna be going through alchemy, and the alchemy is gonna give me so many potions, and I can probably... Damn it. I'm over encumbered. Hang on a second. Where is it? Where is it? There's a little thingy-me-diggy I can use to help. Here it is. Motor and pestle. Alrighty, so, restore intelligence, restore fatigue. So we can damage luck, resist fire. Ooh, cheese wedge and bone meal to resist fire. And then, let's see, restore magicka and feather. Ooh, the elf's cup cap can do a cure disease. Dragon's tongue, I feel like does way more than it's in, than it's showing. Alright, back down to the bottom. So damaging health and damaging willpower. So that's the wisp stalk. Okay, so that does feather. So let's see, where is another quote-unquote feather? Detect life. Where is another feather? Because feather will be useful. So we got water breathing, we got burden, we got fortifying health, we got draining, we got resisting. Resisting fire, curing paralysis, damaging speed, water walking. Flaxseed for feather on self. There we go. Fan-fucking-tastic. Look at all that. Alright, so how long does feather last for is the question. Also, I have way too many potions now. Oh, there's my 2 feathers. Okay, so one lasts for 201 seconds, the other lasts 204. Let's give this one a try. Oh, another rat? Alright, hang on, let me just get fisted. Fuck you, rat. And then, where's my path? I lost sight of my, the road. There we go. The road is just over here. Ding, dong, ding. Ding, dong, ding, dong, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. Bam, boom. And then... Ding, dong, ding. Cinnabar. Alright. Let's keep going. Yeah, you can run in the Oblivion remaster. That was something they introduced in the remaster that they felt was an appropriate thing to add. The other So one of the other things that they added, which I learned in an article, was that they've altered how the leveling up works. So rather than... Also, why is my microphone so... There we go. So rather than having it where the number of points you get to apply to your attribute is based off of how many level increases you've done in your minor skills. It's instead just a flat 12 is added. And then the calculation for the increase in health is calculated based off of whatever your current endurance is, or constitution, and then, you know, timesing it by the level you're at. So then that way you're not investing into constitution, like, early in order to try and get, you know, worthy level up increases to your health. So, yeah, which I think is actually really cool. Alrighty. Oh, what was that noise? Do you hear that? Ow!
Pain!
Oh, hello. Yeah, you screwed up. Thank you for the bow. Oh, and thank you for the arrows, sorry, not the bow. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Another elf cup, thank you. Because we know the elf cup does cure disease. So we'll definitely be, you know, keeping track of that. Oh, another bandit camp right there. That's why. Alrighty.
You move like a pregnant cow.
This ends here.
I'll hack you to pieces.
Okay, what the... Who the just drained my,
Am I supposed to be impressed?
There we go. Why am I over encumbered now?
Now you will know pain.
Okay, I should probably drink potions that I have in my system. Potion of healing. There we go. There we go.
I'll hack you to pieces.
There we go. So, now the question, why do I have, like, so much more, like, did I just have an effect go off on me or something like that? Show the active effects. No? Just, for whatever reason, my endurance is deciding to be difficult now. Iron arrows, thank you, and a lockpick. Ooh, silver arrows! Yep, I will pick those up. But yeah, I shouldn't have, like... What decided to get heavier all of a sudden? So steel, the leather thingy-majiggy. Okay, let me just drop that bone, because I don't need it. Blacksmith's pants, no need. So I need to lose like 5 weights of something. Let's get rid of that, and the lion pelt. Shame we have to lose those, but for the life of me, I do not understand why I need, like, I had, like, so much more on me. Okay, okay, cool. Was it because of the effect feather? Also, is this the right way? Yep, okay, cool. We're going the right way. We just need to go down a bit and then we can go back up again. So yeah, still can't see Kvatch from here. Oh, hello, dog. Oh, wolf, never mind. I'm not violent towards all dogs, just the ones that decide to fight me. Alrighty. Dasik Moor. I almost thought that said dank. There's a lot of names here that I'm not, like, 100% reading properly when I first see it. Oh, Grant, your fursuit commission is almost done? Hey, nice work! You're going as a, dragon, wasn't it? No, not a dragon. I forgot. What was your fursuit? It wasn't a Kelpie dragon. I knew that much.
Sir Dragonx 88 demands you drink.
Yep, alrighty, let me do my aftercare. Ding dong. I got myself some water this time, so I'm good. Wolf. Ah, okay. Nice work. I have a fursuit as well, and I don't wear that too often because I don't go to, like, meetups and such all that often. Or doing, like, content while I'm wearing the fursuit. So, like, I still wouldn't, like, I don't regret the purchase or anything like that, especially if there ever comes a time when I can go and, you know, go to a convention or hang out with friends that do want to do fursuit stuff. So, I hope you have a wonderful time in your food when your fursuit arrives. Huh? Yippee! Bellator's... Oh my god, the Gold Coast! We're at the Gold Coast, chat! Fucking Oblivion stealing our city names. You can use books, ingredient... Oh, destruction spells have... Ah, there we go.
Servagonx 88 with the 17-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you so much for the 17 months, Sir Dragon. Weird that, like, I hear the yippee, and then, like, several minutes later, then the yippee properly happens. Nope. Yep, we'll take all of that. Sack of grain, yep, we'll take all of that. Yep, we'll take all of that. Iron battle axe. No, we're not taking any of that. Yep, we're gonna take the gold. Just me and my fists of fury. Cure disease and a potion of grace.
Show me what you've got.
There we go. Ding dong. Almost ready to level up again. Ah, you bastard. There we go. Potion of warmth to resist the frost. Absolutely, thank you. More gold, thank you. I don't think the pickaxe actually helps me in this area. Like, I don't think the pickaxe, like, helps you, like, mine stuff.
Well, well.
Look who we've... Watch out!
Ah! That's the best you can do.
Today you die!
This ends
Today you
here.
die! Jump on my sword while you can. You'll never take me down.
Take that!
I fought Mudcrab more fearsome than you.
Why jog when you can sprint? It has always been your motto. Now the miles of running and hours of swimming have paid off. I'm an apprentice of athletics. I no longer regenerate less fatigue while running.
I fought mudcrabs more fearsome than you.
Yep, no, you don't have anything worthwhile.
I fought mudcrabs more fearsome than you.
Alright, Feather, Cure Thingy-Madiggy, Potion of Sorcery, Drain Strength on Stealth, Drain Strength. You must equip the weapon to poison it. Ah, okay.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Today you die! You move like a pregnant cow! Yeah!
Almost lost my cool there. Alright, let's see. Is there anything of... Nope, I've already looked through there. I am going to need some hammers! I need to repair some shit. Let's use the bread roll. It'll help me level up. Onion and potatoes, sure. Blacksmithing pants, not needed. Ooh, summon zombie. I will take all of that. To the Belor's Folly Mines. Okay. Down into the mines we go! Didn't even realize my sub had expired. Whoops, not to worry. Oh, you bastard!
That the best you can do?
Fantastic. Thanks for asking.
I think...
If I pick up that steel warhammer, I'm gonna be a bit of trouble.
We're in for some hard times. The death of Uriel Scepter.
I just don't think about it. The Elder Council will take care of things sooner or later. Bye.
You too.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Getting tired. Won't you die?
You're pathetic.
I fought mudcrabs. You. I'll hack you to pieces. You move like...
Iron arrows, the lockpick, a potion of healing.
Like a pregnant cow!
There we go. Big hits. Thank you for all the iron arrows. Yeah. Alright, grab all that. Yeah, that's for an iron dagger. Hourglass. Hand sickle and a pickaxe. None of that will be helpful. A wooden door.
Who's there?
Fuck it.
It's said that eating taproot can bring you good luck.
Also, did they just, like, automatically, like, you know, heal?
Huh?
And, yes, I went back to, you know, bow and arrow for now, because, you know, most of my armor is broken, so it's probably appropriate to, you know... It's appropriate to, you know, start fighting at a distance. Yep, and yep. Glad that I'm getting lockpicks back. And then, oop, the door to Beller's Folly Cavern. Man, this folly goes far. Alrighty, let's see, where does this lead? Are there any beds here? No. Alright, let's see, where does this lead? Power is draining. Ding. Yep. And then lockpick. Once again, I'm most likely diseased at this point, aren't I? Yep. Red Rage. That will do it. I do have a cure of, disease, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I have a cure disease potion. Somewhere around here. Oh, I have cure poison, but... Alright, so... Must contain... Alright. Restore strength. And... Cure disease. Well, that doesn't look very forthcoming. Nah. Doesn't look like I have something to cure this disease. Once again, getting disease because of fucking rats. Gonna need to find ways to resist that shit. Or I get myself a bed.
What's the matter? Who's there? Guess it was nothing. will know pain! Oh! Ah. Today you die! Die! Oh! Oh, with the... Oh!
Go. Lockpick. Iron arrows. Thank you. More restorative magic, please. Ding. Yep. Grab those. Grab the steel arrows, because steel is better than iron. Ding. Dong. And once I get enough, like, steel arrows and what have you, it should be pretty good. Silver dagger, however, I will pick up. Like, I know I'm over-encumbered, but I'm over-encumbered because of 5 points of my strength now just gone. So, just you wait. Once I get out of this place, oh boy. Gonna find a bed cot, gonna sleep in it, gonna level up my strength. I really wish I could level up my strength by like 10 points rather than just 5, but for whatever reason this game doesn't want me to do that.
Damn rats. Always skirting around in the shadows, making me jumpy.
There we go. Iron arrows. Actually, no, I'm not going to get the iron arrows back. I've got plenty of them. They can stay in you for all I care. You would think, because of the number of these, like, holes of light, that people would be falling through these things. But, whatever. Am I just looping back around now? Oh, dead treasure hunter. Okay. I definitely do not remember fighting this guy. Oh, good, a ladder. Cool, an empty treasure chest. Just what I wanted. Oh, because I'm back here again. Okay. Never the fuck mind. I just need to get rid of this red rage and I'm good.
To arms! To arms! Is that the best you can do?
Well, you're dead. Where the fuck did you come from, anyway? Summon skeleton. Oh my god, I'm over encumbered so often in this game. It's It's either because I find things I like or I get a disease. Why doesn't it just let me hold my things? What is so wrong about that? Because you loot goblin. So? That should be a totally okay thing to do. Since when was a loot goblin a bad thing in video games? I'm 2 back in and you're still over encumbered from. No. This isn't the same over encumbered. This is a different over encumbered. Different day, different over encumbered. I got rid of the over encumbered a little whiles ago. Fought in the arena, won some money. Now this is a different one. This is different, okay? And what's more is I can level up as well, so I just need to find a cot and I'm good. There should be like a cot relatively nearby, because I remember this place having cots and what have you. But yeah, how's it going, Velk? You doing good? Have you had an opportunity to play Oblivion? Alright. Ding. Sleep for at least the hour. There we go. You resolve to continue pushing yourself. Perhaps there's more to you than you thought. And then, let's see. So, willpower is how quickly you regenerate. Endurance increases and how quickly you regenerate health outside of combat. Greatly increases your maximum fatigue. I'm gonna increase my intelligence, actually. And then 2 points into agility, so then that way slightly increases our massive fatigue. Slightly increases our maximum fatigue and gives us more thing. Still over encumbered. Oh, because I'm holding on to like 10 pounds worth of things. Alright, so that thing is broken. Steel short sword. Fuck it. We're gonna get rid of those pumpkins. There we go. You can make pumpkins out of the... You can make potions out of the pumpkins. Yeah, that's true, but there wasn't like a good... I didn't have a good potion in mind to use, and I want to find some repair hammers to repair my armor. It's broken. Alright, we're back in the Gold Coast. Alteration magic has spells that unlock doors and treasure chests. Neat. Oh! Solo! Hi there, Solo! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, everyone, welcome. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. How was Mario Party?
Come on, run while there's still time. The guard still holds.
Oh my god, your eyes are bloodshot.
Time before they're overwhelmed.
Run from what?
God's blood. Deidre overran Kvatch last night. There were glowing portals outside the walls. Gates to oblivion itself. There was a...
I'm doing fairly good.
Something out of a nightmare. Came right over the walls. Blasting fire that swarmed around it. Killing.
So, anyway, how's it going? I'm doing fairly alright. So, earlier this morning, I played a little bit of Claire Obscure's Expedition 33. Fairly good game. Highly recommend it. Didn't get a lot of viewers. Went for my lunch break. I went for a banana-flavored banana-flavored shake. Yep, that's the last of it. Banana-flavored shake, and now I'm going through the Oblivion remaster because everyone... Looper Link! I go for a wolf raid, now there's a rabbit raid. Were you playing the blah 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 blah? Were you playing the Mario Kart? Were you playing Mario Party 2 with Solo? Also, hi there. So, let's see, who's there? So we got Solo, we got Big DJ, we got Looper Link, we got Squirt Chew, we got Izzy. I'm doing fairly well. You were? Nice.
Go and see for yourself.
Thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it.
We're all that's left. Do you understand
we
me?
Just made it to
Everyone
Kvatch.
else is
I keep getting over-encumbered because I keep picking up shit I want.
It was Savli and Matthias. Some of the other guards helped some of us escape. They cut their way out, right through the city gates. Savlian says they can hold the road. No, I don't believe him. Nothing can stop them.
Oh, Squid Chew. I thought it said Squirt. My bad. I'm terrible with names. I'm so sorry.
It's too late. They'll be here any minute, I'm telling you!
That's a mood. I've been hoarding like mad too. Look, it's an RPG game, okay? You can't really stop us with the loot goblin-y kind of feels, alright? Alright, I need to find someone...
What do you want?
Can you repair shit? Kvatch.
Late at night, while we were all asleep, the door to oblivion opened. If you mean the priest, I don't... But Savli and Matthias might know more.
Alright.
Be seeing you.
Gosh,
I don't have much. You'll find him at the barricade at the top of the road. He's still trying to hold what's...
Okay, let me just do some persuasion. Admire.
It's good of you to say so.
Boast.
Lad, that's really funny. No, please.
Admire.
Nice.
Joke.
Where'd you get that? Don't make me laugh. Is that so?
Alright, let me try that again.
No, please. Oh, that's great. It's good of you to say so. You're pathetic. For me, I appreciate the...
Let me just
That's
bribe.
right.
Let me just, you know, bribe him. I've probably lost out of, like, you know, most of my... So that's 6, that's 100. Alright, so we're gonna need to repair this. There we go.
I don't like to talk about it. I woke to some... I was lucky.
Alrighty. I wish I could, like, repair my own shit, like, at a...
To visit
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
Go look for yourself. The Daedra came out of the gate. People who fought died.
Alright.
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
So that's what all my stuff is. So you've got a novice pedestal and what have you. Alright, so I'm gonna pick up some cure diseases. I'm definitely... Buy 3 potions for 800 and... Yes. You do not have enough gold. Ah, fuck you. Alright, alright, the most expensive things I have is Disbelief.
That's a good deal.
Health, Grace, Night Eye. I'm gonna use the source... I'm not gonna bother using all that nonsense. Cure Poison. I don't really need something to cure the poison. I need something to cure me from... Blah, 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 blah. From...
Another
like, disease. Hang on. Dig.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Okay, maybe I should only get, like, 1. If it'll let me... There we go. 1 potion of cure disease.
A pleasure to serve.
There we go.
Take care.
I'll keep that on me. Anyway, you gotta dip, get ready for bed, but hopefully the stream goes good. Thank you so much, Looper Link. Understandable. Hope you have a wonderful rest after your little raid and gaming of Mario Party 2. I greatly appreciate it. So it's too easy not to grab everything and sell later. I'm not even selling it. I'm just, you know, grabbing nonsense.
He seems to be different than... Maybe what he says is true. And that the attack on the Chapel of Dibella is just the... Lord Dagon is the enemy. He is the Prince of Destruction, and the Daedra are his servants. The chapel is cast down, and the faithful. The enemy has won. The Imperial line is dead, and the gods have forsaken us. Where are our gods? Things go from bad to worse nowadays.
Okay, so you don't really have
Enough
anything.
talk.
You don't really have anything for us, so... The Gold Coast. Once again, we're up at the Gold Coast. Meow. Meow.
Stand back, civilian. This is no place for you.
What happened here?
Lost the damn city. That's what happened. It was too much. Too fast. We were overwhelmed. Couldn't even get everyone out. There are still people trapped in there. Some made it to the chapel, but others were just run down in the streets. The Count and his men are still holed up in the castle. And now we can't even get back into the city to help them. With that damned Oblivion Gate blocking the...
What will you do now?
The only thing we can do. We'll try to hold our ground, that's what. If we can... I have to try... some kind of portal to Oblivion. The enemy used them to attack the city. They appeared outside the walls, and Daedra poured out. They've opened one right in front of the city gates. Until that gate is closed, the best I can do is try to hold these barricades. You mean the priest? Last I saw him, he was leading a group towards the chapel of Akatosh. If he's lucky, he's trapped in there with the rest of them. At least safe for the moment.
Bork. Bork. Unnamed. Hi. Weren't you streaming earlier?
My home. My goddamn home in flames. It kills me that I can't get in there and do something.
I swear you were streaming earlier.
Couldn't have been any less prepared for this. Seems like they came.
Yeah, you were playing War Thunder.
So
fucking
many of
nerd.
them. If only I had a way to strike back at the enemy. But we can't leave the barricade until... You want to help? You're kidding, right?
Fuck you, Grant. No, fuck you, Unnamed.
It'll likely mean your death,
Fuck you.
Are you sure?
I'll do whatever I
I don't know how
can.
to close this gate, but it must be possible because the enemy.
Let me in. I'm gonna tell you to your face.
You can see the marks on the ground where they were, with the great gate right in the middle.
Hi, Unnamed. Fuck
Men
you.
into the gate to see if they could find a way to shut it. They haven't come back.
Does Unnamed even know they're in here?
Find out what happened to them.
There it is. Fuck
if
you,
they're
Grant.
alive,
Fuck you.
finish the job. If not,
How's it
Alright,
going?
shit.
see what you can do.
Chat. Chat, type
The best I
1
can say
to
is
say
good
fuck you, Grant. Type 2 if
If
you're
you make
gay.
it back alive, we'll be waiting.
Wait, what's the numbers? What's number 2?
If you're gay. If chat's gay. Type 1 to fuck Grant. Type 2 if you're gay.
Good luck.
I don't think you realize how many people are gay in my chat, considering, you know.
That's the joke. That's the bit. I always say that.
Oh, okay.
Type 1, fuck you, Grant. Type 2 if you're gay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of gay people in my chat.
And you don't flex to them. You don't show your boobs to them. Like
Sometimes they steal my shirt and shit.
Sometimes they did
Hey!
it right now.
Ah!
Yeah. Well, now shake them. Shake them for chat. Come on. Give them the goods. Come on. Chat. Type 1 to demand the goods. Type
I
2 if you're
can't
gay.
do a bounce. Like, if you want to see
Chat,
me,
type
like,
1.
this is the closest you'll get.
Chat. Type 1 to force Grant to play to your needs. Type 2.
Type 1. Let me just head into this gate of Oblivion. Have you played the Oblivion games before?
Yeah, I played the OG one. I hated the storyline. You going into the gate is making me recoil because I hated the gate so much.
Oh, look, dinosaurs.
I was exactly what it was.
I can barely hear you. Now I can hear you. Oh, there's nothing on this person.
Yeah, it's a dinosaur. It's a demon dinosaur. It's not gonna be shit in there.
Thought I'd see another friendly face. The others taken.
Grant, have you heard the story, Grant?
Captain Matthias sent us in to try and close the gate.
Go on.
The story of me getting a TikToker banned.
I saw you go tee-hee. Oops, I was a guest on a TikToker stream and banned them.
I'm getting out of here.
I'm just saying, Grant, I have that power. I can do that to you.
well, first off, number one, I have not been banned yet, despite hanging out in all these different people's circles who have been banned. I feel a little bit on my own, where it's just like, God damn it, everyone's getting banned for cool shit, and then here you are.
It's coming, Grant.
No, don't. What are you doing?
It's coming, Grant.
What do you mean it's coming? What do you mean?
Chat, the time has come, and so have I.
Is that it?
That's it. That's it. No, but do you know the story of how I did it? How I got them banned?
Figured I was the last one left alive.
You dropped a slur? I don't know.
No, easier.
Oh, you just said die or something.
I made a Kurt Cobain joke.
Yep. Look, you can move it. Kurt Cobain POV.
Kurt Cobain. No. It was
Oh, what the
someone
fuck?
Someone whipped out a gun.
Oh, hang on.
And
sorry.
I said, put it in my mouth. Let's create the Foo Fighters. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. 10 minutes later, disconnected. And it was so funny because all of my chatters who showed up to the stream to watch were like, oh, we just thought there was a crash, not a big deal, whatever, stream's over.
Whatever.
And I'm like, no, it was a ban. It was a ban.
Because you decided to be funny. This is what happens around here in the Dark Tower. Okay, I can... The gate is opened elsewhere. Ah, god damn you.
Oh, I know this. You could jump around. Did you see that, Yeah, you just jump around.
Nah. Alright. Oh wait, what am I using a sword and shield for? These guys are relatively weak. I can get away with just using my fists. This has been like kind of one of my more fun ways of doing the stream, is like just using my fists of fury.
Did you play the original Oblivion?
Only as far as getting out of the sewer, and that's it. I finished
Really?
Skyrim. This is like a very virgin experience for me.
Honestly, I'm really happy for that. Because Oblivion is my favorite Elder Scrolls.
Is it?
It's my favorite.
Despite the fact you
Yes.
just said you had like PTSD thingamadiggies from this.
Oh, no, I hate the main story, but I've always hated the main story of, like, any Elder Scrolls. I just hate them. They're obnoxious. The side experiences, getting immersed in the world, has always been my shit.
Yep.
And honestly, Oblivion gave me that.
That's good.
Like, the side stories are pretty in-depth enough that I don't feel like they're cheap. Like, Skyrim, you go to the Mages Guild, 3 missions, you're the leader of the Mages Guild.
Yeah, and what's more is you can do the mages, like the College of Winterhold thingamadiggy, with no magic, basically.
Yeah.
There's like
Oblivion, sure, maybe you could cheese it a bit, but you're there for a while.
Yeah. Bam. There we go. Look at that. So yeah, so I know there was some people that were like, "Oh, yay, we got the Oblivion remaster. Now give us Morrowind." Where apparently that one is even crazier with like its mechanics. Not too sure what the story is, but apparently like you can create spells and some really fucked up effects.
Yeah.
So, can you do that here? Because I noticed you can make potions.
Nope.
Oh.
I don't think you can.
Ooh, a repair hammer. That is going to be useful. Because I get hit in the chest a lot while wearing this armor.
I think the funnest part I'm feeling about this game is that it feels more of like an internal test of like, can we build our tools that we use to make all of our games in Unreal?
Yeah, because the way it was explained to me by a friend that does like code and what have you is that they just simply stripped the graphical side of it. Oh, I'm dropping frames, and I think I'm dropping frames because I'm trying to stream to you. Hang on a second, I need
give me a shittier resolution. I don't need
15 frames a second, 720p.
Give me 15 720, we're good.
So yeah.
That's all I need.
So alright. Hopefully that should
perfect for me. That's perfect. I just gotta see a little
Hopefully this doesn't do any more dropped frames. It doesn't look like it's dropping any more frames. Skipped frames due to encoding lag. Yeah, so that was the problem, is, you know, trying to do that encoding while also this. So unless What happens if I disable the previewer? Is there going to be more, like, room? Let's see. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? I am trying to do a number of things on one PC, and the easy solution would be at one point to just have 2 PCs to do the thing, but
yeah,
that's, you know,
important.
costs twice as much
More important
electricity.
question.
Yeah.
More important question. Grant, TFF next year? That's a yes. Thank you. Chat, can you bully Grant, please? Chat, type
can you,
1
can
to
you,
make
like,
Grant go to TFF.
Can you, like, send me, like, coffee things and shit? Like, how much is... When's TFF?
April?
Alright, hang on a second. Let me open up Opera GX and let's have a look at the, let's have a look at flights to... What is it? Texas?
Yeah, Texas. Dallas-Fort Worth.
Okay.
DFW.
Yeah, DFW.
You've
All
been
right,
there.
cool.
You've been there. You can find your way
to
around.
DFW. Give me a second.
Picking up frack at DFW fucking sucked.
Picking anyone up from an airport sucks. That's like what's
No,
different
like
about
this was the
one?
most. This was the most spaghetti western looking shit I've ever seen. It was just noodles of road everywhere, and I hated it.
Okay.
Hated it so much.
So, okay, I can go as far as like March 20th. So if
okay, well assume the price, yeah.
Yeah. Go to Google Flights to check for flights of these days. Oh my god. Yeah.
I will literally let you stay in my hotel room. I don't give a fuck.
Hang on. So it's not letting me. Ding dong. Round trip. Let's just pretend. Let's just pretend from like March 10th to March 20th, like a good 10 days of. So the top departing flights is using American and Qantas, which would cost me round trip to almost $3,000, or
yeah,
I
we
use
got this right.
non-stop. Oh, cool. So that's just one thing. Nice. I was worried it was going to take like several stops. Like, look at this one. Air Canada and United, 2 stops. I go to Brisbane to Vancouver, layover from Vancouver to get to Denver, and then from Denver to Dallas. What the fuck?
Amazing.
Why are they overshooting it? Like, it's so much less to do. Like, look at this, 779 kilograms of CO2 to go from, like, let's see, Brisbane to Dallas. It's an overnight trip. Oh, good lord. Heavens forbid I do an overnight trip. Average leg room is 31 inches. Honestly...
Here's my vision, Grant. Here's my vision. The VR chat meetups every Friday, canceling that Friday's meetup and making it an IRL meetup.
Mm-hmm.
And getting my friends that I want to hang out with there.
Okay, so it looks like I can get my cheapest flight if I come in on a Wednesday or a...
That's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So me and Frack have the idea of coming in Monday, and then leaving the next Monday.
Yeah. And then, holy shit! This thing is thinking like, why the fuck would it cost more than $2,000 for economy to get to the States? No one wants to go to the States now.
It might be too far out. That might be a thing where it's kind of like it can't really anticipate that far out.
Oh, look at this. November. Fucking, like, $1,200. $1.5 grand. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Fucking December. Yeah, I should have known. Christmas. So,
yeah.
It was still gonna get fucked up there. And then, yeah, it's, like, from October to November. So you're going during the fall. And then, why is there this bump here? Why is there a bump between, like, September 15th and September 30th? Like...
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't... Because, like, there's a little dip here, but not even, like, an obvious dip for where I assume 9/11 is. And then...
a little dip.
Just a little dip.
Yeah. Chat, type 1 if Grant's a little dip. Type 2 if you're gay.
Type 2 if you're gay. Yeah, and then September is really low. You're getting to the end of, like, summer with that to start of fall. And then, yeah, July. No fucking duh. It's gonna be expensive. 4th of July. So, yeah, depending on when I am going, because I'm gonna be frank. Oh my god, $3,000 to do that.
Sky!
Hi there, Sky! Shoutouts to Sky, like, honestly. It's Cookie for Night Sky Gem. I did a meme a while ago. Hang on a second, let me get the meme.
Yeah.
If I know I got anyone watching my back, it's Sky. Because there's just, half the time, there's just gonna be a fucking message from Sky going,
Night
"Ooh,
Sky Gem paid me to say give the Yeen all the hugs and cookies.
Ooh, yeah.
Here it is. If nobody got me, I know Sky got me. Can I get an amen? Look at this. look at that. Absolutely fantastic. Did you just go bork bork?
Bork? Bork?
Bork, fucking. But yeah, shoutouts to Sky. Anytime I post artwork or I have like an interesting stream schedule about to come up, I'm gonna get an uwu from them. Don't fucking matter. So yeah, don't fucking matter what it is. Sky just like uwu. Fantastic, thank you. All right, so chat needs to help me raise, like, I'll be real with you. Yes, it will cost me $2,000 to get to the States, but I'm going to be spending way more money once I land in the States as well. And plus there's, you know, going to the Fur Fiesta. Like, how much is Fur Fiesta next year?
Like $80.
Wait, what?
It's 80 bucks. Like a ticket, like your pass, my pass was 80 bucks.
I'm trying to I typed in Ford Fiesta instead of Fur Fiesta.
No, it was 80 bucks. Like I spent 80 bucks on my ticket.
Fur Fiesta.
TFF. I think it's tff.org.
Texas Fur Fiesta.
Unless I'm stupid.
And then and then there's like the hotel, but we can probably just split that. April murder on the TFF Express. Oh my god, you having me experience a fucking train next year?
Yeah, it was no, that was this year. This year's theme was train because of autism, yeah.
Autism.
Yeah.
More than all.
Yeah.
We like more than trains.
Yeah, they're gonna get planes next year. I'm so excited.
Oh my god, that's just gonna be such a huge thing. Okay, question. Do you have a pilot's outfit?
No. Actually, so I'm trying to work with Punks Week to get me a partial done.
Ooh, that would be good.
Next year.
If you do get a partial, you absolutely need to get like a jumpsuit, like a Top Gun, like, you know, fake jumpsuit.
Oh fuck, that's such a that's a good idea.
Yeah, so Top Gun jumpsuit.
Oh, that's an outfit idea. Oh, I need a jumpsuit. I need a pilot suit.
Like it costs
that's such a good idea.
Look at that, $100 doesn't even cost a fursuit. And what's more is while you're wearing it, you don't have to worry about anything other than the head.
Oh, I don't think you understand. I'm gonna get a real one. I'm gonna find a real one.
You don't need a real. You're not a pilot.
Yeah. So you think I'm not gonna be like autistically wearing that while I'm playing War Thunder at home? Like, you don't think I'll wear that? I will wear that shit. I will play DCS with that shit. No. So the idea I have is I want a punk outfit. So I'm gonna get like when I was in high school, I had a denim jacket with patches on it. I've lost that jacket, but I'm gonna do it again. But have it like with spikes and all this shit. Make it more like my Yeens like attire. I don't know, something different.
Yeah. Are you gonna get like an attire like this? What the wrong direction. You're gonna get the Smithies like licensed what's-a-mahoozy for the ladies, so then that way, like when you wear the fake boobs on stream or some nonsense and you're in the middle of War Thunder, you can still have your hell yeah, it's like I'm in the cockpit.
No, Lycan's gonna hi Lycan. You're gonna steal me. Lycan's gonna steal me a real suit.
Lycan's gonna steal. Who the hi Lycan? Wait, is Lycan in the Air Force?
Yeah, he's also my crew chief canonically for my stream. Yeah, all my planes that have like the design of my Yeen on them, it has the pilot's name on it, and then below that says dedicated crew chief DCC Lycan.
Oh my gosh.
They all have that on the texture. All
room gathering guidelines. Read the rules that the attend rules. Accepts no liability for whatever may occur within the confines of private rooms. Incidents which occur in these rooms are the sole responsibility of the individuals. In the unlikely event a situation occurs where they may present a threat to the convention and or its attendees, has responsibility to report it to the proper authorities.
Lycan, give me a price. Lycan is saying they can buy one. Oh my god, that's right. It's a stockpile item.
So you're just gonna get like 3 suits of different sizes?
Yeah, it's a stockpile item. You can literally just go and buy one at like the fucking what is it? The fucking uniform store, whatever the fuck it's called. I forget.
What the crazy thing is that I kind of like I have a friend who also loves DCS. His name is Quaggles. I got him a pair. I got him like a Top Gun hat because he wore like this crusty fucking ANZ blue cap for holding his IR sensors. So when he turns his head, it turns in the game and shit.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I got that. I got that too.
yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. You have like a full-on HOTAS system, no doubt.
Yeah, I've got the Warthog. Yeah.
So yeah, maybe for him, I'll get him. I need to figure out what size he is and just be like, hey, I need it. I want a suit as well. And then there's gonna be a to-do list of things. Hang on a second. Let me make a new file. So
That's how I get my MREs too. I got a friend who lives on base and he'll send me MREs like that.
Texas Fur Fiesta. So let me just do a title. There we go. To-do list. So let me just get this to-do list. So number 1, get a flight suit. Parentheses for a friend. Gun range. We do need to go to a gun range at least once because that was like I haven't done that. Texas BBQ. I have, or is it a cookout or a barbecue?
Barbecue. We can go to Texas barbecue.
Barbecue. All right. So Texas BBQ.
I'll find some place. You need to get drunk, and after getting drunk, go to a Whataburger. You need the full experience. You need the full experience.
Okay. So do I have to be hungover or drunk?
Drunk. Me and Frack at 2 a.m. were screaming at my wife to take us to a Whataburger. I don't remember going to the Whataburger, but I remember getting back to the hotel, walking out of my room, and Frack was slumped over the couch with face in the Whataburger. It was hilarious.
We going to the range too? Look, if like, here's the thing, like, all right, hang on.
I'm bringing my revolver. Everyone's shooting my revolver. The Ying's revolver. We're all Texas yeehaw. If we can get it, we're all getting cowboy hats too. I don't give a fuck.
All right, so cowboy hat as well. Cowboy hats.
Yeah.
All right,
Legit
so
cowboy
costs.
Hat. Yeah.
Costs. So first and foremost, flight from like Brisbane to from like, you know, BNE to DFW, I'm easily spending $2,000 on.
So you bring your AR Lycan? I'll bring my carbine. I'll bring my M1 carbine.
Everyone just bringing cool guns to the fucking range, and all I am is bringing myself.
That's all you need. We just want you there, Grant.
They just want me there. Here's the thing.
Grant, I just want you there.
Legitimately, this is how you get me to go to a convention. Not the, hey, are you going to a convention? It's going to be a case of, it has to be a case of, like, someone has to be like, yeah, you're coming. We're doing things together. Like, I'm not going to go to, like, you know, Furdu, for instance, just because, oh, everyone else is going, why aren't you, kind of thing. You need to ask me. You need to be like, hey, I want you to come. We're going to do things together.
So like last year, me and Grant talked about this last year. But it wasn't just it wasn't in the cards. It wasn't in the cards last year. But now that I've gone and it was me and Frack, I'm obsessed with getting my friends, the people I want there, to be there. Like, that has become my obsession. Like Lycan, I want him to go. Folksy, I want to go. Double, I want to go. Punk Squeak's going. Fox is going. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, Grant, I need Grant there.
April 10th is the 100th day of the year. Yep, cool. So in 20... Ah, god damn it doesn't... Okay. What day will April 10th be in 2026? Because I doubt we're just going to invent a new day between now and then. For April 2026. So it will fall... Okay, so it could fall on a Friday again.
No, it's gonna because it's the weekend. The fur cons are gonna be on the weekend.
Does it go? So 10 and 13 from 2020. Because here's the thing: is in 2025 it went from Thursday to Thursday to Sunday. So is it going to do the same thing?
Yeah. They that's how they all run.
Okay, so all right, so yeah, so do the arrangement to do like a Thursday. So probably take next
and like
week.
I said, me and Frack,
or next year. Sorry, take like a week and a bit off, do a Saturday shift prior to that, so then that way I can use it as a toil on the Monday, and then yeah, that way I only take like 4 days off.
There's also really good public transit in Dallas. So if you get if you can't stay at the hotel at the con, you can get a cheaper one that's by one of the train stations, and then ride in. The train was like $5 a day.
That is okay. I'm enjoying 50 cents transport a day, Yeen. Like, what do you mean $5 a day?
Yeah, it's $5 a day. It's Texas. Fuck you. We gonna tax me more? I have a gun.
Guess what? You know what Brisbane did? We fucking taxed coal. We taxed the fuckers that were taking all of our, natural resources that were getting, pulled in by a third party. Who?
Who asked?
Me. You want to know how you can get cheap public transport? Tax your foreign rich people.
Grant, that's regardless of the point. You're gonna pay $5 a day if you want to have cheap hotel, or you can get a hotel at the con. Either way, you're gonna get drunk with me. This is not an option.
Okay, so hotel, I'm spending actually, hang on, Whataburger. I'm probably gonna do that more than one night.
Alcohol, we're just gonna be drinking Buzzballs the whole fucking time we're there.
Alcohol, let's say fucking $250 tops.
For alcohol? Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. So, all right, hotel.
Yeah.
So I'm spending because I remember when I was down in Furdu, I easily spent $1,000
on a hotel. Let's say $600.
600. Okay. Are you saying $600 American or $600 Australian?
$600 American. Why the fuck would I be thinking in Australian fun bucks?
Okay, hang on a sec. So I'll need to remember. I'm
not thinking in Monopoly money. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Okay, hang on. So I'm gonna need to make a point of, because my $2,000 for the thingamajiggy was an AUD. Whataburger, I'm assuming I'm gonna be spending $30 bucks like American.
Yeah.
Hotel, $600 American. Alcohol, $250 American. Bullets. I feel like I gotta pay you back for bullets.
$100. Just $100. That's gonna count for $50 for the range, $50 for bullets.
Okay, so yeah, so at least $50. So $50 for the range, and then $50 for ammunition.
Unless we go to the gun range that's in Grapevine, Texas, which has automatic weapons available. You can rent automatic weapons from them. That's great. God bless Texas.
God bless Texas. Check on the pale nerd mutant in the Bethesda studios, but you see how Elder Scrolls 6 is coming along. Nah, what's happening is Elder Scrolls 6, this was all a test to see what would a company that is not Bethesda do with a Elder Scrolls title. They figured out that they do it really well, so it's going to be sent to the French studios. Don't forget to ride a tank. Oh yeah,
that'll be 7 hours away. We can't do that.
7 hours away from a tank. Cool. Noted.
Yeah, so it's Texas. We can't do that. That's literally 7 hours away.
All right.
It's not gonna happen.
So yeah. So
it's also about $800 to ride the tank. We're not doing that.
All right. So travel/train, easily going to be spending. I'm gonna say putting I think $20 on a. Do you guys use trans passes, transport passes?
So yeah, it's an app. So you put the app on your phone and that's it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's Dallas. It's an honor system. That you don't tap shit.
I'm not trusting you on. Oh, it's an honor system. I may be American, but I feel like they would absolutely deport me to Guadalajara for unpaid train tickets.
And I would sell you up the river in a heartbeat, dude. It's $1,500 if I sell you up the river.
Get your fucking citizenship points up. Just be like, that's him, officer. That white man and decided to not pay his train ticket.
This white gringo is fucking me up.
Fuck him.
And they beat you, gringo. Get the fuck out. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll start cussing you out in Spanish.
Oh my god! Please don't cuss. Don't swear at me in a language I don't understand.
Oh no, that's exactly like the entire weekend when I was getting fucked up. I was like, pinche culero, and I was getting really fucking I was getting fucked up. It was great.
All right.
That's why my reaction is I need my friends there. I need my friends at TFF.
Maybe.
I need a roaming pack of shitheads with me. That's what I need.
Mexican phrases. So phrases such as, sorry, I only know English.
It's not that prevalent. Spanish is not going to be that prevalent in Dallas. You'll be
Glug,
fine.
glub,
Cool,
glug,
awesome.
glub, glug.
Never
You
mind.
just need to
then.
know the cuss words.
Okay, cool. So, cuss words. That way, if someone does insult me, I'm able to, you know, whack back at them somehow. I don't know.
You're gonna whack their pee-pee.
Me just going to the nearest Texan, whacking him in the dick, and prepare to get shot back. Just like a cut G, bam. Next thing you know, Smith and
That's
Wesson
literally
pulled
gonna
out.
be me. Just pull out the revolver. I don't have a Smith & Wesson. I have a Ruger. It's a Black Hawk.
What's a Ruger?
Ruger's a brand. Ruger Black Hawk.
What the is this a German brand? Oh, it's an American
No.
firearm. Why the fuck is it sounds German? Ruger revolvers.
Yeah.
What are they?
So
Wait, is this
357.
stubby one right here, or does it look like a fucking Wrangler?
No, it's I think it's an 8-inch barrel, 6-inch or 8-inch barrel. I don't remember.
So what? Something like this one here, the SP.
I can't see. I have an ad. I have a fucking ad. Chat, save me from this ad help, please.
Chat, you should go subscribe. You should help unnamed subscribe to me.
You should help Grant by subscribing me to Grant.
Exactly
Please.
that.
As I'm burping in his ear.
People are like, aren't they releasing Skyrim again? And I'm like, don't you mean Skyrim Deluxe Platinum Gold 15-year anniversary remaster remake game of the year director's cut? Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure I now have like 3 different copies of Skyrim in my Steam account. I've got Skyrim, Skyrim Special Edition, Skyrim Anniversary Edition, and one of the editions comes with pre-installed mods of all fucking things.
I think the...
Thank you B1G_DJ for the tier 1 gift sub to unnamed 471.
Alright, refresh. Okay, so it's the... Let's see. None of these. They're all silver. Anyway, it's going to be the model that's going to be middle left. I think. No, that's a Wrangler. No, just look up Ruger Blackhawk.
Oh my god.
Yeah, look up Ruger Blackhawk.
357. What the fuck?
Yeah, 357 Magnum. It's a 357 Magnum.
That is that is such a Texan gun. What the fuck? You could go into fucking Wild West and you wouldn't be bringing in new technology.
It's a single action too. It's not double action, so you do have to pull the hammer back to fire it.
Okay, no, that's kind of cool.
Roxy! Hi, Roxy!
Hi, Roxy. We got distracted looking at guns because Unnamed wants me to go to Texas Fur Fiesta. Actually, hang on a second. I should probably put a note of date. So
I think
it would
Roxy's
be.
going to.
So date is approximately.
I'm literally trying to get all my friends to go to TFF.
April 10th to 13th. So that would be from a Friday to a Sunday, but more likely it's going to fall on a Thursday, and would probably need to try and take time off prior to that. So arrange for. I want to do I would say 5 to 7 days off.
Yeah.
And then just make it so I have at least 1 day after return. So then that way, any time zone nonsense. But normally I can sleep on the plane. Not perfectly, but at least enough. You live in PA without a job currently. I live in Australia currently with a job. Short of, a fucking global terror going off in the United States, it's gonna cost me at least $2,000 to get to Yeen over here.
Yeah. And then the thing is, I want, my friends to be there. I wish you can go to TFF. Sky, I might be able to get you a ride from where you are at to TFF. I might be able to. I'm not even joking.
All right.
I'm not even joking.
All right. Oh, maybes. MTG, and Warhammer.
Oh yeah. Yes, Warhammer. There's also Rainforest Cafe. We have to go to Rainforest Cafe.
Oh, I've seen the video from Eddie Burbank. So that's gonna cost us what, $70?
Yeah, $70. I want to go there with just a pack. Again, I just need a pack of just shithead furries that are my friends to go in there.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Do we go in with fursuit head and shit?
Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm legit hoping that I can work with Punk Sweet to get something done for me.
That would honestly
funny
yellow
funny
blue Yeen.
Yeah.
Blue Yeen head, absolutely. And then I don't know, you get... Would you go for the same hair as what you got right now, or would you just go, you know, cue ball?
No, I'd have the hair. I need the hair.
You need the hair, so you're not just seen as another Bluey character.
Yeah. But me and Punk Squeak have been talking about a tail for me, and the tail that she's gonna make for me is gonna have a pouch to hide buzzballs.
Oh, buzzballs is the alcohol, isn't it?
Yeah, the little ball-shaped drinks that I've been fucking up for the past month and a half.
My goodness, how is alcohol not sponsoring, like, the adult streamers? Like, come on. Is it because they know that we're, like, just, you know, distributing more often to kids than adults, and so they don't want to risk it? Like, come on. You got...
I don't think I'm distributing to kids. Look at me. Fucking, I'm weird.
Yeah. Look at me!
What do you mean, yeah? What do you mean, yeah? Did you just agree? Did you just call me a shit? I knew it. Chat, type 1 if Grant's a shithead, type 2 if you're gay.
Never heard of buzzballs before unnamed. Neither have I. Like, hang on a second. Like, we don't have... You know what we have in Australia that isn't buzzballs? Like, this crazy thing. 15% alcohol. You know what we've got in Australia? We've got hard solo. Or, as it's called, hard rated, which is a pre-mixed alcohol from, like... Because solo is basically, lemon bitters. Like, people would just drink solo, like this lemon bitters thing on its own. So then the same company that sells you solo now sells you... It used to be called hard solo, but then the advertisement board and such like that were like, no, you can't use that name. You can accidentally sell to youths because you're using that name, because solo is a soda drink that underage people can drink and what have you. This thing is 4.5%, but here's the thing. You can't taste the alcohol. It's just lemon.
Did you see it?
Some of us have been talking about making a chug jug from Fortnite and have it full of nothing but buzzballs. It's gotta be blue.
Moonshine.
No, we're not. I'll put moonshine.
Yeah, like it exactly. Yeah, we just fucking same time we thought that. No, so also, my wife, we're planning to bring our blender because she's a formerly a bartender, and she's gonna make us like really top-notch margaritas in the hotel room.
Okay, so approx total. Also, I need to figure. So, 30 times 3 is 90. So let's just go $100, $700, a grand. Actually, no, that makes it up to a grand. 1.1.
A grand. What's your name's
1.17.
Grand?
Okay, so 1.25. Let's give me a little bit of wiggle room. So 1,250.
My wife. God damn it,
US
Roxy, I keep hearing that.
to AUD.
I'm gonna shit.
My wife.
I'm just gonna.
So
I'm just gonna shit myself.
okay, so long as Australia doesn't get, you know, fucked over, I'm gonna need at least $3,958. I need at least like $4 grand.
You're thinking small as well. This is a business expense too.
What do you mean a business expense?
We're making content.
You have to like record and all that kind of nonsense. In Australia, I feel like would definitely like I haven't done business what's-a-mahoozy things. And what's more is it goes off an eight. Not for this. This has been a hobby.
Oh my god.
What do you mean? Oh my god.
Oh my god, chat. Can you believe this?
It's just been a fucking hobby, is what it's been.
Chat, type 1 if you can't believe this guy. Type 2 if you're gay. It's a work conference. For some of us, like for me,
a furry convention, a work conference.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Again, I went and I made content. The content is part of the greater advertising network of my brand, I guess.
Ridiculous. You cannot create potions while enemies are nearby.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm your enemy. I'm your op, bro.
Yeah, right now, just talking in my head as I'm slowly like picking up blood grass and shit. Molotov Chainsaw, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it.
Ah, Molotov Chainsaw, hi, head.
Molotov types 3.
Oh, based.
So yeah. So I'll make it a coffee goal. We'll make it like an AU thing where it's just like, you know, $3 grand or something like that to help me get to Texas Fur Fiesta. that ain't gonna happen. We have a year.
Like is correct.
Sorry?
Lycan is absolutely correct. It was simple Ying Plank videos too, and they did so well. I have people in VR chat that recognize me for my content. They're like, Ying! I'm like, how did you think of the Plank videos? And they're like, dude, they're so funny.
Okay.
So the Plank videos were, again, I'm there. I don't have a fursuit. What can I do? And it was a lot of that. And it was a lot of reaching out to just talk to people.
A lot of plankton. Yep.
As well as like talking to artists and being like, hey, where can I get commissions? I want to see your work. You guys, you're cool. I do want to support you. Because when you're doing your taxes and you declare your income for a quote, what is it, sole proprietor business, there is a portion for advertising, and if your persona is quote your brand, advertising is commissions.
Okay. Let's see. What can I use this pumpkin for? Because that pumpkin is taking a lot of weight.
But that's all the boring stuff, Chad.
Yeah. Well, I've never had to do it before, so I have like, you know, no idea how. That's just the
and Grant's right. If you're doing something as a hobby, it's not declarable. Or it doesn't have to be declared. Quote.
Restore fatigue on
and that's the rule from the IRS, which is like, I guess, sweet. Like as much of assholes as they're seeing, they have rules like that are pretty decent.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, that's the next question is like, when I do all this stuff, do I put it up? Like, this is the tricky part. Twitch has my social security number, so they're able to give me the forms and all that kind of nonsense for the American. And plus, it makes it so that I don't lose money. Like, I don't lose half my income or any of that nonsense. So I declare, so I'm declaring all this stuff on the U.S. side. So I declare the Twitch easily. I point out that, you know, I'm only, you know, I'm working full-time over on Australia's side, and I pay the taxes on the Australia side, and so I end up paying no tax whatsoever to the United States because the amount that I'm earning from Twitch doesn't even get close to entering into a tax bracket there. Over on this side, however, my work, you know, automatically submits that information. I don't have to declare my job or anything like that, and very rarely am I needing to adjust nonsense on my, excuse me. Very rarely am I needing to do adjustments to my taxes in Australia other than, oh, I did a donation to this or something or rather. So it's like, what do I put the Twitch stuff into? And do I start, like, having Australia also know about it? And it's one of those things of, I probably should have talked to a
CPA.
CPA.
Talk to a CPA. For me, there is a form I filled out declaring a sole proprietorship. Like, I am running a business. And part of that also includes, there is a subsection, there's a section in there where you can say, I am going to a work conference.
Okay.
And it's like, the fact of the matter is, I'm an internet furry.
Detect
and I make an income from it, an income that I am mandated to report. Well, if I go to a furry con and make content, go network, do the things that I normally do at a business convention, what's the difference? And there isn't one.
What if I
and so, for a lot of professional furries, that's basically a thing for them.
No, there's only like one thing that fortifies health. Nightai is done by 2 things. Resisting disease. Ooh, okay, so that's done by 2 things.
Yeah, there's also that, Roxy, as well.
Dink. Alright. Alright. Let me just drink my resisting disease potion, because holy shit, way too often I am getting myself killed. Resist disease. There we go. And then I'm probably going to drop... Can I wear this brass ring? No, actually, it's useless. Iron longsword, steel... Silver arrows. I'm trying to, like, figure out, like, what I can drop to restore fatigue. So... Okay, this glass, what's in Mahoozy, I'm gonna drop that. I don't know what the fangs are for. That's the weird thing. And then we have all these absorbed skills. Alright. Yay, now I can move. Alright.
Okay, Grant, I'm gonna invoice you for my appearance to your stream, and yeah, our friendship's a tax deduction now.
Is it now?
I'm kidding. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Here's the thing: is like some people, it's like and some people like make it where it's like, oh, we're going to dinner together, and we're gonna just make it so that like while at this dinner, it's technically a business meeting because we're both like businessmen who do.
Grant.
Yeah.
That's exactly so. That is technically not technically. Actually, it's not even technical. That is allowed if we all go to Rainforest Cafe together.
And we do like our TikTok thing.
The rule is 60% of the price of the meal for you as an individual is tax deduction.
Okay.
Which is wild. I'm too scared to do that because I think I'm like, it's allowed, but it makes me go, how the fuck is this allowed?
That Ian Plank is.
Which again, it's crazy because again, we all collab with each other. This is in the actual essence of the law. This is all business stuff. It's weird. It's so weird. It is the trippiest thing.
Oh, I am almost dead. Holy shit.
Like there's some YouTubers I watch that they deal with like firearms and stuff. And they were doing a podcast and they were talking about how trippy it is that they're buying like guns that they like and they're turning around and they're saying, yeah, this is a business expense.
Cool. You love how the punching looks? It is not super effective, but we are doing something. I just need to get to like the top of this thing and I'll just activate the thingamadiggy. Dark Salvation. Oh, fuck's sake. I might need to... Alright, hang on. I need to do the thing. I need to actually drink some nonsense. Where is... Dispel Healing. Here we go. And actually use some gear. Silver Dagger. You cannot change weapons while attacking.
How are you doing, Chad? How's your day?
There we go.
Chad,
Got him killed.
Grant's Throne lately?
Reveler of... What did you... What?
I'm talking to Chat. Chat, have you looked at Grant's Throne recently?
You don't need to look at my
anything
throne.
weird. Anything weird or cool?
6 inches of Lionel Johnson.
Yeah, can you go to Grant's Throne and suggest a bra for him?
No, stop suggesting a bra. God damn it, stop that.
Yeah, can you do it? I'm too lazy to fucking do it right now. I'm in the middle of eating some Reese's Pieces.
Light on strike, drain illusion on strike. Oh, okay. And I'm a novice for that shit. Okay.
That's pretty cool, Molotov. I fucking love Panda Express.
It's I will be real with you. Like, if I do head over to the States next year and such like that, I don't know like how responsible I would be with like eating shit. I don't give
a fuck.
Oh my. Okay, the Reveler of Inquity. This is the problem. Is like I want to hold on to shit like this, but you know, it's too heavy. There's like too much shit in my.
The busty boy. No. Grant's absolutely busty.
I have a busty boy, and it ain't me. Taylor Matsumoto is a gender fluid cyborg, or that is like
Don't you have art? Don't you have art of the Zeebs spraying milk?
It's sweat.
Oh, it's sweat coming out of the nipples?
It's sweat going off the pecs.
That's not what it looked like to me. I think you're lying to me.
I think I don't care. I think ink gets sweat
Chad,
and moving on.
Chad, I'm being gaslit.
Wait, did I just cure? Oh, the feather makes it so I hold more. Okay. Alright, Dark Salvation. Hopefully I'm going to get a house to store your loot then. Okay, will I get a house after this?
No, you have to do, I don't know, something. You don't get a house from the main storyline, you know.
Oh my goodness.
It's not Skyrim. You gotta do
oh my god, how did
God
you
intended.
how did I miss all that?
I think it's bullshit, chat. I think it's bullshit that Grant gets to have his nipples out like nobody's business, and I'm oppressed. I'm a boy too.
It's called male privilege.
I'm a male, just titties. It's bullshit. This is bullshit, chat. Type 1 if it's bullshit. Type 2 and I'll take my top off.
Alright, hang on. Bam. There we go. Fuck you, Scamp. Okay. Scamp is empty. So, how the fuck are you supposed to... Citadel Hall door requires a key. What the fuck? I need keys in this fucking space? Where the fuck do I find a key? Oh,
it's right there.
You say it's right there, and you just like...
I don't know.
Ah. Okay, to the plane of oblivion. There we go. So that's gonna lead me somewhere. Twitch assumes the Yin's gender. Yeah, it does. Look.
They look at my fat tits and think improbable girl.
Improbable woman.
And I'll be like, Twitch, I'm like, Twitch, I don't mind you calling me mommy, but like, come on.
Reaper's Sprawl? Like,
please, chat. Please, Twitch. Just let me be topless for a moment. What? Just a single moment.
Where the? Who?
Did you know in the state of Texas, with fat tits you can still be topless as long as it's in a non-sexual way?
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Ascension call. Is this the right thing to activate?
But it's subjective, so it's like, what does a non-sexual count as? Like, I'm sorry, you got big fat titties in. No.
Pasties, at least.
It's a bit of both.
All right, hang on. So. Oh, Sigil Keeper. Hang on. Let me just. A little bit busy fighting this. Oh, it's not a Daedra. It's a Dremora. Would be cool having Daedra armor, but every time I kill these guys, they don't give me their armor. Get fucking fisted. Just die already. Get banished. Sigil and a Daedra heart. Awesome. Wait, can I pick something? Dremora mace. Okay, cool. Blood cage? Or...
Quickly, there's no time. You must get to the top of the large tower. The Sigil Keep, they call it. That's what keeps the Oblivion Gate open. Find the Sigil Stone, remove it,
do it,
and the gate
get
will
to the
close.
top.
Alright, cool. How do I get you out of your cage? Because I feel like you shouldn't be stuck in here. Oh, hello.
Grant,
and I'm over encumbered because I'm holding a bow.
Put a bra on.
Sorry? Put a bra?
Grant, you're disgusting. Put a bra on.
No, fuck you.
Like, they're just like out there, like fucking cleavage and all.
Alright. Dink, drop that. And then...
You're over cucumbered?
There we go. Drink another potion. Alright, so we got Feather. So I'm guessing, since we did the Plane of Oblivion, then we're able to run. Still don't know how the fuck I was able to solve all this. I've been going through blueprints. Very much fun. If you have the Game Pass unnamed, definitely worth.
What, Oblivion?
No, Blueprints.
Blueprints?
Yeah, so Blueprints is a puzzle game. I'll play it another day. Although, wait, what day is it? Today is Friday for me, so tomorrow's Saturday. Oh my gosh, I also need to announce the thingamajiggy of the fact.
It's actually Friday for me too, Grant.
Alright, well, tomorrow, so it'll probably be Friday evening for you, Saturday morning for me. I need to do the announcement thingamajiggy of the fact that I have the community stream, and the community stream is going to be the blah 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 Monster Hunter Wilds. So gonna be playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. All right. Nope, no way of getting in. So plenty of folks playing Blueprints. It's fun, Roxy. Highly recommend.
That reminds me, I'm gonna be playing mouthwashing for my 12-hour stream on Saturday.
Wait, did I just go through the... Oh, because they're two of the same doors. God damn it. Ugh. Alright, so...
Chat, type 1 if a rat shaker sucks. Type 2 if you're gay.
I know that rat shaker sucks. Okay, so I'm...
Fucking sucks.
Yeah, I remember you, like, just being to the plane of oblivion. Oh, wait, no. Is this... No, this isn't the right tower. We need to go back into the Dark Salvation. And we're going to this one. Yep, so we open using the Sigil Keep key. Yep, so this lets us go up a floor. This is what we want.
All the ones.
Yeah, because Rat Shaker sucks.
It's such a shit dog shit game.
It promised you stuff in the first like 5 minutes, and then it just changed.
It's like funny rat thing, and then it's kind of like it turns into, I'm gonna say it's a meme game. It's a fucking shitty meme game. It's literally no wonder every fucking TikTok and clip I've seen has always been the rat in the field. Like the beginning of the game before you even get in the house, because the game's dog shit.
Go, Daedra Heart, Potion of Warmth. Oh, I'm over encumbered.
Over cucumbered.
Feather, once again. Oh, 427. How the fuck did I get 427? How? Unless... Oh, wait, no. 325 over 427. Okay, cool. So I am... Alright, so what's this? Portal to the Blood Feast. Am I going the right way? I don't know if I am, but hopefully I am.
When we were in TFF, I tried convincing Frack to go buy cowboy hats.
So now you're gonna try and convince me to buy cowboy hats if I ever end up in Texas with you.
I need someone to do it with me. I don't want to be the only weirdo.
You don't want to be the...
I haven't owned a cowboy hat in like 10 years.
But your text... Oh. Fuck. What's happening? I'm not dead, am I? No, I'm not. Cool. My luck! Fuck you. Damage, fatigue, damage, luck, flare, and a potion of warmth. Ding dong. Where is my feather? 427. You open with the sigil door. So I guess feather makes it so I can carry more. I should have realized that. Also, thank you for the hyper himbo, Roxy. Didn't say that earlier, but thank you. Blood fountain. I guess that restores me. And now we have to... running. Okay, I understand now why you didn't like the main story, if this is part of the main story of, like, running...
It's garbage.
It's running up a tower.
And is this the one at Kvatch, or where are you?
Kvatch.
Oh, okay. Cool. You don't know, then.
Cool. Probably don't. Sigil Stone. Wait, how am I getting out if we're closing the gate? Oh, what the... Ow. Fuck. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, never mind. So you just grab the sigil and you're out of the tower.
Mm-hmm. And, yeah.
I have closed the gate by taking the sigil stone that anchors it within oblivion. I should tell Savlian Matthias that the way into Kvatch is now open. Nice. Once again, I'm over encumbered. This is a regular occurrence with me. I should probably warn. Too many cucumbers. Hey, restoration mastery increased. I can now, I am now an apprentice of restoration and can cast apprentice level spells. Excuse me while I just heal myself slowly but surely. Oh, look at that. Now I'm fine. Now I'm fine. Excellent.
Kvatch is finished. There's nothing.
There you go.
Close the gate. I knew you could do it.
Is it me or does this guy have a lazy eye?
I need you to come with us. You've
There's
got
a lot
far
of
more combat experience
Oblivion
than these
characters I'm
men.
noticing that have like
Are you able to join
really
us now?
fucked up eyes.
I can wait, but not for long.
But I
Some
think
of
it
them
might be
are
a
like
layover,
crazy bloodshot.
To barricade the city gate.
I think it's a layover of what you were saying. Like a lot of the systems from Oblivion were just ported over.
Yeah, because that's how it was. Is they just simply stripped the graphics side of, I think it was called GameBite or whatever this engine was called. So the logic, the AI, the NPC movements are all the same.
Gamebryo.
They're just using what's-mahoozy,
Unreal.
Yeah, they're using Unreal 5 for all the graphical stuff. That's why they're able to just be like, oh, let's do DLSS over top and have it using these assets. Oh wait, hang on. Let me just.
And I'm gonna be honest, I'm really hyped that they got rid of the old engine.
They partially. So there's going to be some stuff that will be able to remain and what have you. So like, you know, some of the logic and why it's able to do like the custom.
Yes. But they'll be able to climb ladders.
So.
Like the thing with Gamebryo was that it was designed
What's it like
for.
out there? We were beginning to fear we were the only survivors.
Yeah. Kavach.
It all happened so fast.
Oh my god, your cornrows are...
It was all we could
I
do.
understand this like, I don't know what it is about Unreal Engine or, like, some of the more modern engines, but they do this thing with hair that they're trying to be like, oh, this is meant to be very fine follicles and such, and half the time, depending on whatever screen you're on, more often on mine, it fucking disappears. So you get, like, these really bold, like, lines where it's all clumped together, and they're just like, oh, no, that's just, like, you know, the model being like that. But then when you have, like, the actual, like, fur, like, just the particle effect fur, that's, like, you know, just turns transparent. And terrible cornrows.
Brother Martin? Yes, he's right over there. He led a group of us here during the confusion of the attack. We owe him our lives.
Cool.
Goodbye.
Can I sell shit to people? Don't care for full
How could
cloth.
that not? How did you get in here?
I'm here for Martin.
He's back there, looking after the other survivors.
Cool.
Goodbye.
Brother Martin.
Have you brought help? We've been trapped here since the Daedra overran the city.
Is that Sean Bean?
Yeah.
What the fuck is Sean Bean doing in here? He's gonna die in like 10 minutes after I meet him now. Come with me, you're in danger.
But I'm needed here. I can't leave. I assume you didn't risk your own life to come here to tell me something I already know. Who are you, and what do you want?
Sorry, I wasn't expecting Sean Bean as fucking, like I knew of Patrick Stewart because of, like, the joke of how, like, someone was like, oh, here's this character, and they're like, don't give a shit, give me the lines, and then they got it done, and it was, like, a beautiful role. And then there was, like, Patrick Stewart was, like, he got, like, the entire lore dump of the Emperor's Septum, and it was, like, thousands of pages long, and he lasted for less than half an hour, and he was like, this is one of the greatest roles I've ever been given. He was just so proud that he was able to get so much lore and details over Tiber Septum, and it's like, and it means nothing, because you're dead before any of it gets utilized.
Yes, I'm a priest. Do you need a priest? I don't think I'll be much help to you. I'm having trouble understanding the gods right now. If all...
yeah, everyone remembers
there is a plan.
Patrick
We're
Stewart
part
in
of
his
it.
role.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, say that again?
All through
Everyone
that
remembers
terrible
Patrick
night,
Stewart in
but
this
no
role,
help
though.
Came. Only more Daedra.
No one
What can
remembers
you
Sean
possibly
Bean
know that
because
would help me make
the
sense
main
of
storyline
this?
sucks.
Yeah, well, I didn't play the main storyline, so I didn't know about Sean Bean over here. He's gonna die in, like, you know, after this mission, isn't he? Or actually, no, they're gonna string us along for a little while, and then it's gonna be like, oh, Sean Bean dies, and then it's like, oh, but, you know, we must go through the final Oblivion Gate, and so, you know, we pretend to be, like, the Emperor's son or some shit like that, and then, you know, we storm the gate, and then the Oblivion is closed, and then and then it's like, oh, news of the Emperor's, like, death has reached our ears, ears, and his son is dead, which means the thingamadiggy is gone. And then it's just like, but what happened to the hero of, like, what's-a-mahoozy who closed the Oblivion Gate? It's like, who knows? The Daedra came here for
An
you.
entire city destroyed to get at me? Why? Because I'm the Emperor's son?
Yes. Why would I lie to you?
It's strange. I think you might actually be telling the truth.
Yes, that has always been the case.
What do you want from me?
Come with me to Wayne and Pryor.
I'm sorry, but even if what you say is true, I won't abandon these people to their fate. I'll go with you when we can all leave here together.
Cool, so I still have more Kvatch shit to do. But, oh my god, I'm over encumbered again.
Cucumbers.
I love how Velk is in here and he's like, I come back to you being over encumbered again. Your weight is true in the scales of something or other. Wait, there it is, this thing. Because right now I'm diseased right now, so I'm losing like 5 points of something. I have helped Savlian Mantis and his men retake the Southern Plaza. I should talk to him about our next move. Oh wow, he's finally got that done.
Okay, Grant. It is almost 1 a.m. for me.
So that means it's 1 in the afternoon. It means you're going to be here even longer.
I said 1 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to put in...
Don't you do your dark magic on me, motherfucker.
You want to stay awake for the Zeebs.
I do. I want to hang out with you.
You want to sacrifice your material possessions to the Zeebs. Oh yeah. More
Chat,
points into strength.
I don't want to... Chat, don't clip it. I don't want to be on a Telegram again. Please stop clipping my burps.
Clip it. Clip it, chap. I need more clips of my stream to put onto TikTok. I need them. I need them for the TikToks. What, the little button on the bottom?
Well, one, the button, yes, but two, I tell chat, hey chat, I only slept for 3 hours tonight because I was up all night filming TikToks, and they're like, Yeet, you gotta take care of yourself, and I'm like, bitch, you better clip for me then, and then they start clipping because they know I'm running myself ragged. I'm holding myself hostage to my chat.
That doesn't work. They are fine with me doing all the work.
Oh, well then do the other thing. Pander, wear the bra.
What bra?
Is finished.
Wear the bra that chat is about to purchase for you as a surprise gift. Chat, did you know? On Throne you can actually do a surprise gift to someone and just send them something that they have really no choice in it, and then they just get sent to them.
They have no idea what size I am. They have my pant size and
3X chat.
I am not a 3X. What the fuck? I'm like a medium shirt size.
No, yeah, medium shirt size, but we're talking about titties. You can put some water balloons in there. Chat will be all over that shit. Come on, chat. Come on.
You're doing this to get me banned.
No, if I wanted to get you banned, I'd talk about Kurt Cobain. Chat, you want to make the Foo Fighters? What if Grant is the key to making the Yeen Foo Fighters? What if that?
Hang on. Do I have feather? No, I do not. All right, I'm gonna need to make.
Now the question is, who's Dave Grohl? Grant can be Dave Grohl?
All right, filter,
I'll be Kurt Cobain.
Feather. Oh, I only have flaxseed. Shit.
Chat, I'm streaming tomorrow at 1 p.m.
I'm streaming tomorrow as well. So
you're streaming right now. You're streaming right now, Grant. It's not about you. It's about me, Grant.
It's about me.
Oh my God, Grant! I can't believe it.
My
this is the last time I invite you onto my stream.
Oh my God, this is the last time I let you in on my stream.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. You love me.
Yeah, it's honestly really fun when you're hanging out.
Yeah!
All right, breaking the siege of... I need to talk to him about our next move. Where the fuck is he on the map? Is he outside?
Chat, type 1 to make the Yeen go to bed. Type 2 if you're gay. I gotta wait for the ones.
I gotta wait for the twos. There's enough gay people in my chat to prove you wrong.
You can type both. You don't have to just pick one or the other.
You can only pick one, chat. Don't lie to yourself. No. You're not living in the closet anymore. It's 2025. You can be your realist self, and I will applaud you for being true to yourself.
Chat, Roxy, you could send a gift suggestion. Chat, thank you. Oh, there it is. I'm going to bed. DJ, you suck. You fucking suck.
It's okay, Goodbye, DJ. Goodbye, I am proud of you. Good night, unnamed. You have a wonderful sleep. Do you think you'll be awake in So add 7 hours, then add an additional. Do you think you'll be awake in 19 hours?
No. 19 hours, no, because so the party's gonna happen in less than 12 hours. No, in 24 hours, in 20 hours. Yeah, I'll be awake in 19 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it like in
But it's party.
So yeah, because there's gonna be like a I need to make the thingy-majiggy before I finish up tonight. But there's gonna be a thingy-majiggy about the Monster Hunter Wilds. I'll post it in your Discord as well, or something or rather. So then that way people get like a little update of like, oh,
Yeah.
in 12 hours kind of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, the party I'm not gonna be on too late, chat. I have work Saturday morning at 7 a.m. and it's pissing me off. And then I do my 12-hour stream, so I'm gonna be miserable. So bye, guys. Bye, Grant. Have a good day.
Bye. You have a wonderful sleep. Bye bye. Everyone say goodnight to Unnamed. Good night, Unnamed.
But they refused to stay put.
You can't press the button. All right, bye, chat. Bye, bye.
Bye.
But they left anyway. I guess they didn't
How
make
could
it.
the Nine let
Very
this
well.
happen?
Where is-
The area
Are
outside
they
the
angry
chapel
with
has been
us?
cleared, and these people need to be taken to safety. Escort them to the camp south of here at once.
But sir,
All right, hang on. Let me. So, 427 out of 375. All right, my repair hammer. Come on. All right, 60. Damn it. Oh well. Subjugate. Oh, the sigil stone. Disintegrate armor on strike or shield on self. Oh, okay, so the sigil stone allows me to do enchantments.
You will, soldier. Once they're secure, get back here immediately. We'll need every available blade.
There is going to need to be a lot of things I do in the Oblivion game to level up all my side nonsense.
civilians, it's time to move out. Let's go.
We've done it. I can't believe it. I didn't really think this would work. Maybe. Oh, yes. We're not done. Not even close. This was.
Get
you
inside
come
the
this far
castle.
with us. I warn you, though. What we've seen so far is take a few moments to catch your breath and think it up.
Cool. Awesome. Yep. Grab that repair hammer. Ding. Oh my god, paintbrushes. Alright, ding, dong, another repair hammer. Let's try and repair... only an apprentice armor hire may repair magic items. Ah, okay. Alright. Ding. Damn it, it broke again. Fuck's sake. You cannot equip this item, lesser thingamadiggy, absorb skill, illusion, command, humanoid, damage, flawed pearl, petty stone... Mysterious Key, The Will, Macabre, Manifest, Battle Axe of Jinxing. So that's a two-handed. Damage Magicka on strike, light on strike, and drain illusion. So that one I can use. Your power attacks deal more damage and blades are more durable. Your power attacks apply weakness to normal weapons to your opponents. Your regular attacks have a slight chance to make your opponents bleed, dealing damage over time. The weakness to which applied by your is even stronger. And then we have blunt over here. You know what? So wait, so two-handed, one-handed. You know what? I am going to drop this long sword, I think. Okay, it's not enough. I need... Damn it, I need feather or something. Oh, wait, bone. Where I saw bone there. Yep. So drop that. I still need to drop, like, a good 50 pounds, and this thing is, like, 40. Both of these things are, like, strong. Definitely need to figure out a way of getting more,
Are you ready to go?
Let's go.
Our goal is the castle gate. You know the drill.
Yep. Never mind the fact that I am walking slowly. I am going to succeed. They just need to come to me.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Uh-huh. Ooh, we get it. So, ding. Yep. 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 Grab that gold. Ah! Just so over-encumbered. Is that steel? Yep, it's a steel arrow. He looks kind of important. They're just waiting for me as I slowly make my way. So yeah, I need to drop like 50 pounds, and it's like I'd have to remove these two things. Actually, do I have feather as a magic? Hang on. Clairvoyance, detect life, summon zombie, Star of the West. Can only be used once a day. Absorb fatigue on touch. Then we have Flare. And we have Voice of the Emperor to charm people. Calm, Frenzy, Flash, Flare, Damage Luck, Ability, Humanoid. So on the self, we can do Clairvoyant, Greater Detect Life, and Summon Zombie. Ah, the Red Rage. I totally forgot the Red Rage is still doing stuff to me, which... I thought my prayer helped remove the disease earlier, so I don't understand why...
Damn it! This is not... The gates are locked, and the only...
Castle gates?
We can't open that gate from out here. The only mechanism for raising it is inside the gatehouse. And the only way to get into the gatehouse now would be through the passage at the North Guardhouse, but that's always kept locked. Hurry and find Barrich Inian. He should be back in the chapel. Once you've got it, get to the guardhouse, find the passage, and open the...
Cool. Can I...
When we're done with all this...
Don't mind me. Maybe I need to just prayer at the thingamadiggy again, and then that should cure me of my red rage. Because I must have gotten the red rage from something here, and I need... Is it pot making time? Time to reduce weight? If I had the items for feather, then that would make my life so much easier, but I only have one ingredient that will give me leather.
We saw the smoke from the Gold Road while out...
Follow me.
We'll be right... I'm just lucky to be alive.
Fenric?
Captain...
Guardhouse key. Salvin's orders. I need to get into the castle.
Right. They managed to close... I'm afraid you're in for a tough time, friend. The city... I'd better go with you. We'll have to go through the chapel undercroft. And then, if I don't make it, take the key and carry...
Yep, cool. Alright, calibers... I guess the question is that if I leave stuff in barrels here, will it work? If you use things like pumpkins, it destroys the weight and turns it into 0.1 for the pump. Yeah. You've already acclaimed your blessings for the day? Oh, god damn you. Barrel. Alright, hang on. Fuck it. So, because here's the thing, is like, I need like 100 reduced, so... Oh, cure disease. Hang on a second. That should help. I knew I had a purpose. Potion of cure disease. There we go. So that should... Magnitude, disease, red rage. Why is it not gone? Oh, now it is. So now I have So now I have 375, 408. Okay, so I still need to drop shit. All right, let's have a look. So I've got Daedra hearts that can do restoring health. Oh, okay, so maybe that's what I'll do. Hang on. Ding, dong, restore health. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Restore health. And then we'll go for Daedra heart with some caps. There we go. Gets our alchemy up. Oh no, they won't stay. Okay, cool. So I'm glad I didn't move anything into there. Detect life. Restore ability. Night eye. Fatigue. Magic. Drain intelligence. So if there was a way for me to steal, that would be nice. So yeah, because 404. So maybe I need to drop the leather armor. Yeah, I'm gonna put on the steel stuff and I'm gonna drop the leather. I'll find leather gear another time. So, yep, that gets me to 389. Drop. Oh no, Black Road, nothing. Ah. Okay, maybe instead of the heavy armor, I wear the light armor going forward. For whatever reason, the black robe weighs nothing. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're keeping that shield because that came from something or other. And... Alright. We'll get steel another day. Ah! Just let me carry like 500 units.
Show me what you've got. Take that.
Oh. Oh my god. You got an ass. Jesus. Yep. Takes that fire salt. Thank you for the steel arrows. Yep, nope, you're empty as is. Yep, you're here. Damn, there's... So yeah, shame about that. Definitely I'm gonna need to find a house. Unnamed mentioned that there was like, you know, maybe I need to get houses, but you don't get that via the main quest, so... Alright, so they're helping me, which is good. Uh-huh. Get that steel arrow. Wait, was there a dude's, like, head just... Oh my god. That is fucking morbid if ever I saw. Oh, my watch is telling me that I haven't stood up in a while, and I should probably stand up. Skin.
Why won't you? Pathetic.
Amazingly enough, he is not dead yet.
Join my trophy sniffing for the Empire!
There we go. Daedra Heart does restoring of health, so that will be good. Oh, Jesus, that's some ass. Where is our fella? Oh, there he is. You alive?
Come on! We've got to keep moving!
Sounds good.
This is it. The entrance to the passage is right here. I'll unlock it for you. Best of luck.
Thank you. Trapdoor to the passageway. Cool. So we got a shovel. Barrel with an inkwell. Barrel with grapes and onions. Chest with blacksmith. Tobacco? Restores fatigue and resists paralysis. Nice. A lot of ways of restoring fatigue, it seems. Oh, repair hammer. Yes, please. We'll find another set of, like, steel armor in the future. It's a shame that, you know, we have to drop this. I found the tunnel entrance. I need to follow it to the gatehouse so I can raise the gate and let the guards into the courthouse. Yep. So... let's just get running. Uh-huh. A ladder to what's-my-whoosies. Still alive, chat. Also, I'm just gonna stand up for a quick minute. Actually, what I am gonna do is I'm gonna put away my shaker, because the shaker, I need to clean it up so it doesn't have like banana flavored stuck in it. So, more drink of my water. Be right back. Should be a quick second. Quick bathroom break. Alrighty, I am back. Alright, oh, wait, no, I'm not playing this with a controller, I'm playing this with keyboard and mouse. I've raised the gates into Castle Kavach. I must now help Savlian and his men. I am going to need to drink some potion. I wish there was a filter, so then that restore health. Oh, it does not do that much restoration of health. Holy shit. A weak potion of healing. Restore health on self, 20 points. Cannot drink any more potions right now. There we go. Oh, cool, you're alive still. Awesome. I thought he was dead. I was ready to raid his corpse. Ding. Oh. Take everything. Take everything. Also, I need to, like, fix my tracking. There we go. So, yeah, good to be back, Molotov. Alright, ding. Don't... Oh. Alright, talk to you.
Charge the courtyard!
Is there any of them that are still alive? Let's see. The conjuration skill... Oh, didn't read what that said. A lot of Flay Macintosh people. Restoration gone up again. I'll need stronger restoration skills at some point. Uh-oh. Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive. Why is no one helping me? No one's helping me! Oh, it is healing me, just not quickly enough. 3 points over 10 seconds. Come on, give me a... Oh, grab the fire salts while I'm here, before I forget. There we go, there we go. Regen potions, like the ones you made, are incredible since they heal so much more than the standard ones. Ah, okay. I think the ones I made were technically regen potions. So I wasn't paying attention to that when I was, like, drinking them, like, up the wazoo. So, and what's more is, I just came in here with none of the guards helping me, because they were like, oh, we gotta clear the courtyard! And it was just like, I was looking around, and I was like, the courtyard's clear! So I just ran in.
When we're done with all this, we'll talk. If we're still...
Charge the courtyard! Leave!
Yeah, cool, but where is everything else? Kvatch passageway. Like, there's no one else here. Also, where the fuck are the... Oh. The Imperial soldiers. There they are. Okay. Legion helmet. I will definitely wear that. Thank you for the mutton. Alright. How much weight can I hold? 349 out of 70. Alright, cool. Bum. Bam. Ding. Feather. Only one thing for feather. Resist. Restore. Nothing for fortify. Cure disease, only the elf cup. Cure paralysis, cure poison. Detecting life, we can use a bread loaf and rat meat. 1, 2. There we go. Also, wear the helmet while I'm at it. Dink. And we're gonna put it on my cuirass. because it's... Yep, there we go, that broke it. Legion helmet, there we go. Where the fuck is the... There we go, grab that. I swear there was like another archer.
Charge the courtyard. Leave.
Yeah, we did the courtyard. It's done. Everyone's dead. Hang on. Do I have to like wait an hour? Continue. Imperial Legion shoulder, fishing wafers, Legion greaves, stitched leather shoes.
Charge the courtyard.
Just doing setup my 360. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so for whatever reason, those guys are not helping. So, yeah, it's just me going up through this place, trying to clear all the problem children out. Dink, donk. Maybe the quest is bugged? That will be annoying if it is. Everything is on fucking fire. Court quarters. Let's have a look. Restore fatigue. Resist fire. I probably should have drunken that resist fire way sooner. Weak potion of healing. There we go. You can't eat a lot of food or drink potions in this game, which is a little bit annoying. I mean, like, let me eat my 80 wheels of cheese, please. Thank you for the fire salts. Thank you for the fire salts. Alright. Display case. Oop. Search the desk. Biography of What's-a-Mahoozy, Inkwells, an orange. Strawberry. Hey, no, don't de-embo me, Draco. I need this stuff. I found the body of Count Goldwine. I should deliver his signet to What's-a-Mahoozy's. Ding, ding, dong. Yep, everything is on fucking fire. And I am not allowed to sleep in the thingy, so grab the coins. Open the chest. God damn, this guy had useless wares. Huh. Alright. Here's the question. How do I fix this bug? Like, how do I... Like, I feel like the issue is that someone is standing in his way, so he's not able to get to the point that he needs to stand at in order to, like, you know, actually, you know, progress the quest line, because he's like, oh no, we're still fighting in the courtyard or something like that. Like, how do I move him? Like, I think that's what I need to do. Although, maybe because I picked up the ring, I can now skip all that and just be like, oh, you know, here, your guy is dead, here's your ring. Maybe that's what I can do now. So yeah, let's see.
Where is the Count?
Yeah, he's not with us. I'm sorry he didn't make it.
If only we'd come. This is indeed a dark day for all of us left. But I thank you for risking your own life to help us. Did you find the Count's ring by any chance?
Yes, here it is.
This is safe. Thank you. I shall make sure it is protected for the time when a new count is crowned. Here, take this. I have no use for it. I'm tired of fighting.
Nice. Where's
He
Martin?
should be around the camp somewhere. He was with the survivors we rescued from the Chapel of Akatosh.
Awesome.
You too.
Well, this place is going to hell, so... Like, there's no way people are going to be able to fix all of this. Also, I look kind of funny with my, Also, wait, am I supposed to be able to, like... Do you want to add Burden Touch to your spell list? Yes. Summon Skeleton. Do you wish to add Summon Skeleton? So, I've learned those. So, okay, so if it's a book, I can learn the spell. If it's a scroll, I cannot. Alrighty, so I gotta go from one side of the Temple of Akatosh to the other next. Dun, 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 dun. Are you gonna be happy?
Good day.
Yep.
I'll never forget him. He's... Farewell.
Yeah, you're useless. Also, Velk, I don't know if you were here for it, but I had like a double take moment when I heard fucking Sean Bean, of all people, voice Martin, and I was just like, what the shit? I was just like, fucking Sean Bean? So, yeah, I was not ready for Sean Bean. Okay, so we just need to head down to the camp, which is somewhere around here. You was here. Yeah, okay, cool. God damn, how far away are they from this camp? Oh, there's the camp right there. Nice.
Why have our god...
No.
Just leave.
Don't care about you. Nyom. Nyom.
It's the smell, really.
You've done us a great... I really can't tell you what happened. I was in my basement. I stepped outside and I got through the gate. I slept in the woods. There was nothing I could do.
Smoke
and
I
fire
just
and
can't sleep. I like...
I wondered if you'd come back. I admit I've had my doubts about your story.
Come with me to Wayland
You
Pryor.
destroyed the Oblivion Gate, they say. You gave them hope. You helped... Yes. I'll come with you to Wayland Priory and hear what Joffrey has to say. Lead on.
Down and clip.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm
I
just
don't even
tired.
try. I just keep going until I...
Alright, so Imperial Acrobat, currently level 8. So yeah, so a lot of these things aren't too high. My Speechcraft is crazy high. But yeah, I need to improve... Blunt can get some improvements. Hand-to-hand is doing fairly alright. Armor, heavy armor is getting closer. I've not done anything in Alteration or Conjuration or Destruction or Illusion. So yeah, those are going to take a little bit of time. Restoration, doing fairly alright, because I keep using that one spell. Light armor, not as high as my heavy armor, but the fact that I'm going to be using my light armor more often will definitely help with that. Hi there, Ice Bear Popsicle. Sorry, I'm just moving my desk to sitting mode right now. Affects your ability to get better deals when buying or selling goods. The value of items you sell is reduced if the item is in poor condition. Yeah, okay, because I'm a novice. And then in the arena, I am a brawler. Skill increases 198. Alright, so I need to head back to What's-a-Mahoozies, which is over... Where? Oh, yeah, you're all the way up here. Okay, so... You know what? Let's... Wait.
Unless you need something that's... To Wayne and Prime.
Okay, so he's actually gonna follow me. Okay. Maybe I should just fast travel to Wayland Pryor then. It was tempting to, like, you know, go through the What's-a-Mahoozie, but that might not be the best thing. Travel to Wayland Pryor? Yes. You gonna head to bed? Night? Not to worry, Molotov Chainsaw. Thank you so much for sticking around for a little bit. I greatly appreciate it. I should probably think about, you know, closing up shop on stream and what have you. Uh-oh. More Daedra.
Help! You must help! They're killing
Hold on. Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I think they're right behind me.
Who attacked Wayland Pryor?
I was in the sheepfold when they attacked. Looked around the corner to see who it... Suddenly weapons appeared in their hands, and they cut the prior...
Where is Joffrey? Is he safe?
No, in the chapel. God, by the gods!
Paradise awaits me.
Who are they?
I do not fear death.
Watch out, there may be
You
more
are
of them.
weak, like the god we pray to. You are weak, like the god we pray to. The dawn is breaking.
Oh yeah, I should probably use one of my magic spells that I have. Summons... Oh, my skill level is too low. Okay. Summon a zombie, then. There we go.
Be glad you will not live to see the day Lord Dagon walks
I
the
will use a
earth.
hand here.
I do not fear death.
Alright, so the Mystic Dawn are here again. Why does their Mystic Dawn stuff sound... Jesus Christ, this skeleton. He's losing, like, a bit of his jaw. Well, he's gonna disappear in a couple seconds, isn't he? Also, I should probably pick up, you know, all this stuff now that it's, like, revived. Steel blue caps. Green, steel blue. There we go. There we are. Oh, hello.
God's blood! That came out of nowhere! Have you seen Grandmaster Joffrey?
Endor said he was in the
He
chapel.
may need our help.
Alright, into Wayland Pryor we go. We're still fist fighting people, which is kind of hilarious.
Your timing is excellent. I'll take the one on the right.
You'll never take me down.
Die!
The time of cleansing is
A
almost
little
here.
closer. Talos bless me.
I do
Stand
not
ready.
fear death.
Talos bless you. You're back. Thank Talos. The Amulet of Kings. I fear that was the target of this attack. I kept it in a secret room in Waynon House.
You hope Elder Scrolls is going alright? It's going fairly alright. I just got through Kavach, and I was given the shock of Brother Martin being voiced by Sean fucking Bean.
Assassins about. I'm with you.
So, yeah, he's fucking... That was kind of crazy. Rejoice through fate, your afflictions are banished. Nice. So, yeah, so... Open this door. So, yeah, we're using the power of fist. I thought I was going to be like a stealth archer throughout a lot of this story, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So, I seem to be...
The enemy came here for the Amulet of Kings.
Repair hammer. Alright. Oh, I keep pressing left click thinking that's going to open something, but it's E. So yeah, I've not played this game before. Like, this is now the furthest I've gone in any Elder Scrolls game. Yep, that's talking about the assassination. That's talking about the life of Uriel Septim the Seventh. Crumpled pieces of paper. A letter to mother. I could steal some of this shit if I wanted. Oh yeah, this is some of my leather nonsense. So, actually, I should probably double check the difference between. Yeah, so this does 3 and weighs 7. That does 7, weighs 3. Yeah, so rough and what have you is the same amount. All right, and then I can go for the cuirass. So this one, okay, so this one's lightweight. Fortify endurance on self, fortify strength on self. Increases by 3 points. Honestly, pretty good. All right. He said it was in a secret room, but I don't see the secret room. I missed where he went. Oh, there it is. There's a secret room there.
Look at the muscles on you.
They've taken it. The Amulet of Kings is gone. The enemy has defeated us at every
turn. You played the original, so you're excited to get your hands on this one. How's my day going? It's going fairly good. So I played Expedition 33. We're not done with that yet. I might play that off stream, though, to be honest with you, because it doesn't look like a lot of people are interested in Expedition 33, but a lot more people are interested in Oblivion, especially since I've not played Oblivion before, so it's going to be a mixture of playing some of it off stream and some of it on stream for you. So we'll see how it goes.
So it has not all gone against us. Thank Talos for that. We gained Uriel's heir and lost the Amulet of Kings. Martin cannot stay here. We have driven them off. They will be back once they learn of Martin's survival, which they will.
Where will Martin be safe?
Truly safe against the power arrayed against us, but we must play for time, at least. Cloud Ruler Temple, I think. The hidden fortress of the Blades in the mountains near Bruma. A few men can hold it against an army. We should leave at once.
Okay. Cloud Ruler Temple.
Cloud Ruler Temple was built long ago by the founders of the Blades, back in the days of Raymond Cyrodiil. It is high in the mountains near Bruma. Our ancient fortress.
Just been doing some not safe for work-ish art. Didn't get to finish it though.
Will be as safe
darn
there
shame.
as anywhere. You may as well take Prior Mabrel's horse from the stable. He won't have use for it any longer.
Okay.
With the amulet taken by the enemy, we must get Martin to safety at Cloud Ruler.
I haven't played Elder Scrolls, tried to get into it, but lost track of time. But one day I wouldn't mind trying to play it. It's definitely a game that's gonna take a lot of your time, let me tell you.
He was involved with Jagar Tharn's plot against the Empire years ago. It doesn't surprise me to find his hand in the current calamity. Yes, Boris told you right. I am the Grand Master of the Blades. We serve the Emperor and the Septim. You wonder to find me here? Discretion is our watchword. Only a few of us have the honor to serve publicly in the Imperial Guard. We should get moving. I won't rest easy until Martin is safe at Cloud Ruler Temple.
Bronze necklace. Desk with parchment. Alright, let's go. And I can find myself a horse. Where's the Yeen? Oh, Yeen's gone to sleep. Unnamed's gone to sleep, and they're trying to get me to save money up to go to Texas with them for the Texas Fur Fiesta. But it's going to take a lot of money to save, so I'm probably going to make it a, I'm going to make it like a coffee goal or something like that, and then we'll need to figure out how else to do the thingy-majiggy. So, yeah, because it's going to be an expensive venture. Alright, so... Prior Mabel? Yeah. So, this is the horse we're riding. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Yep, cool. Cloud Ruler Temple, just... Yep, okay, cool. So yeah, so it's in a year. Yeah, I understand it's in a year, But I'm like, here's the thing: is like I'm trying to do like saving. Like there are like larger goals I'm trying to save for as well, such as like, you know, the deposits for a house and such, because I kind of need to start doing that savings now. I should have done it ages ago, but I haven't. So I've not. So like I kind of need to make sure that I do those kinds of major savings alongside, you know, now this case of like, oh, Unnamed wants me to go to Fur Fiesta. So yeah, I need to have like a think about. I need to have a think about like how am I going to do that. Also, am I going the right way? Yeah. Okay. So I need to follow this road. It does ducks and weaves, and then take a left to head over to Bruma. So yeah. Hopefully this doesn't end in bloodshed. So, and what's more is... Nice try, Bandit. I am not sticking around for you to kill me. So yeah. We did like a full, like, looking over, like, alright, so if I'm over... Because, here's the thing. I've told people... I'm not going to conventions unless you specifically ask for me to come along to them and such like that. And because there's a lot of people that are like, oh, are you going to Furdu? A lot of people are going to Furdu, and it's like, not bothering with that. But then meanwhile, you know, Unnamed is like, hey, I would love for you to come to Fur Fiesta. Can you come? And such. That I will totally be, you know, that one is a lot better of a circumstance. Rather than it being a case of, oh, will you or won't you? Maybe we can hang out and such. It's more of a case of, no, come to this convention. We are going to hang out. That is when I will go to a convention. All right, split in the road? Nope. Actually, why is there a split in the road? What's up here? Why is there a split in the road here? Morinda. What is... I don't know what these are indicators of, like the little, like, star symbol thing up here, because they look like they go into, like, crazier than otherwise normal caves. Oop. Alright. Fuck it. Let's just start moving on, like, you know, the less open road. Oop. There we go. Get on back on the painted horse. Avoid the imps and what have you. Because knowing our luck, by going through this route, we're gonna find, like, more, like, fast travel points and what have you. Clouded funnel caps. And try and avoid people trying to kill us. Underpal Cave. So yeah, we'll find all kinds of stuff. And what's more is we're going up some crazy cliffs. Yeah, so it wants us going, like, north by northeast, so we're gonna have a bit of a fun time trying to get to that. Oh, hello. Sidri Ashok rune? Do you conjure the... No. I feel like I'm gonna lose out on some cool... Where the fuck is the... There we go. You're still alive, hopefully. Come on, horse. You can do it. There we go. Look at this horse go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not off the cliff. Not off the cliff. Alright. Let's try not to... Alright. Let's try and find... Yeah. But yeah. How much do you think you would spend at Fur Fiesta Frack? Like, do you live in Texas? Like, so you don't have to worry about, like, you know, traveling? Yonk. How far am I? Okay, cool. So I am actually doing some pretty good traversal. Apple Watch. Ooh. Apple Watch is like no problem distance at all. There it is there. Nice. Discovered Apple Watch. And then we've got some place called the Riel, or Riella, I guess it's called. There it is there. Just doing some silly explorations. Is that a hunter? Yeah, it looks like they're hunting that deer. Hesteroon. Do you conjure the... Ooh. There we go. Take the wolf pelts. We nearly died, but we didn't. Uh-huh. Yep, awesome, cool. We're on the right path. We are on the correct path, and we'll be able to, you know, do our, you know, reasonable ascent up to the what's-mahoozies. Excuse me. We need a key, which we don't have. Bummer. Not 24 hours, maybe just 3 hours. Yep, cool. He's taking his time. He's taking his sweet time. Yep, there he is. There they are. They're just taking their sweet time. Don't worry about it. Milk. Grab some milk. Grab some milk. Also, god damn, being on like cookie for night sky. Here's your cookie for your good night's sleep. Hope you have a wonderful sleep and you don't have any problems. Yeah, they'll get here shortly. Don't you worry. Also, the fuck is that? It must be either here or there. Thank you for the wormwood. They'll get here shortly, don't you worry. They're just around the corner, aren't they? Oh, there you are.
Let's continue on to Cloud Ruler. The sooner we reach...
Yep, here we are. We agree that we must find someplace safe. Joffrey suggests the Hidden Blades. I should escort there immediately. Awesome. So we're just waiting on Joffrey next. There you are. Took you long enough.
Yes?
I've put myself in your hands.
You coming? Excellent. Cyrus, hello.
Grandmaster, is this...
Yes, Cyrus. This is the Emperor's son, Martin Septim.
Mm-hmm.
My lord, welcome to Cloud Ruler Temple. We have not had the honor of an emperor's visit in many years.
Ah, well, thank you. The honor is mine.
Come, your blades are waiting to greet you.
My god, having a really... What? Who's pulling the lever? Don't pull that lever!
Huh?
Excuse me. Cyrus, Royland,
Blades.
Carolyn.
Dark times are upon us. The Emperor and his sons were slain on our watch. The Empire is in chaos. But there is yet hope. Here is Martin Septim, true son of Uriel Septim. Your Highness, the blades are at your command. You will be safe here until you can take up your throne.
Joffrey. I know you all expect me to be Emperor. I'll do my best. But this is all new to me. I'm not used to giving speeches, but I wanted you to know that I appreciate your welcome here. I hope I prove myself worthy of your loyalty in the coming days. That's it. Thank you.
Well then, thank you, Martin. We'd all best get back to our duties, eh, Captain?
Not much of a speech, was it? Didn't seem to bother them, though. The blade saluting me and hailing me as Martin Septim. I don't mean to sound...
You good there? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I know I would be dead by now if it weren't for you. Thank you.
That is high praise, considering that's Sean Bean, who dies in nearly everything he's in.
They want an emperor to tell them what to do, and I haven't the faintest idea.
We need to get the amulet back.
The Amulet of Kings. So I, can take it to the Temple of the One and light the dragon fires. And stop the Oblivion invasion.
And you will be Emperor.
That's an idea that will take some getting used to. In any case, we need the amulet first. Maybe Joffrey will know where to start. Something has changed to make these stable portals to Oblivion possible. Joffrey believes that the death of the Emperor and the darkening of the Dragonfires is the key. All practitioners of Daedric magic are familiar with the almost impenetrable barrier between our world and Oblivion. What the Emperor told you implies that the amulet is the key. What I saw at Kavach. Everything I know about Daedric magic says that such stable portals are impossible. Yet those gates to Oblivion existed. The old rule. If the amulet is truly the key to restore...
Daedric magic.
I haven't always been a priest. In my youth, I followed a different path. I know more than I want to about the seductive power of Daedric magic. Let's just leave it at that. Don't worry about me, my friend.
Okay.
I know I'm in good hands here.
You have proven yourself a loyal servant of the Empire, as worthy as any of the Blades to stand by Martin's side during this crisis. As the Grand Master of the Blades, I would be honored to accept you into our order. Will you join us?
What are my duties as the Blade?
The Blades are sworn to the service of the Emperor as the mortal representative of the dragon blood of the divine Talos.
Sure.
It is my honor to welcome you into our ranks as a Knight Brother of the Blades. You're right. We must try to recover the amulet before the enemy takes it out of our reach. You should go back to the Imperial City. Boris may have learned something about the assassins. You'll find Boris at Luther Broad's boarding house in the Elven Gardens district of the Imperial City. This place was built by Raymond Cyrodiil Zakaviri Dragon Guard at the founding of the second. Since then, it has served the Blades as headquarters, fortress, and sanctuary. The Amulet of Kings, once we have it back, Martin can use it to light the dragon.
Cool.
This fortress is well supplied with arms and armor. Use what you need from the armory in the East Wing.
Alright, cool. East Wing.
Give my warm regards to Boris. Tell him he should not blame himself for the Emperor's death. He did well.
Welcome aboard.
That's... Oh yeah, West Wing.
Good evening, sir.
East Wing. Alright. Argonians can breathe underwater. Purchase a horse to travel faster. Yep. Ah, so that's Martin there. We got all kinds of food.
Please forgive me, but I'm afraid I haven't got time to talk right now.
Ooh. Those are going to be very useful. Gold nugget. Fundamentals of alchemy. Wardcraft is in fact amateur alchemy. Eating it requires grinding it against the teeth, which occasionally reduces the simplest essence and results in a fleeting effect on the eater. Wardcraft never has as strong as a result as a potion created using proper tools. So we got, yep, 1, 2, 3. So now we've got some really good stuff. Alright, so novice. Alright, let's see. So we can just restore fatigue easily. Yeah, we got like plenty of items that will do that. So we got item. Actually, so we've got ding dong, bam, and an orange. Oh, interesting. Detect life on self and restore fatigue for 24 minutes. Alright. Damage shield. A pear. Some flour. That will have us, yep, restore for 24 seconds. Yep, so use the mortar and pedestal to combine 2 or more ingredients. The retort increases the magnitude and duration of all positive effects. The yellow break decreases the magnitude and duration of negative side effects and potions. And the novice calcinator increases the magnitude and duration of all effects, both positive and negative. So we've got 1 thing for the chameleon, we've got 1 for the cure disease, nothing for poison, protecting life, dispelling. We got 1 thing for feather. So flaxseed is doing feather. Fortify endurance is because of the cinnabar thing. Fortify health is because of the mutton. Intelligence is because of that. Invisibility, light, night eye, resisting disease using garlic. Resisting fire. We can make a lot of resisting fire. Resisting frost, resisting paralysis. Restore agility, endurance. Alright, so let's go 1, 2. Is there a benefit? 3 over 12 seconds? Still 3 over 12 seconds. There we go. Restore strength. Let's go with that. Restore strength and damage intelligence? Oh, that's not good. Yep, so there we go. Restore strength. That'll do it. Uh-huh. 400 out of 390. So... created 2 potions. Apple, mutton, and pear. And once again, I'm over encumbered. It's never gonna stop. I'm gonna need to learn where to go to get a house so I can save some of my gear.
Sorry, but I'm too busy to talk right now. Try one of the other.
Ah! Excuse me. Mm. Damage health and damage willpower. Damage, magic, and resist shock. Uh-huh. Ah, okay, yeah, so that's done like 20. Alright. Is there some way to compare the details? Nah, it just says the fact that I'm a one-handed long sword, whereas that's a one-handed short sword. Could drop the Cuirass, honestly. Or, actually, can I drop? No, the dagger won't be enough of a drop. Actually, Cuirass and dagger will be. Mutton fortifies health and damages fatigue. Ding dong, just because I can. Yep, so higher quantities will definitely... Yeah. There we go, drop all that. I think my issue with the different, like, potions I'm getting is that because of the small, like, effect difference between one and the next, all of them are seen as, like, an individual entry instead of, like, grouped up, which I would have preferred. So, yeah.
Sir. I haven't time to talk right now, I'm afraid. I need to talk to you, soldier to soldier.
Are we not blades, joined by battle and brotherhood? Need you even ask?
The Plane of Oblivion. We know so little about it. What if the Daedra we've seen are only the beginning? I think we should prepare for the worst.
I've come to value your judgment and your experience.
Sir, what can I do for you? Aye, she's a beauty, isn't she? It's hard not to admire the stonework. That's some real craftsmanship. The Emperor's death was a harsh lesson for all of us. If you need armor, weapons, or just a place to sleep, the barracks... Farewell. Concerns one of us. Concerns all of us. We are blades, after all.
The Emperor's death was a harsh lesson to learn. You can never be too vigilant. But now is the time for action, not talk. There's work.
Sir, what can I do for you? Sometimes when it's quiet, I walk the battlements and breathe in the cold mountain air. The Emperor's death was a harsh...
Yeah, I
May your
figured it was
sword
already...
always strike true.
Alright. So it wants us going all the way back to the, back to, like, the main Empire place. But I'm honestly curious about that giant tower there. Like, I wonder what would be the best way of getting to it as well. Also, there's all kinds of side quests that I also want to take part in as well. And that there is...
It's you, the hero of Kvatch.
Well, they now know who I am. The hero of Kvatch. Alright, so I already had, like, Bruma under my fast travel thing. But yeah, that tower, color me curious. Must be a way to get to it from... It's probably going to be a means of, like, getting up there from this side, I'd imagine. And below, there is signage that will probably tell me what the fuck it is. No, it doesn't. It just tells me which way the Imperial City and which way Bruma is. So... Exploring! Thankfully, the horse, we can just infinitely sprint. So, pick up some what's-a-mahoozy points along the way, such as this Dragon Claw Rock. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. But yeah. I wonder what is about that giant tower. Hopefully this is the... Nah, it doesn't seem to be the right direction for a path just yet. Knoll Mountain. Okay. There we go. There we go. You're like a come on, horse. You can do it. Alright. Frostcrag Spire. Yeah, easy. Look at us go. And there we go. Alright, so there is a path. What do you think are the chances that this is like a magical winter college or something like that? I've arrived at Frostcrag Spire. I should make my way inside. Curious areas, but an extraordinary tower. Yep. Gotta have a look in this tower. I don't know if I was supposed to be able to get here without a... Ooh, hello. I've discovered a dusty tome within Frostcrag Spire. Should read it to learn about this unusual structure. After reading the dusty tome, I've learned that I can purchase everything I need to restore this place to its former glory from Aurilinaway at the Mystic Emporium in the Market District. Oh, it's another place of, like, you know, what's-a-mahoozy thing. God damn it, what is it with these places? Wait, what? Oh, now there's more. A portal to the Spire's living area. To the vault. So wait, is this like a place I could... Velk! Is this like a place I can live in now? Atronic altar. What type of do you wish to summon? Oh, I can summon them. Altar of spell making. Moat work without magic tallow candles. Magic mage tallow. Okay, mage tallow. Living area. This is some magical nonsense here. Excuse me. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff to pick up. Another Nim root. Okay, some blood grass, some roots. All sorts here. Huh. To the main level, to the Gerald Mountains. Huh. To the Imperial City's Arcane University, to Kavach's Mages Guild, to Bruma's Mage Guild, Avil, Skin God. Holy fucking shit. This is like a mage's place. Well, alright, let's head to the Arcane University, because that one was, like, we need to head over to the Imperial City anyway, so... Ding.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service? Hail, good mage. Welcome to the Arcane...
Rumors?
The Emperor is dead, and so are his heirs. We are a legion without... Farewell, citizen.
The Archmage's lobby.
It's you, the hero of Kavach. This is truly an honor.
Speak.
Alright, let's head into the lobby. To the Archmage's council chambers, Remus Paulus.
How can I help you?
What do you want? Too big for me. Loud, dirty. Clowns, fools, brutes, and thieves everywhere. I want to throw my gold. The Mages Guild runs more or less like it always did, but we lost quite a few members when the practice of necromancy was banned.
I wonder why.
Welcome to the... If you wish to become a part of the Mages Guild, seek out the head of the local guild halls. They will instruct you further.
Ah.
Mages Guild is made... Bye.
So I can't do it from here. I need to go to, like, one of the other places. I guess it's just a case of picking my favorite. Or they're probably going to be like, oh, this is a university that does, like, restoration or something like that. Thank you for the caps. Dun 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 dun. Abatorium. So, Oblivion Homes chests. If you're playing on console, there is a way for you to check for, say, empty out all the containers you want to check or add a specific disposable. Leave the cell, wait 72 hours. On PC, you can check if any is safe by opening the construction set and searching for containers with the respawn unchecked. Simply dropping stuff on the ground is generally safe, especially outdoors, except that if a nearby unnamed is attacked or anything, it needs a weapon, they will pick up the one from the... Ah, okay. Reset as part of the cell reset call. Okay. All houses that you officially acquire have safe containers with the initial exception of the one in Anvil, since you can enter the house before you complete the related case where spirits have lease, in which you acquire ownership. I'm doing some Googling research, I'm sorry. Containers that have been identified before quest completion are the overturned... See houses, free houses for a list of places you do not have to buy, which are both safe and usable beds. Quest-related homes. So we got an Imperial City in the Market District, has an holdout tree stump beside Rindier's staff for whatever reason. Oh, so these are all the safe containers. So we want to look at houses. So an anvil, it costs like 5,000. You need it. Upgrades are obtained by completing where spirits have something or other. We can get one in Bravel, in Bruma, Sidriel, Charol. The Imperial City has one for 2,000. Leywin, Skingard, official... These houses are and their associated quests are introduced upon installing and loading the official downloads. The associated quest pages explain how to fully own each house. Okay, so we've got the Battlehorn Castle, and we can purchase upgrades from Nifis O'Melion. The associate quest is required to claim it as your home. It is designed for warriors and combat-based characters. The castle has 3 hidden doors. The easiest can be found by exploring the basement. A door at the back of the wine cellar leads to a hidden... The second is the door leads to the ceiling. Presumably for drinking and shooting from the... There's a journal on the top of the book that leads you to the 3rd secret door behind the archery. Use the unlit wall to the right. Travel through... Fight the skeleton and lich the inhabitants' grotto. Okay. So that was one. So Battlehorn Castle apparently is one of the homes. All right. And we can purchase upgrades from someone named Nifis O'Melion. Okay. Was available as for the first two before becoming pay. Worship
has become increasingly prevalent in the Somerset Isle.
Dragon Fire Castle is
I'm listening.
more than before it was usually can still be found in the construction set.
They swarmed in. The town guard never had a chance.
So I've heard.
Anvil is all in an uproar. First the chapel attacked, now the prophet ranting about the end of the world.
By the gods!
Without question.
Goodbye.
Be seeing you.
Player home. Dink, donk, bam. We're just waiting for that to load.
What is it, citizen? You have my ear, citizen.
Hello.
Hello.
Also, try my friend Ogier Gioric, the main ingredient here in the... That root seems to have strange properties, the likes of which I've yet to see duplicated in other flora of its ilk. I think that Sindarian and Skingrad could serve your inquiry better, as his area of expertise centers around things of this nature.
Cool.
There's something strange about Ida Glenorman. Talk to Jensine. Farewell.
Alright. Let me get to my quests. Because there's Seeking Roots, Dawn of the Coven, Frost Crag. After I've learned that I can purchase, so I can go to Alwyn at the Misty Emporium. We have Unfriendly Competition. That's who I want to, help complete a quest for as soon as possible. Dunk.
I think someone is watching me. I see. I know it's all in my head. I'm here in the city for access to the temple libraries, and for them. Be seeing you.
Jump. Who's that? Oh, that's just an Imperial.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
Another Nimroot. Sacred Lotus, Sacred Lotus, Sacred Lotus, Sacred Lotus. Meow. Donk. The Sacred Lotuses must be useful for something. Who the fuck are you?
Yes? Be seeing you.
Nah, no one important. Alright, well I've got like this, you know, tome filled with like grave robber notes and such, so that should help finish like the merchant quest line, the unfriendly competition thing. Dim. Bomb. Look at me run. Fucking crazy motherfucker right here. Alright. What time is it? Okay, so it's like 5 o'clock. Let me hand in this quest, and then we should be... Okay, so I can't... First editions... Alright, I'm gonna have to wait until morning, which is going to be a 12... Let's go with 13-hour affair. It's 10:23. It's loading the area. It's raining. Okay, so I meant to go into here, the copious coin purse. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to talk to this guy.
Hello. Welcome back.
Are you aware you're taking from the dev?
I can't believe what I'm seeing in this book. I'm mortified. To think these things here were once on the bodies of the recently deceased. It's just too horrible to comprehend. I don't even know what to say.
Help me catch Agarmir.
Yes, that's the least I can do. First and foremost, I will never meet with him again. I can promise you that. Secondly, I remember him mentioning a place he had to be this very day. Yes. You don't think he would dig up another? Oh, no.
Don't worry,
Yes,
I'll stop
we'll
him.
do that. And I don't even want to look at it. I hope everyone can forgive me.
Bartering.
Have a look around. You won't find better prices. in all of town.
Alright, so let's get rid of... Great. Yep.
I can't afford to do that.
Offer refused. Sell...
I can't do that.
What do you-
satisfied customer.
What do you mean you can't do that?
I had no idea.
He just won't take the potions? Is that it? Crazy. Alright, so where do they want me going? Return and confirm. After showing to Thorin, he agreed to stop. He has told me that said he has something important to do this very day. I think I need to check out the local graveyard, as the last name on the list was here in the Imperial City. I should return with one more piece of to confirm the something or other's
How goes
content.
it?
Morning.
Yum, yum. So I haven't yet gone to the Fighters Guild yet. I don't know where the Fighters Guild is. It's got to be somewhere. Yum. Look at me go.
Yes?
I've noticed that the door to the Trentius family mausoleum has been unsealed. This must be his doing. I must proceed inside. We're most likely going to get into a fight. Also, I should probably mark this as like the... Yeah, there we go. And then mark that as a 2. And then mark that as a 3. Actually, 4, 3. Inside the mausoleum, it appears as though he's attempting to desecrate another grave along with someone else I don't recognize. I need to convince him to stop this heinous act.
I had a feeling you'd catch on sooner or later. That's why I had this trap prepared for you. If you'll notice, the grave is already dug.
Wow.
This time it wasn't to take something away from the graveyard. Done! Am I supposed to be You'll never take me down. I fought much.
Has been slayed. Since the penalty for grave robbing is death, it somehow seems as though justice is being done. I should search the gravesite for anything potentially incriminating.
More fearsome than you. Show me what you've got.
Fighting in a grave is not great. Gotcha. Thank you for the Dwarven Longsword. Alright, so this is heavy as fuck. So I can't really use all that. Debaser. The house key. And the mausoleum key. Okay, of flowers, bone meal, bone meal, bone meal. You are over encumbered. Hey, the shovel is still damp with fresh earth of the open grave. This is a final bit of proof I need. I should bring it to Thoro something or other. Dun, dun, dun. Fuck it, let's pick up all that. Open the door with the mausoleum key. There we go. Hopefully by the time we get to the what's-a-mahoozies. All right, how heavy? Oh, okay. I'm like, 200 pounds heavy. That would be quite a... Yeah, because this will make, like, like these three do, like, 120. That gets me to 150. Debaser. Yeah. So, this is all, like, really heavy stuff. Gosh darn it. They don't want me carrying my things, do they? Also, am I diseased again? Like, hang on. Ding dong. Active diseases. Nope. So, reinforcing willpower and what's-a-mahoozies. So, yeah. So far, so good. But yeah, that is going to be it for me today. It's now, like, past 5 o'clock, so we're now encroaching into the evening. So, I am going to call it there. A reminder, tomorrow we are going to be going through Monster Hunter Wilds. I will make a post about the cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie, Jason. Glad to have you here at the end. I am going to be doing so the community stream is Monster Hunter Wilds. That's going to be going off tomorrow. I'm going to make a post about it tonight before I, like, before I have dinner or before I go to bed at the very least and what have you. In the meantime, between now and then, let me go and have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. There is so many people that look to be playing the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. The first one it recommends to me is someone that is right now going through it looks like they're doing a charity stream as well. How far into this are they? They've got a lot of spells. We're gonna go and raid into them then. It looks like they're doing some haggling nonsense as well. But yeah, oh, if you want to know what the raid message is, it's just gonna be the short and sweet himbo raid. You don't have the game, sorry. No, that's okay. I will send out like a call to action, so then that way hopefully anyone that does have the game will join in. You don't have to be my friend and to, like, you know, be able to join in on the quest. I will be setting up what's called a squad lobby. So then that way, that way we just need to be in the same squad. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to the stream that started off in the morning that is now into the evening. I greatly appreciate it. I'm hoping we'll have better success with, you know, gathering people for Monster Hunter Wilds tomorrow. And hopefully I'll see you there. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Eee!